track of than I thought. Bring it. I'm good.
Hundreds of my cards.
Hundreds?
We got 3.
Hundreds? I don't know about hundreds. I do have another job.
So basically, we're going to have
Thank you. Yep, appreciate it. I'm John. I'm Rachel. Nice to meet you.
Mr. Cohen is our superintendent. He sits there. And then our board president is up here. So generally this works in stages, but you are welcome to move around and give us different things if you want. Like if it's an all talk moment, it's there. And if you want anything else, you want me to know. Great, thanks so much. All right, you're very welcome for that. Take care. Take care. So we do have a YouTube link, correct? Okay. Do I have it? Laura Joshua? Okay. No, that's okay. Joshua definitely has it, right?
Good morning. How are you? Is he? Okay. I have
Are you on the line? Welcome. And Mr. Bartley, are you on the line? Okay. He was? He was. Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're going to call the meeting to order. Mr. Schoen, can you assist us in taking the roll, please? We have a quorum? Okay, excellent. Excellent, excellent. Alrighty. At this time, I would like you to join us in a pledge of allegiance to our flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Well, I'll say Happy New Year. I know it's the end of the month. It's our first meeting in the new year, and want to just welcome everyone. As you can see, we're continuing our in-person meetings here in the State Boardroom at the MSDE building in Baltimore. Today, I'm happy to announce that we have the capability now to take public comment virtually. So I think there's a test. The test is for me, and the question is, can old dogs learn new tricks? We will see in just a minute. So what we have a Microsoft Teams platform which will allow public comment virtually. We're very excited about that because it allows then people to make comment without having to travel. So you can now make comment from across the state. So we're very excited about that. If you encounter a problem with the virtual connection, we ask you to just come in audio. So we will hear from the virtual people first in the order in which they registered, and then we will go to recognize people within the room. As is always the case, the video live stream is going to be on our website, the MSDE State Board website, and on the Town Hall stream, so you can see it there. The meeting agenda and the materials are also posted there on the website. And that's where the video will be posted as well, archived there. As we move into the public comment period, as I mentioned, I will call upon you based on your registration time frame. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak. Dr. Lawson will be our timekeeper, so when the time expires, we ask you to complete your sentence, but to say nothing more. Please direct your comments to the entire board and not to an individual. The board members will not respond to your comments, but we will take your comments under advisement. If you have any written statements or any other materials that you would like for the board to see, please provide those materials electronically to Dr. Lawson, and she will make sure that the board members receive the material. So we're going to start with our first virtual participant. I'd like to recognize Mr. Buzzy Edelman. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, President Crawford, members of the board.
Pardon me, can you just speak up just a bit?
Sure.
Yes.
Again, good morning, and thank you, President Crawford, members of the board, and Superintendent Choudhury. I am speaking on behalf of representatives of Decoding Dyslexia Maryland, the Maryland Reading League, and myself. We are concerned about the lack of progress in addressing what is considered by many, including Mr. Chaudhary, to be the highest instructional priority, K-3 literacy. We are mindful of the near impossible pandemic demands and your ongoing transition, and we applaud your commendable work under these circumstances. And yet, after several unsuccessful attempts to engage collaboratively, we were told by Dr. Collins last Thursday that although literacy was a priority and there would be future stakeholder input into a plan, nothing more specific was said, including no reference to the proposed discussion agenda we shared with Dr. Lawson and Ms. Americana. Given the pre-COVID crisis in K-3 literacy, now greatly worse because of learning loss, a 7-month delay in meaningful action, transparency, and engagement is troubling. In fact, prior to Mr. Chaudhary taking office, MSDE had a transparent work group, stakeholder work group for the Ready to Read Act, but that work, along with several other related efforts, has been defunct. We have no doubt that MSD will develop a K-3 literacy plan, but improving K-3 literacy will require the involvement of many stakeholders outside of MSDE and local school systems. K-3 literacy is the gateway to all learning, and there is extraordinary urgency. Early learning loss is most difficult to make up. Urgent action is imperative. We speak for many parents and teachers of struggling readers who ask us what, if anything, is happening with K-3 literacy instruction. We hope this board will help us to respond. We request that you put K-3 literacy on the agenda at your next meeting and consider recognizing its importance by creating a board subcommittee on early literacy and funding. Thank you for your consideration of these comments, and once again, thank you for all the valiant work of the board and MSDE staff. We seek to be strong collaborative allies in your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, I'd like to recognize Ms. Cheryl Bose. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you again for the virtual option. I'm Cheryl Bose, 4th and 5th grade teacher from Baltimore County, serving as the president for the Maryland State Education Association, representing over 76,000 members across the state. I first want to start off with saying how we stand strong with the staff, students, educators, and community at Magruder High School, who returned today after a tragic event last Friday. We have a lot to do to make sure that we can create and maintain safe schools for all of our students, including those who we know have unfortunately died due to homicide right here in Baltimore City. We have a lot of work to do to keep our students safe. I come today because we have crisis levels in staffing. We have shortages in every job category across this state. I'm not sure if you're even aware, but we are losing a third of our local superintendents at the end of this year. We have custodians who are charged with more cleaning, yet can't get the staff and the time to complete that job during the pandemic. Teachers who are having split classes because colleagues are out either due to COVID or other reasons. Students who have to get to school because bus drivers are unavailable. Front office secretaries who are watching students in auditoriums. All of this is impacting the level and quality of education that we can provide for our students. As educators, we want to do our best, but we need all the tools, and the biggest tool we need right now are additional personnel in our buildings. That also includes those who can deal with social emotional issues, counselors, psychologists, and social workers. So I am asking you today to join me and hopefully Superintendent Chaudhary and others with Maeve and Pazam that's come together and form a work group. And let's look at the short and long-term goals to deal with these staffing shortages. That should include higher education, all of our labor unions, everyone, so that we can get creative and deal with not only what's happening now, but what is now going to be a long-term impact on education. We've seen it coming. We just haven't really done everything that we can, and now we're in crisis levels. So I offer our services and our leadership to join with you to look at how can we not only get additional pay, better working conditions, but how can we build a pipeline for all of these jobs so that we can provide the best education for our students. So I'm putting this charge before you as a state board as we look at all the data that you're going to share today. We have a joint effort to make sure that our schools have the quality personnel and all the tools that they need necessary to do their jobs. And in closing today, as we are seated in Baltimore City, our thoughts and prayers and thanks go out to the Baltimore City firefighters who lost their lives in the line of duty yesterday.
Thank you
We all
very
have an
much.
obligation to be safe.
Thank you. Appreciate it. This time, I'd like to recognize Randy Alton. All right. Daniela Wood. Miss Wood.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Okay. You can start now, Ms. Wood. Is she having technical problems? Okay.
Hello.
Okay. We'll start her 3 minutes now. Okay, please. Ms. Wood, please. Looks like we're having technical problems here. Okay. Ms. Wood, we're going to come back to you. Why don't you try audio when we come back to you and see if we can at least hear you? Well, we're going to.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on. Okay.
All right.
Sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
Okay. Hello, my name is Danielle Wood, and I'm a parent of a fifth grader in Prince George's County Public Schools. I'm a native PG County resident and PG County alumnus. I currently serve on the PTA president at my son's school. I am dedicated and invested into the educational system on both the state and county level. I am here on behalf of over the 1,500 supporters to petition MSDE to keep the K through 6 virtual learning program in place in Prince George's County for the remainder of this school year. As it stands, this program ends this Friday. I am also petitioning to reopen the option to parents who originally chose in-person learning. Just last month, our county had an emergency shutdown of all schools, and when they returned to school last week, they did so with zero testing. There's no need to rush our children back into buildings that are already difficult to manage. This pandemic has had a social, emotional, and mental effect on all of our children. Many parents, like my household, have children who have been out of physical school since March 2020. That's 3 school years over a span of 22 months. While I do appreciate the choice you all have given to parents to keep children home during these terrifying times, I do not appreciate the emotional toll returning to in-person school has during the height of this variant. These children have seen their friends, teachers, and family members being critically ill and even dying. We've told them that staying at home is the best way to keep them safe during this pandemic, and now, while in the midst of a pandemic still, we're telling them they have to go back to school. It's very confusing, stressful, and scary to our children. Virtual learning keeps the number of bodies inside of buildings down, which ultimately keeps the spread of COVID down. There are more than 12,000 PGCPS virtual students. At the bare minimum, if you're going to force our children back into classroom, virtual students should at least be given a transitional period to acclimate themselves back. I implore you to consider a rotating schedule that would gradually return them to life outside of the home. Some of these students have been virtual their entire school life. Many of our students live in homes with younger siblings that are not eligible to get vaccinated and with immune compromised family members. Why take this option away from us? What's another 5 months of a routine and system that has been working? And why do K through 6 students have to return in person, but upper grade levels do not? There isn't a one size fits all approach to education and learning. We are in a state health emergency. I have sent my petition with well over 1,500 community signatures to each of your offices and am outright disappointed in the lack of responses I have received thus far. I urge you all to show us that the voices and concerns of your community stakeholders matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Turn the mic on would help. Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Joanna McFarland. Ms. McFarland, welcome.
Yes. Hi, thank you, and thank you for having me today. I am Joanna McFarland. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Hop Skip Drive. Hop Skip Drive is a transportation company that is licensed and regulated by the Maryland Public Service Commission, and our mission is to ensure opportunity for all through mobility. We started Hop Skip Drive in 2014 as the brainchild of 3 working moms looking to solve our own struggles of working and getting all of our kids where they need to be safely and dependably. And we quickly realized that our solution, our safe and customizable solution, was one that was tremendously needed in education to help school districts with students who are not seamlessly fitting along a bus route, particularly students experiencing homelessness, McKinney-Vento students, students with special needs, students who are in the foster system, and others. We currently partner with over 350 school districts in 9 states, including Virginia and Washington, D.C., and have safely arranged transportation for spanning over 20 million miles, over 1.4 million kids, and getting kids to and from over 13,000 schools across the country. We work with some of the largest school districts in the markets that we operate in, and work with county child welfare services as well, including LA County Child Welfare Services and LA Unified. Hop Skip Drive is specifically designed to meet the needs of youth and meet the needs of safety as it regards to kids. Everything that we built from the ground up was designed with that safety in mind. As a parent, every aspect of our system, all of the technology, all of the operations was designed with the one question of what would it take for me to put Jackson or Sam in a Hop Skip Drive. That's why we require care drivers to have at least 5 years of prior caregiving experience, and we conduct extensive background checks. In addition, we specifically design the service for the situation where the person in the vehicle is not necessarily the person who scheduled the ride. We have live ride telematics that determine driver behavior, a safe ride support team that is monitoring every ride live in real time, and the ability for all parents to see what is going on and track the rides in their apps as well. And we publish our safety results annually. I'm proud to share that all of our reports include a 0% critical safety incident rate. We are the only ones in the school transportation industry that publish our safety results. We understand that in front of the board today are the proposed regulations for COMAR 13A.06.07 on student transportation. We've all seen the devastating effects of the school bus driver shortage and that kids literally cannot get to school today. Some who have been virtual for over 20 months literally can't get to school because there aren't enough bus drivers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate them. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Monica Rodriguez.
Good morning, all.
Good
My
morning.
name is Monica
Welcome.
Rodriguez. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm a parent of a 4th grade student and an 8th grader as well. I chose virtual learning as a means of safety for my children. I signed the petition Ms. Woods spoke of and I recently started a petition of my own that has close to 200 signatures in an effort to keep virtual learning in Prince George's County schools through the end of the school year. I want to know how my son's school plans to properly social distance the students at 3 feet when classes at full capacity. I want to know why virtual learning isn't extended through the remainder of the school year, considering Dr. Fauci just said yesterday that Omicron and COVID-19 infections won't peak until February. This data seems to be ever changing. And a new variant of COVID, BA.2, has been detected in more than 40 countries, including the US, Washington State to be specific. Also, if adults can present their underlying conditions to their places of employment and be provided alternatives, why won't, not can't, why won't you guys provide parents like myself of children who have underlying medical conditions other alternatives than placing our children in harm's way or choosing to give up our means of providing for our families? That's what you're doing when our only options are to send our children to school or homeschool. And finally, why am I, during a virtual session, am I hearing a teacher frantically telling another teacher that her students are in the bathroom with 6 students? Why are 6 students in the building at all? Why are students allowed to enter and move about the building with their noses uncovered? These are things that I've witnessed for myself. I go up to the school in the morning and I just observe, just to see what's going on. There are no temperatures being taken when these students enter the building. Noses uncovered. No one's telling them to cover their noses. Masks dropped on the ground and are picked up and put right back on their faces. It's beyond unacceptable. And I think for 5 months, you might as well allow our kids to stay in virtual learning. My children have never been more successful in school than in virtual learning because they don't have 30 other students as distractions while they're learning. My 4th grader has been on principal's honor roll since 3rd grade. Virtual learning does work.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your
Thank
comments.
you.
At this time, I'd like to recognize Mr. Mark Cohen. Mr. Cohen?
Good morning, board members and Superintendent Chaudhry. My name is Dr. Mark Cohen, and I'm here today to share my thoughts on the changing role of the school principal in the age of COVID. I've been privileged to be an educator for over 28 years and as an administrator in Howard and Montgomery counties for over 22 years. And I come to you today in my role as the treasurer of the Maryland Association of Secondary School Principals. It's an honor to support the hard work of teachers, support staff, and administrators. And it's been the professional privilege of my life to stand side by side with my fellow school leaders as we've supported our communities through the challenges that emerged following tragedies such as Columbine, 9/11, the DC sniper, Sandy Hook, and now COVID-19. The last 22 months have been among the most difficult of my career. The impact of sustained complex trauma is real. We're seeing increases in school violence and unprecedented numbers of students and staff in need of mental health support. This past month alone, my school saw 2 students stabbed in the neighborhood during a large fight and another shot in the community. At another nearby school, we've seen students murdered and several other students stabbed or assaulted on school property. Just this past Friday, a colleague experienced every principal's and parent's worst nightmare when a student was found shot in the school bathroom. These are just a few examples of the increased acts of violence schools across the state are contending with. 22 months of isolation, the absence of positive teacher role models, and an increase in anxiety and depression has taken its toll on some of our students' ability to reason and problem solve, or at the very least to seek out support from a trusted adult. Additionally, principals are seeing exponential increases in the number of students and families experiencing food and housing insecurity for the first time, and a widening teacher and administrator shortage when we need these caring professionals the most. When schools were closed over the state, educators worked 18-hour days to stand up virtual platforms that sought to stall the inevitable learning losses the pandemic has created. It finally seemed clear to all who were paying attention just how important our educators are to sustaining our community. When schools reopened, though, these same professionals were vilified for insisting their own health needs were at least as important as those of the students they serve and for demanding fair compensation and safe working conditions. School leaders, once the drivers for school improvement, now find themselves spending significant portions of their day contact tracing, acting in the place of security and school police whose positions that are designed to measure learning loss, but in practice are dissolving the already limited amount of time available for our teachers to accelerate learning and fill in the gaps left by over a year of virtual learning. MASSP invites you to engage us in a conversation, and we implore you to allow our voices to be heard at all meetings related to school leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This time we'd like to recognize Ms. Joyce Toll.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joyce Toll. I live in Davidsonville, Maryland. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you this morning about the continuation of the emergency statewide mask mandate. Throughout this whole pandemic, children have had to suffer through the strictest COVID protocols, but the mandatory masking in schools is one protocol I question the most. Children are the least vulnerable in our population. They are the least likely to be hospitalized, die, contract, or spread COVID than the adult population. We've been told children should be masked in school to prevent community spread. However, there are no studies that prove children are significant contributors to community spread. In fact, there are no conclusive studies that provide evidence that wearing masks in school prevent transmission in schools. Dr. Robert Redfield, Governor Hogan's COVID expert, has said on national TV there is no evidence-based studies to support mask mandates in schools. Just last week, the CDC admitted cloth masks provide the least protection against the virus. And even though Governor Hogan has procured 3 million KN95 masks for schools, these masks are not regulated by any U.S. government entity, nor are they approved or recommended for children by the FDA. So are we mandating masks because federal funding and grants stipulate it? I don't believe this is true, since every state in this country has received CARES and ESSER funding, and around 70% of the states have mask optional or mask ban mandates in their school. We have been told by the Maryland State Superintendent we need mask mandates to keep schools open. However, several school systems and individual schools were shut down before the holidays due to COVID. And even here in Anne Arundel County, 4 schools have been shut down in the past week. If the mask mandate was working, why are schools still being shut down? There is plenty of evidence that does not support the statewide school mask mandate, but the biggest reason I have for not supporting this mandate involves safety. Are you positively, without a doubt, sure that children forced to wear a mask 7 hours a day, 180 days, will not suffer any adverse effects? Are you sure children wearing masks all day at school will not negatively affect their cognitive, psychological, or physical development? We are talking about children, not adults. Children's brains and bodies are not fully developed. There have been little to no studies on the prolonged use of masks on children. None of you can guarantee any parent in the state of Maryland that their child will not suffer any adverse effects from this policy because you just don't know. If there's any doubt in your mind, your decision may end up harming a child or children. You have no business voting in favor of this policy or actually even keeping it in place. Our children have repeatedly been vilified by state and local school boards. They have suffered emotionally, psychologically, and academically. Our children have been victims of adult policymakers making poor and sometimes politically or financially motivated decisions. This Board of Education has an obligation to regulate education in the state. It is not the Board of Health. It is not the governor. This board will be complicit if it continues to enforce a mask mandate, when none of you, not a single one of you, can look a parent in the eye and ensure their child is 100% safe from adverse effects from prolonged mask usage. This Board of Education needs to find a way to eliminate the continuation of this mandate before it is too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This time we'd like to recognize Ms. Christy McLeod. Ms. McLeod, welcome. Ms. McLeod, can you?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
According to the American Psychiatric Association, trauma is defined as events that result in or pose a threat to a person's physical integrity and that cause a reaction of intense fear, horror, or helplessness. This is the kind of threat children perceive when they are told to distance themselves from other children and cover the part of their body with which they communicate, express their emotions, and feed themselves. Forcing children to wear masks or distance themselves from peers not only signals that they are a threat to others and or that others are a threat to them, but also takes away the most basic way children calm their nervous system. As Psychology Today reported, facial expressions of others help us to calm our nervous system. But if we don't receive those signals, we might go into survival mode. Masks and social distancing induce trauma, and trauma at a young age is developmentally dangerous, especially for children who are experiencing trauma in other parts of their lives. More studies should be conducted on just how traumas from COVID-19 restrictions in schools are associated with long-term health and well-being of American children. But research on post-traumatic stress syndrome has illuminated that stress and fear in response to actual or possible threat enhances the possibility of forming trauma-related memories. Every year of a child's early life lays the foundation for their adulthood, and insecure foundations do, in fact, crumble. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, children without assurance of their personal security are often incapable of making healthy social connections and may have difficulty building intimate relationships in their lives. Neurological research demonstrates that kids who experience this kind of fear and trauma at a young age undergo structural and functional restructuring of their brain's prefrontal cortex, resulting in emotional and cognitive processing problems. This trauma is especially concerning for children growing up in poverty who have often have the compounding effect of other trauma at home or in their community. Before COVID-19, already nearly half of all American children have experienced trauma in their lives. Tragically, mental health practitioners and school counselors have seen intense and significant increases in mental health problems for children related to mask wearing, including depression, anxiety, hopelessness, helplessness, uncontrollable worry, and feeling overwhelmed. There has ever been an increase in worrisome behavior such as self-injury and suicidal thoughts. So you must ask yourself, do the best
Ms. Bowman? Ms. Bowman? Okay. Then we will continue with our agenda. I want to thank all of the public comment participants. We take your comments very seriously, and we appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules to share your thoughts and perspectives with us. We now move to the consent agenda items under new business. This would be approval of the minutes, tab A, personnel actions, tab B, and budget adjustments for December 2021, tab C. Following Robert's Rules of Order, I'm going to say objection 3 times. If there are no objections, then the consent agenda items are approved. Objection, objection, objection. Seeing no objection, the consent agenda items are approved. Thank you. We now move to the state priorities, and I'm going to turn to our superintendent to introduce our guests from PZAM and welcome them to come up.
All right, thank you very much. Today we have PZAM as well as a few other superintendents with Superintendent Salines. So we have Superintendent Salines, who serves as the president of PZAM. And as well as I want to recognize Superintendent Bolson from Hartford County, as well as Superintendent Williams from Baltimore County. I think I got that right. That's everyone. Is there anyone else? Nope, I think that's everyone. And so, you know, we have decided to use every one of our board meetings to invite a stakeholder to allow them space to engage with the board on a wide variety of issues. And so today we wanted to invite PZAM, and so we thank them for coming in and to give their time, because it's not like they're busy, and so we really appreciate them coming in and taking a moment out of their day. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Patty Salins, Pinellas County Public School Superintendent and President of the Public School Superintendent Association of Maryland, fondly known as PZAM, for the 2022 school year. I'm very happy to be here, and I thank you for this opportunity to share comments for my colleagues. Our motto is one voice, one vision for Maryland students. Together, we unite as 24 districts to advocate for the successes of our students. A total of nearly 900,000 students pre-K to 12 with various needs in special education, English as a second language, and socioeconomic disadvantages. Believe it or not, PZAM has been going strong since September of 1954, providing a forum for the top educational leaders in the state of Maryland to speak with a unified voice on matters of mutual concern, to troubleshoot and seek to resolve concerns with state education policy, and to promote the highest possible delivery of public education. Because there's only 24 of us, we're a very tight-knit group and really depend on each other in support and expertise to run our school districts. We meet at least once a month, but last year, during the 2021 school year, facing the most difficult times in public education, we met weekly as a group with the state superintendent. So going from 12 meetings a year to about 60 over the course of an 18-month period. I can't imagine without my colleagues during that most recent challenges in education that we would be able to navigate this storm without each other. It would have been impossible. As the CEOs of our districts, we are extremely active in the state legislative level and provide invaluable on-the-ground information and resources for our elected officials. I would have to say that one of our best characteristics is that we really are great partners. We not only partner with our local school board teams, we also partner with our local governments and other state organizations, including a very lengthy list of relationships such as MABE, who I think you heard from last month, MSEA, two principals associations, MACO, the Maryland Association of Community Colleges, the University System of Maryland, CSUM, PSTAB, and many more. We have also increased our engagement with the MPSSAA in recent years, their work predicated on an MOU signed between MSDE, their organization, and all 24 superintendents since 2011. This group's board of control, which is also their governing board, is comprised of local athletic directors and representatives for the superintendents. We also formally participate in over 20 statewide advisory work groups and state commissions. This year, we took a leadership role in organizing the Blueprint work group that consists of 24 Blueprint coordinators and subcommittees aligned with each of the Blueprint policy areas and included representatives across the state. And I'd like to thank Mr. Choudhury's senior staff team, because we've been working very closely with them in efforts to navigate and implement the Blueprint in policy and in practice, so thank you. So that's basically PZAM as an organization in a very abbreviated version. But while I have the floor, I do want to take an opportunity to share a little bit more about superintendents in general. This pandemic has turned this amazing group of educational leaders into public health experts, emergency managers, primary service providers to families and communities for food, healthcare, and other social services. We've learned to navigate and acquire PPE, how to clean buildings to mitigate the spread of COVID. We've facilitated the delivery of millions of meals throughout the pandemic, providing testing sites, providing vaccination sites, and have become experts in contact tracing, all while trying to create a continuity of education for our students through the ebb and flow between virtual learning and face-to-face instruction. And we continue to address every new crisis and change that comes along as we ride out this pandemic. We are definitely ready to say goodbye to Omicron and COVID all the way around. While these titles and roles are not usually in the job description of a superintendent, each and every one of us has stepped up and done everything we can to keep our schools going every day and to keep our doors open and our children in seats while ensuring the health and safety and well-being of students, staff, and families. So where does this leave us? Struggling with learning loss, helping families and students cope with the trauma of COVID in their personal lives, and the disruption to their overall educational journey. We are all laser focused on providing educational opportunities we can to address learning loss, doubling down on the basics and tapping all possible resources to address the social and emotional needs of students and staff. Unfortunately, we know this is a marathon effort, and we will be dealing with this aftermath of COVID for many years to come. We've been using ESSER funds to provide services for students to address those social and emotional needs. We are implementing strong tutoring programs before, during, and after school. And believe it or not, we're already gearing up for rich summer opportunities for students. But please remember that we're also dealing with other disruptions such as social media threats and more aggressive behaviors in students at all grade bands. I'd also like to point out the difficulties and balance that we've had to do over the last 2 years, dealing with every new crisis and maintaining our role as educators and leaders and helping our staff and our teachers survive in the moment. We've been facing staffing shortages that have either threatened to close schools down or have closed schools down to virtual learning. Facing these daily crises leaves little bandwidth to talk about what's coming next week, let alone talking about steps needed to implement the revolutionary changes in the blueprint. It has taken all of our leadership skills to prop up our own leadership teams and boards to keep going every day, but to also focus on the future. However, I say to you that there is no stronger group of leaders to forge this recovery than the 24 superintendents in Maryland. Together, we have over 181 years of experience as superintendents, not including our time in the classroom, our time as principals and administrators, just as superintendents. This is an amazing resource that we offer to you and hope that you will call on us as you deliberate new education policies that affect daily life and instruction in our schools. We are very concerned about the turnover rate in superintendents. Across the nation, tenure of superintendents continues to fall. Unfortunately, we have a similar trend here right in Maryland. This upcoming school year, we will have a potential turnover in 8 districts. We all know the concept of supply and demand. Superintendents are leaving the profession at higher rates than ever before. This poses 2 problems. 1, are there qualified replacements? And 2, what institutional knowledge leaves when the rate of turnover is higher? The mean tenure of a superintendent is 5 to 6 years. The annual turnover rate in superintendents nationwide is between 14 and 16%. With potentially 8 of my colleagues leaving, that would put Maryland at nearly 38%, which is more than double the national average. As a point of reference, this year we have only 7 of the 24 superintendents that have served during the 2015-16 school year. We have had 47 different superintendents over the last 7 years. As an organization, we take this very seriously and have an informal program of training and support for our new superintendents. But we are about to embark on our own Aspiring Superintendents Academy, where we will grow our own pipeline of superintendents and school leaders over the next several years. We will recruit those that have the education and endorsements and provide practical training opportunities that you wouldn't get from a book. The Academy will focus on understanding the political nature of the position and how to navigate legislation, mandates, and to build community. While continuing to face the challenges that come with unfunded mandates, we have a laser focus on teacher certification and student CCR. Currently, each cohort of students has uniquely different expectations and requirements. Our individuality plays a role in how each of these challenges are addressed in each one of our districts. So we need your help. We need your help in coordinating the implementation of the blueprint with the AIB and the General Assembly. We need your help in addressing capital concerns, especially those with the implementation of pre-K blueprint mandates. We need your help in addressing teacher certification regulations. And most importantly, in real time, we need your help in standing hand by hand with us during the legislative season. But I think we're off to a really good start. We want you to know that we're here to support the board. So I ask each of you, what would the board like to hear from us? More formalized role in your monthly meetings? We'd certainly like to be more involved and build a stronger partnership. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to come before you and speak on behalf of PSAM and the superintendents, and look forward to a greater interaction in the near future.
Thank you, Dr. Salins. Let me open it up now for comments. We'll start first with Dr. Green. Do you have any comments, Dr. Green?
No, I don't. Thank
Okay. Mr. Bartley?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I like the idea of creating the pipeline to make sure that these positions are filled and that we have well-qualified people that can step in line to continue the continuity of learning for our children in Maryland. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll come to the into the room, the boardroom. Any comments, Ms. Howley?
I think that, oh, am I on?
Yep.
Okay, I think that the teachers union has effectively used the public comment time, and I'd invite members of your group to come, maybe a different superintendent each month for 3 minutes, and talk about what's happening in their district. I think it would be very helpful to the board, and I thank you very much for your presentation
Absolutely.
today.
Thank you for that.
Ms. McCusker?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I know that superintendents are facing incredible challenges right now, as is everybody in education. And as you're developing your pipeline, what is PSAM's thoughts on the shortages in across our education system? You know, we don't have enough bus drivers, teachers. You know, the pipeline for everybody. How do you envision? Do you guys have any thoughts on how we start to grow and develop these pipelines when we're already at what I think are probably critical shortages, given that we're closing schools because we don't have enough people and we can't get kids to school and such as that? What are some of PSAM's strategies to help us try to close that human gap that we currently have in schools?
Well, I think many of us are doing different things depending on the position, offering training and pay for bus drivers to get certified, helping them through the process. Also, as it relates to teachers, making sure that we're working with higher ed. And as it relates to like instructional assistants, trying to grow our own within. So if they're an instructional assistant, trying to help them to get the qualifications they need to get that pipeline to be a teacher. Certainly sharing strategies with each other. What works in one district may not work in another, or may work. So just trying to during those monthly meetings, we share out of the different things we're doing, but trying to attract salary-wise, as we know, is a blueprint initiative to get that base salary up. And that is concerning also, too, because the blueprint really does focus on just our certified staff members. And so, you know, that leaves out some of your support staff. And so trying to strategize and how do we increase their pay at that lower level. So I think a lot of different things to come together to try to address the shortages everywhere. We do have many districts have grow your own teachers. So that's why I'm saying we're trying to do more with grow your own within the other organizations such as food service, maybe secretarial and things like that.
Thank you, and I hope that we can find those ways to partner, because when you're, you know, seeing local shortages, that means that our state is not putting education forth the way that we want it to be, and we want it to be the greatest in the nation. But I do agree with you. It's going to take all of us working together and figuring out all of those ideas, putting them all together, and finding ways to shore up what is right now kind of a crisis situation. So thank you for everything you're doing. I know it is a thankless and difficult job right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. DeShiel?
Yes, I too want to thank you for being here today in a challenging time and for all that the superintendents are doing in our state for the kids of Maryland, and we appreciate it very much. I'm particularly pleased to hear you want to continue to look for other ways to form stronger partnerships with our state board, and I think that's a very important effort that all of us need to get behind and work so that we can have successful things talked about. And there are many, many successful things happening in our schools. And I hope that we will not let the pandemic define education entirely, because many, many good things are happening. So, as Ms. Haley suggested, you're coming perhaps when you can, other members, other superintendents who can come and share good stories about positive things that are happening in our educational system would be very helpful. So
Awesome. We
encourage
definitely
that.
have a lot of positive things going on, and so we would
Absolutely.
be happy to do that.
We can't let education be defined solely by this pandemic.
Yes,
We
sir,
have
I
to come
agree.
out of the pandemic with successful stories, and there are many of them, and any that you can share will be appreciated. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
General Sumter?
You touched on what I wanted to ask about the pipeline for the teachers at the local level. I guess it's been about 8 to 10 years that we've been looking at this.
At
Could
least.
you work with the state superintendent so that we can have a briefing one day on how that has succeeded, working with the local universities, the community colleges, and if for me, is the tenure, the length of time these teachers are staying, are they representative to the others that use the older traditional ways, and how the program is really working? Because I think it's been successful in rural areas, but I'd like to know how it is across the state.
Sure, we'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
We are, as I said, we partner with them, we meet with them usually a couple times a year, and would be happy to provide that information for the whole board.
Great. I thought it was a great idea when we started, and I'd just like to see if what I feel is really
yeah.
working.
And it's interesting because the teacher shortage shouldn't be a surprise to any of us. In Maryland, we've never been able to keep up with the demand of teachers. We've always sourced out to Pennsylvania, Jersey, and so we should have seen this coming kind of like a freight train, and I think it's been, couple it with the pandemic, it has made it a more significant crisis than it's ever been before, even more than I think we could predict. So
Thank you.
we'd be happy to provide that information for you.
Thank you. We look forward to finding ways to work with you. I think one of the immediate things that we definitely need your help on is with the strategic plan. I'm going to talk more about that coming up, but the success of the strategic plan is that Maryland owns the plan. This is not the plan owned by the department or the board, but Maryland owns the plan and is behind the plan. So I think helping us there, I was very encouraged with what you're doing with the academy. I've learned over the years, no organization is ever more effective than the quality of its leaders, so investing in the leaders is absolutely critical. The other thing we've been talking, Superintendent, and many of us have been talking about, with the severe staffing shortages nationwide in education and with other industries as well, is there an opportunity to perhaps think a little bit differently about how we educate children? And is there a way that we can experiment's the wrong word, but use a look at different strategies that recognize that maybe we're not going to be able to hire our way out of the shortage. Okay, if that's where we are, then can we consider perhaps doing things differently that would benefit our children? I know the department's been thinking about that and would love to have you and the superintendents engaged. Again, we're very open. Your ideas will, and we definitely will want to work with you to more formalize communication and engagement, I think, because it takes all of us pulling in the same direction to make a difference for our children. And again, thank you for your service, and the superintendents. I know it's been rough, and we appreciate everything that you're doing. You're keeping your focus on keeping the children safe. You're also, as Mr. DeShiel said, focused on educating children, and it's just extremely stressful, but we just want you to know that the board is aware and appreciates everything that you're doing to serve our children, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just want to just very quickly recognize Dr. Martha James, Commissioner with the Baltimore City Schools, former May past president. Welcome. We appreciate your taking time to be with us here today. We're going to now move to tab D, and that's the Enrollment and Attendance presentation. Superintendent Chaudhary?
President Crawford, can I shift to the school logistics and transmission rates first? Just because the guest that I have with attendance works, she had a schedule shift, so if I can do that first,
Absolutely.
if that's okay with the board's permission.
Absolutely. We'll go now to school logistics and transmission rates related to COVID-19 update, tab E.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to call up Mary Gable. So this is a presentation we've been giving on a monthly basis for a while now. This one will have some new sections that we're looking at. We'll be looking at testing, because there's a lot of talk about testing and opportunities. We'll also be looking at, as of today, it's a number that shifts, how many schools in our state are in a virtual state outside of their virtual learning program, right? They're in a virtual state as a result of, a temporary closure related to COVID impact. Not that's separate from the virtual program. So those are some things we'll look at, as well as some other things MDH has rolled out to support school systems as we navigate through the variant. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mary Gable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. Good morning, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Daschle, and members of the board, along with Mr. Chaudhary. We will begin and go through a number of items and get started. So as we have done before, this is data through January 25th, and as I have said before, we really try to update this data for you. So we are giving you data, some as recently as yesterday, but different data than you received in your packet. So you should have gotten a new PowerPoint this morning that matches the data that I will be showing. We'll be looking at vaccination, screening, and quarantine. As you know, we also pull data from MDH, and we pull data from the CDC. And then we are adding some new data today, as Mr. Chaudhary mentioned, on methodologies, how to shift, and federal guidance. So first, let's look at vaccinations. Vaccination requirements, this is pretty similar to what you've seen before. Requirement for all staff, you see the systems, 5 systems on your left, Anne Arundel, Baltimore City, you can review those. And then proof of vaccination is required of educators. Also, there are 6 local school systems in that category. COVID testing required for all staff, including educators, if not vaccinated. You can see this information in the past 2 slides is reported, self-reported by the local school systems, and those are 6 local school systems that have reported that they're doing that. Each month I share with you the percent of teachers who are vaccinated. I'd like to just go over the changes since the December 7th State Board meeting. The first one that's a change is Garrett County, that previously reported 75%, is now reporting 85%. Howard County previously 93 up to 94. Montgomery County reported last month that 80% of the 82% reported had been vaccinated. They are now reporting 95% of all staff. Prince George's County has gone up by 2 points, reporting from 88% to 90%. And St. Mary's reporting from previously 79% to 87%. Some of the data in the other systems, they may or may not continue to count and that information, but what you have is the most recent data that we have from those school systems. Next is on screening, testing, and contact tracing. And first, like to just go over the definitions that we're using. These are definitions. As Dr. Saling said, we are using and doing all kinds of things that we hadn't done before, and we're very used to the kinds of COVID testing. But just for the purpose of this presentation, I would just remind everyone, we're looking at 3 kinds. Diagnostic testing. These are definitions, by the way, from CDC. Diagnostic testing is a student comes in, an adult comes in, not feeling well, testing to determine what the situation is. And you can see these are for whether they're vaccinated or not vaccinated. Screening testing is a larger testing. It may be a percentage of students. It may be grades on a regular basis of some kind of testing to determine if there is any COVID exposure, if there's a situation where there is a positive test, positive students to prevent. And the last is test to stay, and that is perhaps an exposure, and there's a regular testing. It could be daily for 5 days. It could be every other day. As long as the test is negative, the student can stay in school. This is used in a variety of settings. So what's happening? As you know, we see reports all the time. All of us are looking at different times to get tested to make sure that we are negative. So there are COVID testing sites across the state of Maryland. You can go to the MDH website, as I'm sure you probably have done. You can put in your location, you can put in your zip code, you can put in other information, and it'll give you a map. On January 11th, the governor and MDH announced an opening of additional sites. This was as a result of Omicron, expanded hours, and also free walk-up without an appointment. We all know that many of them still require appointments, as we've all probably been there. But what is MDH doing? MDH has been working on COVID testing for well over a year and has been very supportive and offering to our local superintendents. Specifically since July of 2021, just this year, MDH and MSD have offered the opportunity to local school systems, and this is also to non-public schools, to participate in screening testing. Superintendents may reach out. This is in conjunction with the diagnostic testing, which you're going to find that most school systems are doing. Participating schools and school systems must complete an application. They can choose from a variety of the vendors that are out there available. And there are 5 bullets which identify what those testing vendor services will include. And so they provide support to the local school system on conducting, providing staff, transferring the tests to laboratories, communicating, and reporting results. This is information that was provided to us by the Maryland Department of Health, that as of January 6th, the COVID tests that have been conducted. Notice in the red is the screening program, as I just defined, and the diagnostic program, the different numbers. Screening program is offering not the point of care for screening, which is the rapid test, point of contact, but is the PCR and diagnostic, both the point of contact and the PCR test. CDC has recently announced providing 5 million POC point of care tests to schools nationwide. This is all operating through the Maryland Department of Health. States can select 5 local school systems every 2 weeks to receive those tests shipped out with priority given, and this is CDC requirement, to the most socially vulnerable students. So these are our students in need. 5 local school systems were already selected. They are Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Howard, Montgomery, Prince George's. That was a week ago on the 19th. Each of them received 12,000 of the point of care tests, point of contact, I keep saying point of care, I apologize. These are identified as systems as to enhance what MDH has been providing to school systems and help support additional tests to get to those that have been using the tests. This Wednesday, there will be another, so it's every 2 weeks. The next time we can select, MDH has already started identifying local school systems to submit so that they also will get the tests. The CDC will provide Maryland information, and when we put this in, we did not have a confirmation, but we have had a confirmation that it is 12,000 for each of them. The point of contact is, I've given Meredith's name and her email address so that any superintendent can reach out to Meredith. I reach out to her all the time and talk to her. I've been working with her for over a year. Is very helpful, very responsive, and very, very interested in supporting local superintendents. So what are the school systems able to do? These are self-reported pieces of information. There are 4 local school systems identifying that they are doing tests to stay in schools. These would be on a particular student or students or staff testing on a regular basis, and as long as it's negative, remain. That's Baltimore City, Montgomery, Talbot, and Worcester. Local school systems conducting weekly testing. This is screening testing of some sort. You can see that the 6 school systems that have identified there, some of them are all grades, some of them, for example, Prince George's is a particular percent of grades. Notice that a number of the school systems identify voluntary, which means that in order to test, they're looking for permission, and it's on a voluntary basis. So what are the testing models that are being used? I just want to make a note. When we collect this information, these are school systems that are identifying that they are doing this particular type of testing. If the system is on the previous page, doesn't mean they're not doing, because they have identified screening. So the systems that identified that they're using a centralized testing site are Allegheny and Carroll County. There are a number of school systems that are saying we are testing athletes, we are testing students in drama or clubs, etc. And those are Anne Arundel, Baltimore County, Hartford, Howard, Kent, Prince George's, Somerset, Talbot, and Wacomico. Diagnostic testing is, as I mentioned before, screening testing is on top of the diagnostic testing, and I won't read them, but you can see before you school systems that are giving diagnostic testing. Student comes into the health room, they're testing. Testing through local health departments or wellness centers, Calvert and Caroline have that particular model. And then systems that represent that they are testing voluntarily in various formats are listed for you below. So what are the factors when we ask? So if you are not testing, what is preventing that testing? What's happening in your school system that would prevent that? Generally, as we collected these for the different questions, one is obtaining parent or guardian consent and family reluctance to test from a parent perspective, sufficient staffing, testing availability, and as you know, the different things that have just been mentioned, the different additional tests that are available may assist with that, resources, managing the volume, and overall sustainability have been mentioned as reasons. So let's look at the quarantine and COVID-19 data. The interim K-12, there was some, I think, confusion about some of the testing and the quarantining. So updated guidance was provided by MSDE and MDH to all local school systems. And important points of that, and that I think Mr. Chaudhary shared with the board members, and it's posted on our website, that all persons who test positive should stay home for COVID-19, regardless of vaccination status, should stay home for at least 5 full days from the date of symptom onset. Vaccinated persons, if exposed, do not need to quarantine if exposed to someone with COVID-19, provided, and there's many more details on that. And unvaccinated persons or those who have not received boosters should quarantine for at least 5 days if exposed to someone with COVID-19. Notice the 5 days is the important piece because that's a reduction. When we first started, it was 14 days, 10 days, 7 days with the test at the 5 days. So we have a decrease in the number of days. So what about the data? This is data that we are collecting from the local school systems, and the number that you see on this is the last date we could collect this was January 19th. The reason is we collect this date. We ask the school systems to update our survey every Wednesday. And so we collect that data. Some of them need Thursday or Friday. You can see the number of staff quarantine. These are progressions between the previous date. So between December 7th and January 19th, for example, Allegheny had 63 quarantines, and you can review those numbers. You see, not surprisingly, an increase in quarantines between that time. Student quarantines, we have been reporting for you the percent of the enrollment. Again, if you look at December 7th to January 19th, the increased percentage of students who have been quarantined. I have better news later. So some of this news is not the greatest. When we look at the number of quarantines, we will have some better news later. So you can see that percentage and the number that have been quarantined. We're also collecting staff COVID tests, and you can see before you the staff COVID cases, not COVID tests, the number of staff COVID cases since December 7th. You can see in the January 19th. Some have significant increases. All of them have increases in that area. Student COVID cases and the progressions by local school system, again, the percentages are provided for you. You can see that those percentages have increased since our previous October 26th, November 16th, December 7th, pretty much consistently in the percentages, and we had the update in January, from January 19th. So what are the quarantine practices? So what happens to us is I must say it's always a moving target. We may be collecting data on a particular day, and a day or two later, there may be new guidance out. So we've got data, and there's new guidance, and we're trying always to play catch up. We're collecting the surveys, we're reaching out through emails, we're making phone calls to local school systems. And I have to say the school systems have been tremendously cooperative. They have staff who are responsible for collecting this, and they're very responsive to all the questions that we have and the nudging that we have. But 17 of the local school systems are saying that they are now using the 5-day, the new CDC, which I mentioned in a previous slide. And you can see the school systems that are there. 6 of the school systems are doing multiple quarantine practices. They may be using 5 days, they may be using 7, they may be using 10. And Washington County reports no quarantine when properly masked at exposure. So what's our positivity rate, 7-day moving average, and community transmission levels? By the way, this data is now coming from MDH or CDC. Previous data was self-reported from our local school systems. And I will say they also work very closely with their local health departments and MDH to get that information. So where are we? Here's where we can start seeing some positive news. And you're hearing it on the radio, you're hearing it on TV, you're reading about it, and you're tracking it yourselves.
You might want to clarify what you mean by positive news.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. Good news, which is the numbers are going down. Thanks. So let's look at the statewide. Statewide topped out on January 7th with 29.3% for a daily positivity rate. Again, this is data from MDH. From January 7th, January 14th, it went down to 22.9. Mr. Chaudhary, last thing we showed him on Friday, the data, but we noticed that it went down again yesterday, so we're reporting yesterday's data, which we gave him last evening, to overall 14.8. So you can take a look across the board at the local school systems. Any particular system, Baltimore County, 30 to 30.9 on January 7th to 22.6 to 12.2. Prince George's County, their height at December 31st of 35.3. We know they did close or went to virtual, but on January 23rd, they're at 11.7. So a big decrease. Some are slighter than others, but what we are looking for is news of going down, and we hope that that continues. So visually, just as you, especially when you're looking at a particular school system, particular county as to where you are, you can see those spikes. You can see how high that it did go, and hopefully those numbers are going down, and we'll continue in that direction, and we'll continue to track it for you. This is the 7-day moving average rate per 100,000. Again, this is not by school system. This is by the whole county, the state, or the city. The 100,000 rate at statewide topped out on January 7th at 206. January 23rd, yesterday, it's 75.8. So we're below what it was on December 24th, not as low as we were on December 17th. Again, you can take a look at some of the big moves. I mentioned Prince George's before. December 31st was 207, down to 63.3. And you can take a look at the other jurisdictions as the data reported on the MDH website. Visually, again, we like to provide that information to you so that you can see where they are. So this is CDC data. That is the level of community transmission over the past 7 days. Unfortunately, we have not yet gone back to what it was before the holidays. December 23rd, we had some 1, 2, 3 moderates, 4 substantials, and the rest high. Right now, since December 30th, all of the communities continue to be at the high rate. And this slide is just another visual of the previous slide. The number of the number of jurisdictions, and you can see them across the board. So we're hoping to have some changes in that ultimately. Another piece of data that we have added a few reports ago, and that is statewide hospitalizations. So also of concern, on January 7th, statewide hospitalizations were topping out, but we are glad to see that reporting that adult acute beds are down to 1,851, not as low as we were. And ICU beds are down, pediatric ICU beds are the same on the 23rd of January as they were on the 14th of January. Total beds are down and reported for you. You can see this visually where we did peak in the early January, and the end of January, we are decreasing some with the statewide hospitalizations, and we'll continue to follow that for you. So what are the local school systems doing for instructional modes and methodologies? And we're reporting this as of January 18th. What causes the system to go to look into for a consideration of moving a school to virtual? First of all, the definitions of outbreak as of the start of 2022, January 2nd, the definitions have changed. So rather than 5 or more, it is 3 or more laboratory confirmed COVID-19 cases, rather than, and school-wide is 5 or more classrooms or cohorts. MDH, we realize, and as you probably know, we certainly hear from the public. Mr. Chaudhary gets lots of outreach from the public. We get questions that come from the governor's office, and we try very hard to respond to those. We were asked a lot about these automatic triggers, and are there automatic triggers? And some of the school systems were using automatic triggers, and we're also saying that that was the recommendation. For clarification, MDH issued on January 6th that Maryland does not recommend any automatic trigger or threshold for suspension of in-person learning. School outbreaks, they explained, should be considered as parameters to help administrators make decisions. It should not be, declaration of an outbreak should not be an automatic trigger for the suspension of in-school learning. Decisions should be made in consultation between the school system and the local health department. And of course, MDH stressed that they are encouraging suspension of in-person learning should be considered only as a last option. So what are the school systems using? Number one, as of today, no, and this was as of the 21st, but I haven't heard anything today, that no local school systems are currently on a fully virtual instructional mode on a system-wide basis. They are adopting methodologies, they're looking at them, they're not all the same, but they're looking at all of the data, they're looking at their rates, they're looking at teacher availability, they're looking at all those different considerations. MSDE has identified 6 school systems as examples of what they're using. The factors that are referenced in the local school system methodologies, as I mentioned, they're looking at positivity rates of students and staff. 3, in fact, local school systems refer to the 5% positivity rate as a consideration. Staff absences, we heard about that this morning, about do we have teachers, do we have substitutes? Student attendance and attendance rate, and the ability to conduct COVID-19 testing or high testing demand. In particular, Baltimore County explained that they would consider shifting if 5% or more unrelated test positive. Other factors include, and you can see those factors, I mentioned them in the previous slide, number of staff testing positive, students testing positive, quarantine, and any other available information. Frederick County also is considering these options. Notice, and in this case, average attendance at the school falls below 89% based on a 7-day rolling average, or the staff positive case rate is greater than 5%. Montgomery County really revised there just recently to consider student attendance rate at a 3-day average, staff absences also at a 3-day absence average, bus routes, what bus routes are affected, and we're seeing that. I get tweets from the county in which I live on the bus routes that are impacted. COVID-19 cases, and they have feedback from a multi-stakeholder group from the school community. Individual school systems. As of January 21st, we are now tracking these school systems. We're going onto websites. We're looking at Twitter. We're gathering data. We're calling systems. But as of the 21st, which was Friday when we collected this, again, no school system was fully virtual at all. Anne Arundel County on the 21st had 6 schools that had gone virtual based on the consideration of the data that they had. That impacted approximately 2,295 students. They had 1 school that were grades 6 to 8 only, with approximately 240 students. I wonder if that's we're good. Baltimore City had 3 schools with approximately 870 students. Baltimore County had 3 schools with approximately 25 students. And Montgomery County had 16 schools with approximately 12,370 students, with approximately 18,100 students that were impacted on that day. This is different. In some schools, they may be virtual for 5 days. They may be 10 days. That's a decision of the superintendent. And so we are looking at the day in which we collect that data. And I think that is it. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gable. We're going to start here in the boardroom, and then we will go to our online participants. We'll start with Mr. Bakum, and then Ms. McCusker, Ms. Howley.
Thank you for the very informative presentation, Ms. Sable. Really appreciate it. I was particularly interested within why more school systems are not implementing the test to stay policies. Have any superintendents reached out or commented as to why their districts are not implementing that?
I think that the answer to that is in the slide where I gave you. So we asked for each question we asked what is the reason for not doing it, and pretty much the answers were consistent. And so it is availability, it's resources, it would be approval from parents. So I think those 5 or 6 items, I can go back to the slide, is the reason. And they're also looking at the whole picture of what they are offering.
Would you say that school districts have adequate supplies of testing available?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Would you say that school districts have adequate supplies of testing available?
So that's really a good question. I think that there are, so number one, we know that from the president just recently provided testing and test sites, and the governor has increased test sites. The information that I provided you on the 12,000 for the 5 school systems, that was from the CDC. So there are many initiatives going on at the federal and local level to try to get as many tests available to the schools. There are, and in my conversation with MDH just the other day, there are some school systems that are making requests to MDH for tests which they can meet. Some school systems, Montgomery, for example, is doing massive testing, and they cannot always meet that request for that number, which is one of the reasons Montgomery was on that first list for the CDC.
I know that definitely is a personal concern of mine, is that I really want to see healthy kids still stay in school, and testing is the key and solution to that, along with all the other multi-stage, layered preventative measures we have. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Certainly welcome.
There we go. Good morning, Ms. Gable. How are you?
I'm good.
I also wanted to follow up with what Mr. Bakum was speaking about when we're talking about, do we have the supply to meet the demand, and not just in testing, but looking at some of these centralized testing sites. That also requires a component of human resources to give the tests at the site, and so do we have any information about how well some of those centralized sites are keeping up with demand? I know you're seeing stories all over the place of families that are searching far and wide, even in some of these places that have centralized testing sites, and at the height of Omicron couldn't find a test anywhere. They're going all over the state looking for PCR tests. So I just wanted to point out that I don't think it's just a testing supply issue, which is now being addressed on the federal and state levels, but I think it's also a human resources issue. You can have 12,000 tests sitting at your facility, but if you only have 3 human beings to administer those tests, then we're really not going to make the headway that we need to make, although I think it's great that we are getting an extra supply of tests, but I do want to point out that there is a human being demand that we may not be keeping up with. And as well as when we talked about some of the limiting factors with managing the volume of cases and having sufficient staffing, a lot of these efforts are happening in the school buildings with principals and assistant principals and teachers running around and managing these contact tracing efforts, which is taking away from other tasks that they would do, which would normally improve the education and preparation of education for students. So it really is, from a human resources standpoint, sucking at the very things and the very heart of what people in buildings are supposed to be doing in trying to keep up with this testing demand. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's not just the actual test, it's the people. And I did have a couple of clarifying questions, and I know that my slides are off because you added a slide, and I have my notes on my old deck from home.
We did add a slide, sorry.
And I really appreciate that you're giving me percentages on the student numbers. Could we also, and I know you're already slammed, but can we get the percentages on the staff quarantines too? Because I think that it's really important for us to know what percentage of staff is not available to be providing services in school. There's a lot of talk about staffing shortages and schools having to possibly close or go virtual because of staffing issues, and I'd really like to see where those percentages lie so we can, it's hard to tell from just a number. So if we can add that, that would be great. I know it's an extra step, but I would appreciate that.
So I do want to just respond to that. In some cases, we're getting staffing at the whole system level, and other cases, we're getting staffing that are teachers. So original.
So we're not getting apples to apples in the original data?
We ask for teachers, in the case, but they can't always differentiate. And so when we get staffing, we'd have to clarify whether they're talking about a whole system.
Okay.
Because if they have, obviously, many of the, as you know, school systems are pulling central office folks, right?
Yes.
And so they're looking at across the board.
Right.
If we look just at schools, so we'll have to talk with Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think personally I was thinking not just teachers, I was thinking of overall staff, because we're talking about staffing that affects transportation, delivery of lunch, not only instructional delivery.
Yeah.
So an overall look at what percentage of staff I think is what I was thinking, but if they're not reporting it that way, then I understand that's going to limit what you are able to present. So that, if that's something. And I did have one other question, and then I promise I'll leave you alone. When we talked about quarantine practices, and there's new numbers, but the counties that are using the CDC guidance, and we have the ones that are specifying 10 days or 7 days, one that says no quarantine when properly masked, and you have the combined multiple quarantine, and you touched on what that means. I'm a little confused by what you mean by multiple quarantine practices. Do you mean that they aren't consistent in what they're doing with quarantine? Do you mean that there's different tiers of, can you be a little more specific?
I think to answer your question, it's not that they're not consistent. They're consistent with the methodology that they've determined. I don't have that information for each of them and how they said they were doing, but we asked the question, and then we went back, because when we were asking the question, it was first, are you quarantining for 14 days? Are you quarantining for 10 days? Or 7 days with a test at 5 days? That's where we were in the model. Then as we were collecting, CDC changed. So MDH, MSDE changed the guidance. And what we gathered, which I don't have, but we could take a look at, is these specific details. So they have identified, this is what we're doing. And so they're very consistent in what they're doing, but it's not a strict, we're using the 5-day, that's what we're doing. They may be using the 5-day, and they're using a 10-day, and they're using a 14-day.
Depending on different factors like vaccination status and mask situations, unmasked situation, and all that stuff. Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you, I appreciate that.
Certainly.
Ms. Alley?
Thank you, Ms. Gable. I just had a clarifying question. So we heard this morning from some public comments about Prince George's County closing virtual schools. And it seemed to me that they were talking about both when the school had closed because of caseloads and also those who had elected to do virtual schooling from the beginning of the year. I just need clarification. Am I understanding that correctly?
So they haven't closed their virtual programming. We have to go back to the fall. Prince George's, at a very game time decision leading up to the launch of the school year, decided to just open up a lot of virtual opportunities at the elementary level with a lot of concurrent teaching. This was separate from their virtual programming, and the expectation was always to wind down in December. And so that's what happened. So those elementary numbers were concurrent teaching that no one should have to do going forward, frankly. That because of a lot of fears, and they were worried about attendance and such, they put aside even whether or not the students were academically be able to handle it, but they went ahead and did it. And so the idea was to sunset that. So that's what happened. But their virtual programming still continues, and they can add or grow to that, and we'll present what the results look like going through the first term. But that's what that was. And so that's the recent tension right now in the system, where families want that to continue, and Prince George's is choosing to come back. Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Dr. Millie McCarthy?
Hi, I just have a very quick thank you. This is compiled so beautifully. It's very easy to understand, and it really helps give a sense of what's going on globally in the state and what's going on in each district. So I thank you for the way this is prepared in the format.
Good,
Very helpful. Thank you.
There are a number of folks working on that behind me.
Ms. Chang?
Thank you so much for all this hard work with a lot of data and updates. I really appreciate it. But in terms of the some obstacle about testing, disregarded diagnostic or screening or test to stay, they mentioned about the consent issue, the insufficient staffing. And I know that National Guard has deployed to different states, boost up some of the testing centers in different counties. I think those are the information should be readily available to be shared to the schools. And the other thing is about testing, that I noticed that in the slides, it says when the student have symptoms, it will be performing diagnostic testing. But where is the location and the timing? Is it before I, as a parent, send my student to school, I have to test it because, hey, little Johnny doesn't feeling good, or around there a little bit of feeling warm, or have some coughing. Do they do it at home prior to put them on the school bus or take them to school?
We certainly hope that they're doing it at home and they're keeping the child home. So the first piece of guidance request is if your son or daughter is not feeling well, running a fever, keep them home. So that's the first thing. But we all know that have been in schools feeling fine. I had 2 boys, send them to school, everything's good. I'm a high school principal and I get a call and somebody's in the health room, and so this is so hopefully parents are keeping the child home if they're ill, but a child may in the middle of the day develop a fever, and so it's for that circumstance, not send your child to school not feeling well and we'll test them. It's what happens during the day.
Yeah, so if it's before that, the parents are very kind of on top of their students,
hope
so
so.
they would perform or keep the student at home. But after they send a student who is feeling well, but then all of a sudden develop some symptom, then the school be on the side testing the student using the diagnostic testing?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of it.
Would the student be tested at school?
The student could be tested at school. The student goes to the health room because they don't feel well. And if they are administering diagnostic testing, they could do that with parent permission.
Okay, good. Yeah,
Certainly. And then it's going to be the POC test. So it'll be a quick test. And That's also a resource issue. So if you have which is why the tests that were requested were all point-of-care tests, the rapid tests. Let's get it in, get it done, because it doesn't have that extra step of gathering the specimens and sending them out. And so they bring it in, administer it, and then they know within 15.
Okay, I just tried to kind of understand a little bit of logistics, since a couple of counties do have vendors and doing all this entire package for them.
That's correct.
So in terms of if I identify a student who would have developed a symptom, how would this chain of student be moved from one place to another and to get to the right testing and be sent home, such as such?
So the schools have to have spaces identified, spaces in their building where they would not have a child who was a potential with COVID, so that there are places in terms of how they design their health rooms, or how they utilize their spaces, or what kind of other places in the building that they would use in order that they're not exposing someone to others. And so each of the schools, and we have a school nurse in my division who works with school health services throughout the state, meets with them regularly to determine what those practices and procedures are in order to bring a student in, get the student to the health room, get the student tested. So, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions here. Mr. Bartley, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I appreciate the in-depth presentation and the statistics. You did such an effective job. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Green? That's right, she had to step away. She will be back in a little bit. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Gable. We really appreciate that. What I'm going to do is take a quick 5-minute break, and then we come back. We come to tab D. When we come back, I guess we're ready. So let's take a 5-minute break and then come back. Tab D, Enrollment and Attendance. We'll give, it's necessary, a minute to dial our board members back in. Okay. All right, Superintendent Choda, we're now at tab D, Enrollment and Attendance.
Oh, there we go. Let's see.
So darling.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Yes? Yeah.
All righty.
I think we're good. All right. Thank you very much. We are rolling out we started in November with an early preview of how the fall assessment results were. And as the data gets further refined and cleaned up, we are bringing you additional packets of data and analysis. So today's focus will be on attendance and enrollment. And so that's Chandra Hazlett is here to present that. We also invited a national organization who is well regarded on the issue of attendance. They're called Attendance Works. They work closely with districts and school systems and states to refine policies and practices and provide technical assistance and resources. And so we also provided you one of their recent publications as part of Tab D. It's an attendance playbook. And it's not just a bunch of wonky policy, it's actually tangible things that districts can do to turn the tide on attendance. And so we also have their CEO with us logged in, since we can now do hybrid all the way from California. And so Chandra will lead the presentation, and we'll shift to some slides to present from Attendance Works as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. Good morning, board members. So I'll just jump right into the presentation. I want to make sure we have time for our invited guests at the end. Two main topics that we're going to be talking about: enrollment data. This is data that we just collected 9/30 of this year, so it is hot off the press. Then we'll talk about attendance data, and this is 2021 data. This is from last year. And then ending with our guest speaker. So just real quick, enrollment refers to whether a student's name was, is, or will be officially registered on the roll of a school or schools. We have some state laws around enrollment. Students or children aged 5 years old and older and under 21 are admitted free of charge. Each child attends a public school in the county where the child lives. And we collect this information as of 9/30 or the closest weekday, and this date is in state law. So a few national perspective. Pretty much the nation's public schools in 2021 lost more than 1 million students, partly due to the pandemic and the widespread shuttering of in-person learning. During the pandemic, every state in the nation saw a dip in enrollment. Most of the nation's enrollment drop took place in the early grades. And so now we saw that last year with enrollment. So if we look at where we are today, we are pretty much the same as what we were in 2021. 881,471 students. And just looking at the trend, from the beginning in 2011, it's a 3% increase over time, but we do see a negative 3% drop from the peak in pre-pandemic in 2020. So just taking a look at the enrollment by grade spans, at the top you see elementary still has a drop in enrollment. Middle school also is seeing a drop. High school is largely unaffected, not as much due to the pandemic. And just pulling out kindergarten and pre-kindergarten at the bottom as far as the data points. But I also wanted to provide this snippet in regards to what is going on by grade. So the blue bars is pre-pandemic. The gray bars in the middle is the 2021, so the 2021 school year. And the red is what we're seeing that we just collected this fall. And what you see is that pretty much nearly every grade except the high school grade saw a dip from pre-pandemic to the 2021 school year. But if we look at the fall, what we're seeing is that we see a pretty large uptick in grade 9, as well as an uptick in students in pre-K and kindergarten. So we are starting to see the younger grades coming back, and we're seeing the ninth graders coming back. I wanted to provide some data on race ethnicity. This provides just a look at the demographics over time. So you can see that the white students have been dropping over time. African Americans have stayed fairly consistent. Hispanics are going up. And then you have the two or more and Asian, American Indian, Hawaiian, Pacific at the bottom. We have lower populations of those students. They're pretty flat when you look at the trend over time. There is some bump in regards to what happened over the past 2 years. Hispanic students seem to be coming back. African American and white still seem to be dropping. Looking at student groups, we have students eligible for free and reduced meals at the top. We've already talked about at a prior board meeting the challenges with that data. And so we rolled out the new measure economically disadvantaged, which is in I guess it's almost red, I guess, dark red, where we are seeing an uptick over the past 3 years. Students with disabilities and English learners have remained pretty consistent. So a lot of folks ask where are students going. So this is a look at private students enrollment. We do a voluntary non-public school enrollment. We are still collecting this year's data, but we did see that there was a drop in 2021. So they're not necessarily going to the private schools. They also saw some drops in their enrollment. But we are seeing an uptick in homeschooled students. So that is where we're seeing some of our students going instead of the public schools. So before I go on to attendance, which is the next major topic, I just wanted to let you know that we do an enrollment publications. We've been doing it for over 20 years. So there is data available out there for the public by local school system, by grade, so that all that data is publicly available. So turning to attendance. Attendance refers to a student's presence or absence in an instructional program approved by the state, district, and our school. Oops, clicked the wrong button. So basically there are some state laws around this. It actually isn't defined in COMAR. It means that a student is present at school on a regular school day and includes participation in school-sponsored activities. Compulsory attendance is for each child who resides in the state, is 5 years old or older, and under 18 shall attend. So we have that recently moved in the past, I think, 5 years from 16 to 18. There is also the student attendance policy, which is a requirement in state law that each local school system develops a student attendance policy, which includes a record of daily attendance. We do collect the snapshot data 3 times a year in September, spring, and end of the school year. So looking at the attendance rate, which is some states refer to as average daily attendance, we have seen a drop when you look at the trend from down to 92.5% after the last school year. I did add 2 additional slides, which are specific to gender. It actually was fairly consistent when you looked at females and males, but you did see the differences in last year in regards to males having a lower attendance rate than females. Looking at race and ethnicity, different student groups were impacted they were impacted differently. So you had the Asians and whites, which actually saw an increase in attendance rate. We saw Hispanics and African Americans having lower attendance rates over the past 3 years, or this year in comparison to pre-pandemic. Special service groups, all student groups were impacted. We saw a dip in all the attendance rates. So this is a mobility rate, which is we look at whether students move after that 9/30 enrollment snapshot or enrollment census data point. We have seen a drop, which is noteworthy. Families either are not moving or they are just remaining in remote education. Folks probably remember that last year was primarily remote. Habitual truance is another data point that we publish. This is defined in state law. It is a student who's unlawfully absent from school for more than 8 days in any quarter, 15 days in any semester, or 20 days in a school year. State law specifically requires local education agencies to develop a system of active intervention for truant students, and we do publish this data as well. We did see an uptick in habitual truants last year. I provided this information by student groups and race and ethnicity. Pretty much every student group saw an uptick in habitual truant, with more African Americans, Hispanics having more students habitually truant than previous years. Special service groups, economically disadvantaged, free and reduced, they were all impacted. So there were quite a few more students that were habitually truant in 2021. So turning to chronic absenteeism rate, this is the definition is students who are chronically absent when they are absent 10% or more of the school days while they are enrolled at that school. I provide an example. So if they are enrolled for 30 days and they were absent for 3 of those, they are considered chronically absent. I do want to just note that in 2020, there appeared to be a dip in the chronic absenteeism rate. I do want to make note that we closed all of our schools in the 1920 school year, so this is a partial year data point. It actually looks at chronic absenteeism from September to March is when we closed the schools. But we have seen an uptick in the 2021 school year to 22.4%. I provide an additional slide by gender. There was a difference, particularly when looking over time. More males were chronically absent than females. So this is looking specifically at the race, ethnicity, and the special service groups. And this is looking at pre-pandemic to what we saw last year. And so the blue bar is the 18-19 school year, and the red bar is the 2021 school year. And pretty much the typical, what you would expect in some ways, student groups that saw an increase were the American Indians, African Americans, Hispanic, and 2 or more races all saw an increase in chronic absenteeism compared to pre-pandemic levels. Special service groups, every single student group was impacted. More students were chronically absent. So that's a real quick view of some of the new data that we have rolled out for the public and for you. Just providing some national perspective as we consider the school year that we're in. In-person schooling is back this school year, but fewer students than normal are regularly attending class, according to emerging data that we are currently still hearing. More students are missing out on instruction after many fell behind last year. Disruptions to learning are not over. Student attendance rates lag behind pre-pandemic levels. Reports of chronic absenteeism have increased since before the pandemic, which we saw in our data. Low-income students are 1.6 times more likely to be missing multiple days of school than their high-income peers. This is based on national data. And also based on historical links between chronic absenteeism and graduation. 1.7 million to 3.3 million 8th to 12th grade students could drop out of school due to the pandemic without coordinated efforts to re-engage them in learning. And so it's that last bullet, which is why we particularly wanted to bring our guest speaker here to speak to you in regards to things that work around addressing chronic absenteeism in schools. And so with that, I have my technical support here that's going to help me. Oh, yes. So this is Hetty Chang.
You should have the slides.
Yes, so there is a whole presentation, thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. There is a presentation copy from Attendance Works that's in your folder. And this is Hetty Cheng that will be presenting to you today.
Greetings. Thank you so much. It is truly an honor to be here. Superintendent Chaudhary, saying that we're not just policy wonks makes my day. In any case, Attendance Works, we really advance student success and narrow equity gaps by reducing chronic absence. We work throughout the country, so I am calling in here from California. We do have staff that are Maryland-based, and Maryland is one of a handful of states in which we work in more depth. So why don't we go to the slides?
Is it the wrong one? Oh, that one, yes. This is my, oh, sorry, Hetty, we actually need to pull up yours.
Okay.
There we go. Yep,
Thank you so much.
there we go.
So let me start by taking some of the national data. This is actually from the same source that was just cited earlier about the increased risk of dropout. This is from McKinsey. What they did, because we don't have national data yet available, is they used parent surveys to get a sense of what was happening. And they surveyed in November to look, and they also had an earlier survey in the prior year. And what they saw is parent reports on chronic absence suggests that chronic absence is increasing almost threefold, 2.7. And this is, again, data looking at pre-pandemic, last year, and then the first couple of months this school year before Omicron hit. What you see is that chronic absence is increasing at higher rates for low-income students who already had higher levels of chronic absence. And actually, you see some interesting patterns of, if you might call, recovery among the kids who are from families that make $100,000 and more. So we are really seeing an exacerbation of the inequities that existed prior to the pandemic. Next slide, please. Let me just give a couple overarching frames for how you can think about what it takes to reduce chronic absence that held true before the pandemic and still continue to hold true during the pandemic. We know that absenteeism is a sign that positive conditions for learning might be missing. These are physical, emotional, health, and safety, and certainly that is a challenge today more than ever. Whether kids have a sense of belonging, connection, support. If they do, they're more likely to come to school. Do they feel academic challenge and engagement? And are they surrounded by adults and students who have emotional competence? And we're actually talking about that more broadly as well-being. Next slide, please. What we know helps to put in place those positive conditions of learning is taking a multi-tiered support that really begins with prevention and a deep investment in whole school foundational supports. And as the superintendent mentioned, there is an attendance playbook that gives you examples of what does tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 look like. But all of this is built upon a strong foundation of whole school supports. Next slide, please. These are supports that aren't necessarily about attendance, but when they don't exist, attendance suffers. Again, whether you have a healthy learning environment, whether you have enrichment activities and clubs, whether you have positive relationships between your students and your teachers, whether you have your traditions and celebrations, whether you have those mechanisms like advisories to ensure you've built in those positive relationships, whether you have access to food and other basic needs. That's why things like your community schools initiative are so important. We have seen, though, that during the pandemic, many of these building blocks have been eroded or weakened, especially when you see the enormity of absenteeism that is happening now. And in order to address that absenteeism, you actually have to deepen your investments in these foundational supports, because the other supports that are more individualized, more personalized, don't work well if when kids come to school, it's not a place where they want to be. Next slide. At a systems level, we found these key ingredients make a huge difference. You have shared accountability, and that's what you all have put in place too. You got to build capacity, but you're building capacity for folks to use to use actionable data to promote positive engagement, often through this tiered support, and then use strategic partnerships, because schools alone can't do all of this, to ensure you have the resources that you need in place, and as a state, you're investing in adequate and equitable resources to make sure that every school, regardless of poverty level, has the resources they need to make sure that kids can be in school, thrive, and learn, and chronic absence being a sign that that is not happening. Next slide. We've seen that states can put in place also kind of tiered support where you ensure state support, universal supports to all districts, and then you add in deeper levels of capacity building, maybe through a peer learning network, maybe through district diagnostics, to those with higher levels of chronic absence, and then those in the lowest performing schools might need much more intensive supports. Next slide. And I am going to talk to you about Connecticut, and I'll show some data later why we think Connecticut, which is also another state that we work with very closely, is such an important example. They actually started their journey on chronic absence and addressing it years before the pandemic. In 2013, they published attendance guidance. Especially important, in 2015, they established a public law that required schools and districts with higher levels of chronic absence to establish attendance teams and put in place plans to address that attendance, the poor attendance. They published their data on an interactive portal, making it easy for anyone to see. They produced a prevention and early intervention guide that clearly outlines how you can take a multi-tiered system of support. And then they've begun to invest deeply in capacity building. Next slide. They have a cross-agency work group across their departments in the state agency to help support this work and make sure it gets infused in across all their divisions. They use virtual means. Their Talk Tuesdays, they used to be in person, but they now, everything's virtual, to discuss problems of practice, to make information broadly available. These capacity building supports, which also include a particular focus on student groups that they see as extremely challenged, have been really important. Next slide. And what you saw in Connecticut over this sort of 4 or 5 year period was a shift in how many schools had low or high levels of chronic absence. So if you had low levels of chronic absence, that meant that less than 5% of your students in your school were chronically absent. And you had high levels of chronic absence. That was the 20 to 30, and extreme is over 30%. And what you can see in Connecticut was a huge shift over time to many more of their schools having much smaller percentages or numbers of kids who are chronically absent. Next slide. This is Maryland's data at that same period of time, where what you see is actually some growth in the extreme and high levels of chronic absence and a reduction in the number of schools with lower levels of chronic absence. Next slide, please. And what I also want to emphasize is that work, that systemic approach that Connecticut had in place really ensured that they were equipped to take on, to respond during COVID-19 in some really interesting ways. They, by the way, chose as a state, and I realize Maryland has not made this decision, to create a more of a standard definition of attendance at the state level because they wanted to be able to ensure they were comparing things. And they had created that standard definition before COVID, and then when COVID came in, they made sure that they also used that for defining when kids were showing up during remote learning. So whether you were in person or remote, you had to be showing up for at least half the day. If it was remote, there were a variety of ways you could meet that half-day threshold. They started collecting data, attendance data monthly versus annually so that they could monitor reports over time. They used that also to correct data, and they really were able to create a team that could look at and review the data and look at best practices and figure out how they can inform their virtual learning communities. Next slide. Their data from last year, which they actually, each day of attendance was coded by whether it was virtual or whether it was in person. The blue line at the top is kids who were 75% of the year in remote virtual learning. The dark blue line at the bottom is the kids who were 75% still in person because they were still doing a fair amount of in-person learning in some places. And then they had, but the vast majority of kids were still remote for parts of the year. Then the green line is kids who are in a mix. And what you see is much higher levels of chronic absence in remote learning. And you can also see that 9th grade spike last year. Next slide. And when you take this and unpack it by ethnicity, you see that dropout, that challenges are really concentrated in their African American and Latino students with high levels of chronic absence starting early on, and then you're seeing again that 9th grade spike. And these are kids who are now in 10th grade this year. Next slide. And they used this information last spring to create a learning or engagement attendance program, which really heavily invested in home visiting programs in 15 districts which had high levels of chronic absence. And then they used that data to also target who received these home visits starting in March. And it was a multiple home visiting program, which has been starting to help, at least anecdotally, bring kids back to school and help them stay there. Next slide. I also wanted to just give you a couple examples of 2 school districts that had seen some improvements over the years in their chronic absence. One is Meriden School District, one is East Haven School District. You can see from their data, they were having improvements. Again, the 1920 data isn't full year data, so it might be a little underestimate of what might have been. And then they did see some significant increases, as everyone is seeing, given the challenges facing schools last year and also this year, though that data, I'm not showing it yet because it's so preliminary. And they had, key things that were in place: committed school leaders, a huge investment and emphasis on family student engagement and relationship building, attention to accurate data collection, really deep capacity building and creating peer learning across the school leaders and teams in their school, and using data to inform strategies, and really creatively thinking about how you use expanded and summer learning. Next slide, please. I also wanted to just emphasize that you have so much to build upon here in Maryland. Your blueprint includes a deep investment and a continued investment in early childhood education. You have your new college and career readiness pathway system, which includes your early and warning and intervention system for 9th and 10th graders. It's so important to be able to use that data and look attendance data in combination with other academic and behavioral indicators. And you have more resources for all students to succeed. Your new concentration of poverty grant funding, your investment in a community school strategy and enhanced basic health services, that is so essential because clearly, given the challenges that we are seeing in schools, this requires an all-hands approach, leveraging and building upon the assets in our communities. So thank you so much for inviting me here, and I will turn it back to you, Chandra or Superintendent. Or
Yes, I think I'll hand it back to Mr. Chaudhary.
Yeah. Questions?
Very good. We'll start with Ms. McCusker, Mr. Bakum, and we'll take questions from within the boardroom, and then we will check with our dial-in.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the presentation. I know as a teacher that so many of these strategies are very important, relationship building central to them. I have a data-related question, and I know that attendance and chronic absenteeism was a growing trend in the state of Maryland prior to COVID. But the current absenteeism rate, how much of that is attributed to multiple quarantines when students come to school and are having to quarantine. So I'm not trying to make light of and make an excuse for the uptick in the data. I want to tease out how are we still showing a negative trend for, like the regular kid, but how much of this is quarantine related? Do we know?
So in Maryland, the data is still emerging since we don't collect the monthly data on some of this, except for what is presented to you. So I can turn it over to Hetty to see if she has heard anything nationally.
So I think that's a really important question. I don't think we have a handle on that because there are a lot of challenges of how you know whether a kid's missing to quarantine is what I'm hearing from states. There are the kids who miss under quarantine because they are required to miss for quarantine. And then there is also families who keep their kids home, but then don't get a PCR testing. So maybe they're sick or maybe they're just fearful. Certainly, I think quarantine is driving huge increases in chronic absence. There is no doubt about that. And I think what that means, though, is we still need to look at that data to use it to inform our strategies and our thinking. And it probably makes it even more important that we combine attendance data with other sources of information to understand what kind of supports a child might need. And the thing that we're also seeing that's really challenging is, and this connects to maybe some of the enrollment data. Prior to COVID, we used to have, we had everything divided into bands of attendance to help think about the level of support you need. So if you're missing less than 5%, that's satisfactory attendance. You're good, I'm not worried about you. 5 to 10%, I'm a little bit worried, at risk. Moderate was 10 to 20, and then we had this severe chronic absence of missing 20% or more the school year. And there were still not too many kids in that bucket. We are now seeing a new category, the kids missing 50% or more of the school year. It's almost like an extreme level of chronic absence. And we didn't see, and we're just starting to see more kids in that, so much that we almost think we have to call it a new category. Before, there weren't enough kids to think we had to make it a label. And I worry that especially the kids who were chronically absent last year, then they're chronically absent this year. They are at a different level, and the engagement that we're going to have to support them with will need to look different. And it's going to, and for many of these kids, we're talking now longer term strategies. But I think figuring out how much it's quarantine is going to be a tough one. Maybe there's, though, it will be important for us to understand over time, though, also how our quarantine strategies affected attendance, what was essential, what's not. I mean, we're still learning so much about this virus and how to keep kids safe and healthy while also keeping them learning.
Thank you. I really appreciate the national perspective on that.
Mr. Bakun?
Thank you for the insightful presentation. I always love presentations that come out of the department. And specifically speaking to truancy, we see a large number of students now, especially having high increased rates. I know in my experience of being a student, a lot of times when sometimes a student might be absent, right, or for a good reason, they don't necessarily report it, because a lot of students, and sometimes even parents, they don't see a valid distinction between an excused and an unexcused absence, because it doesn't really affect them in any meaningful way. So how can we actually promote the distinction to have more parents actually excuse their child's absence, right? And how do we actually mean it? Because I'm seeing right in the playbook the truancy courts, but I have never heard of a case of truancy actually being pursued in my personal experience with a chronically absent kid. This is a question, comment.
So, I don't know, I can't speak. So, what we are seeing is that in my view, the most important thing is to pay attention to chronic absence. And what we have been trying to really promote is people taking a positive problem solving, not a legalist punitive approach to using that data. So if you're not seeing folks taken to truancy court for chronic absence, to me that is a good thing. What we know get kids back to school is when you engage them, you talk with them, you have an honest conversation, and you find out what are the barriers that are preventing them from getting to school and how can you resolve and improve them. The chronic truancy pre-existed chronic absence. Truancy has been a metric in place for a number of years. Chronic absence, actually has only really been a metric in the last 10 years. We played a huge role in getting people to realize we needed to look not just at excused and make this look at unexcused absences, but think about all absences. I also think there are some real challenges right now with how we define excused versus unexcused absences. I'll go a little bit out on a limb here, but you may want to take a look at what happens. We're starting to do that in my own state of California. Unexcused absences sometimes happen to kids. It's for any reason for which there's not sort of an already state validated excuse. And kids who are taking care of their siblings, kids who don't have access to internet, kids who have transportation challenges can end up having an unexcused absence that's still understandable. And so I think how we think about, and the pandemic in some ways has exacerbated how sometimes there seem to be more arbitrary differences between what's excused and unexcused.
Yeah, that's a really big point that you touched on, and something I echo with completely. The distinction between unexcused absences and excused absences is such a line that it's sometimes inconvenient for parents or students to actually perceive that, to just leave an unexcused absence as unexcused instead of going through the process, because it's so much hassle trying to come up with excuses or trying to see how to get a letter sent to the attendance secretary. That's why I do see a room for innovation in terms of more digital processes for writing excuse or more communication within the parent or whatever situation is going on with. That's a really interesting point, and thank you so much for that response.
Dr. Wilcox, Ms. Howley, and then Ms. Morrow.
Thank you for the great presentations. One question for you. One of you mentioned data linkage, like looking at linking the data on absenteeism with other metrics and data points that are collected in schools. I think it's a great idea because there could be subgroups that would benefit from different interventions, and it would really help you get at, the best approach or the most efficient, effective approach for the different subgroups of students that the drivers of their absenteeism may be quite different. And so I loved that idea and suggestion. So that was my only comment. But I think it seems like a very worthwhile next step. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is actually for Superintendent Chowdhury. So as we look at the summary of the Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 interventions, my question is, as we have all these additional funds that are COVID-related flowing into the schools, could a school use those funds, for example, to provide a laundry at school, to do some of these interventions? They can?
Absolutely. You can use a wide variety of funding sources, from the community schools dollars to general funds, to ESSER dollars, to meet the students' socioeconomic needs. And so absolutely there isn't anything barring a school system against that. The question is, when you invest in something, you got to sustain it, right? We had several schools spread out in San Antonio that had a laundry room, frankly, because we would see kids coming in with the same shirt. Right. And so, yes, they absolutely can. I mean, it's a common feature in community schools model to have everything from a food pantry to having laundry service as well. Yep, absolutely.
And so when we look at funds that are designated around remediation, you can't remediate without attendance. So these would qualify in those buckets, correct?
Absolutely. So
very helpful.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for all these presentations. First, I was actually going to make a comment, kind of follow up a little bit with what Mr. Bakum said. PGCPS, actually, because of COVID, has switched to a digital absence note. something that when we talk about trying to make things as simple, it's one of the pieces that I hope, it came out of trying to make it work during COVID and not bring extra pieces of paper, but I hope that we can kind of see that innovation. It's, I can pull it up on my phone and do it in 20 seconds and click off, whatever the excused reason was that day when it applies. One question, and this is probably maybe a more forward-thinking question, as we look towards probably next year's data, will we have a way to capture in Maryland the impact that the transportation issue has specifically had on chronic absenteeism? Because I feel like anecdotally, the lists of unavailable school buses that I'm seeing from some of our largest districts is having a significant impact. And I've heard stories from parents of, even the special ed students who are going to non-public schools who have delays in getting transportation because of those shortages. So is that something that we can try to break out somehow, or do we know if
You
districts?
can break out how many left-handed kids exist in Harford County if you wanted to, but it's not data Superintendent Bolson collects regularly, but it's something I could ask him. The question is, how do to what extent are we going to do this, right? So I like to ask our school systems of data that's going to have purpose to meaningful change. So we can look at that. I always like to see if there's other organizations already doing the work rather than recreate that. Like, we're going to do a mental health deep dive next month, and there's a lot of great work happening with other organizations. So I'm not going to recreate a survey, right, when I already have that data in our state. And so, but we can look at that, absolutely.
That would just be I
Absolutely.
know on PGCPS transportation is one of our options. So if that is something that is being collected, that's a data point I think that would be interesting to see.
I think an excused absence data is collected. Unexcused absence is just unexcused absence. So there's actually really good research on this. As Kevin was speaking, it was taking me back to a paper I just recently read. Researchers have looked at data around excused and unexcused absence. So excused absence are excused. Unexcused absence, we don't ask what it was, right? And what the researchers uncovered, they looked at Madison, Wisconsin, and they tracked it against test scores, is students having multiple excused absence, their learning is no different than the students who have perfect attendance. Students who have multiple unexcused absence, even one unexcused absence drops them to the 30th percentile in terms of performance, because unexcused absence are a reflection of whatever crisis or whatever issue that family is having, transportation, personal life issues. We don't probe that systematically. So of those unexcused absences, did we ask the students at Prince George's, was it because of transportation? Probably not. And so it would be kind of hard to go back, but it's a good question. But every unexcused absence is something that we don't know that happened at that kid's life. And instead we just, some schools will go out of their way, but systematically we don't as a country. So that's a good question.
Superintendent Chaudhry, may I add to that? That is one study, couple nuances to that. There is actually some other research done by Michael Gottfried, because that was just data on Madison, and I think there are lots of variations in how places code excused and unexcused. This is every district does it a bit different, but he found using Philadelphia data that excused absences also can have an impact on academic achievement. It's that unexcused absences had a greater impact. And part of that research is suggesting, and I totally appreciate that we need to do a deeper dive of understanding why kids have unexcused absences. There is a sort of misperception that it's just because kids don't want to come to school, as opposed to there are barriers that just didn't qualify for the excuse, which is why broadening and helping people to think more deeply, as you've just suggested, is so important. But I also want to offer up that one of the other challenges is that unexcused absences may have a greater impact on kids' achievement because it's treated differently by the schools. Unexcused absences, sometimes kids can't turn in their homework. They can't get extra help. It's only the excused absences. Unexcused absences lead to a punitive negative, often truancy notification, which can make parents who are struggling with issues feel very angry. And so some of the challenges, it may have a worse impact, not just because of the challenge that is happening in the community or for the family, but also because of how those absences are ultimately treated by schools.
I'm just happy someone else reads attendance papers as I do.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chang?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I actually have two questions or comments. One is about the Marion Public School enrollments by grade. By looking at the slides number 8, I was kind of trying to see the 3 consecutive year, 2020, 21, and 22nd. And, you know, the blue bar will come to the next grade's silver bar and then come to the next grade's red bar. Am I right?
That is correct,
So
yes.
I was kind of looking at the trend. Actually, it's up and down until it hit, as you indicated, until it hits the high school. So the high school, from the middle school students jump into high school, all grades across 3 years. That's kind of increased the number of enrollment. So by thinking of that, we look at also the graduation rate. So when we're looking at the graduation rate, are we based upon the number of the student entering or enrollment in 9th grade, or the existing graduating class, the number of graduating class?
So the cohort is a federal definition where we look at the first-time 9th grade students. And if a student repeats 9th grade, for example, because they don't have enough credits, they would still move along in regards to the cohort. They would be considered a 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, because we're looking at first-time 9th grade students in the state of Maryland, and do they graduate within 4 years? So that's what we're measuring for the cohort graduation rate. Grade 9, we usually, if we go back and look at the trend over time, we usually do see an uptick, more students, because you have some homeschooled or private school students coming into the high school for the first time as a 9th grader. Yes.
Okay. So with that being said, it's kind of sadly that, you know, if that's the number, that when you look at the red bar in 9th grade is 83,000 compared to the grade 12 is 60,000. So with that kind of logic backtrack into the data, it seems the graduation rate would not be looking too good.
So that's a great question. It all depends on what your state allows you to code kids as when they withdraw, right? Texas has a really high graduation rate, but I often like to say Texas gives our school systems too much of a pass when a kid leaves for mysterious reasons. So it all depends on the withdrawal reason. I mean, Texas graduation is very high. There's a really famous NPR story called The Missing Children of Texas, and it tackles this issue. And so, yeah, your 9th grade class, you want it to match as your 12th grade class, but a lot is happening to that kid's life between 9th and 12th, right? So moving, dropping out, which is what we don't want to see, as changing schools, etc. So that's what's happening, the attrition rate, right? And it all depends on how you code it. I haven't dug into this issue yet on how we code withdrawals and what that looks like. I know there were a lot of games played in our state, and there was a lot of issues to change that. I don't know what that looks like here today, but it does impact how you count a dropout as well too. So you're right. I mean, it's the push sometimes, the criticism for schools that are, 100% graduation rate. You started with 100, you graduated 30. Wow, that's great. But, you often see a comparison like this with sometimes between charter and district and such. So I always pay attention to that attrition rate as well, because there could be push-out factors and other things as well. So.
Yeah, thank you so much for that answer. And my second question is about the Ms. Chan's kind of slides. Compared with the Connecticut and the Maryland, the absence changes in different categories. I would just have a thought, say, yeah, we all look at the mass data, But when we drill down, I was just wondering, oh, yeah, there are only 60 students. I would say on top of the bar, the number is each individual, right?
These are schools.
School.
Oh, schools?
Yeah.
These are schools. These are the number of schools who fall into those categories. They're not individual students.
I see.
So this is about, so it's a little bit of a shift from student to school level, saying, so the greens are how many schools have less than 5% of their students who are chronically absent? Whereas the far left has how many schools have more than 30% of their students chronically absent? Because how you, the impact on a school, the larger the size of the chronic absence challenge in a school, the harder it is, because the churn is affecting everything in a school. When you, and also your level of resources are different.
I see. Thank you for the explanation. Yeah, and then it makes sense that with the lower chronic absence, that the number of school decrease, from 2013 till 17, 18. But right now, up to 2022 school year, I bet the number will change a lot.
Absolutely, in both states. I mean, the numbers of schools with high levels of chronic absence is extraordinary. It's across the country. I mean, we're seeing doubling, tripling of levels of chronic absence across the country, and that was before Omicron. So that's not including our December, January data. And that is why we were saying that, so when you have small handfuls of kids, you can do more personalized, more case management, individualized stuff. When you see large numbers of students, it means those foundational relationship building. And one of the big challenges is, and I know you were talking before I came on about the substitute challenges, the incredible, this is the hardest year for teachers ever, right? So how do you think strategically about helping them with their relationship building when they have so much to do? So for example, in Connecticut, one district actually decided that they used to have 2 PD times for teachers. One of the PD times, they said, you don't come to PD, you use that time to talk to your families, connect with your families. How can we make relationship building, because it's been so hard to sustain under these very challenging conditions, more part of your regular workload, not something you do on top?
I see. So just a thought, do you have data that, other school districts or other states, they kind of highlight or kind of drill down certain numbers of schools or students per se to make them a successful story to broadcast and share among all students? Do you have examples
Absolutely.
like that?
I think right now, we had a lot more of that before the pandemic. Now that the pandemic is hit and we all have to, and we're continuously looking at our strategies and understanding it. And one of the things I think that we have to look at this, your measure of success is a little different. Pre-pandemic, I would say your measure of success is, did you bottom line reduce chronic absence? The measure of success at this point is, were you able to make the crisis less worse? I don't even, I'm sorry, I'm not a very elegant way. When you have a pandemic that's causing all these kids to miss, the question is, how can you reduce the damage? And I think then it's also going to be over time. Those places, those schools, and we often do see some of the folks that had longer standing community schools, longer standing engagement of families, they recover more quickly. So they're able to hold on to students and engage them in long-term learning recovery. So I think the other question, we'll have to be looking at this over time to see how schools do in bringing kids back and weathering the immediate crisis of the moment, which might be increasing absenteeism, but then their kids stay enrolled, stay connected, go to summer activities. So I think we are also still trying to figure out how do we measure success during the pandemic.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do now is to go to our folks online. Is necessary? Do you need to dial people back in? Dr. Green was kicked out. give, it's necessary, an opportunity to get them dialed back in. Yes, Dr. Getty? Yes, please.
My question is there any evidence that indicates a specific grade level to be targeted and have the best long-term effects? I'm thinking something like kindergarten. Kindergarten in the state of Maryland is mandatory attendance, and so to start there with, chronic absenteeism is not okay. Is that a way to target limited resources?
I would say absolutely kindergarten. I would think the transition grades, and the transition in middle school may differ depending on where you are, but absolutely kindergarten and ninth. There is a huge amount of evidence that targeting that addressing that can help make sure that kids have the foundations they need to be more successful later on.
We'll wait just a second while they're making a connection. Senator Bates?
And I probably have I hate to do this, about 5 more minutes.
Sure.
And then I have to be on something that I cannot miss.
Okay. Senator Bates?
I can't tell at the time. The virtual learning, do you have any data on the impact of that with respect to the students? Because there's some students that did well under virtual, some did not, and I know you deal with absenteeism and where students, how they're doing, but I'm wondering, do we have any data, or have you done anything related to, the impact of the virtual and losses there might be in that area?
Yeah, well, with Connecticut, because they coded for virtual, they were able to look more on absenteeism when they found chronic absence in virtual learning early in the year, predicted chronic absence in virtual learning later in the year, even more strongly actually than in person. That was in the 2021 school year. I know that there's other folks have looked some at what happened in learning, and I don't know if Connecticut might be able to also have looked on academic. I know they were very concerned that virtual learning did not have the benefits around academics that they were hoping, which is why they've continued to really strongly emphasize in-person attendance, but making sure that when kids are quarantined, they could have access. I suspect there could be variations depending on the quality of the virtual learning. There's variations there just as are in in-person learning. But I think there's other folks we don't have tons of research on that. I don't know, Chandra, has the state been able to look at that at all in Maryland?
So last year, 2021, primarily our schools were online. So statewide, when you're looking at the attendance rates and the chronic absenteeism, that is primarily for the virtual schools or schools that were primarily virtual. I know we were presenting metrics throughout the year in regards to students' engagement while we were going through the pandemic, and I know this year we are planning on a deep dive into the virtual program students.
But we can talk more about that during the metrics. I want to see if any one of the board members on the phone, if you want to ask.
Dr. Green? You have a question? Dr. Green? You have a question?
I do. I had a question about a slide that our guest showed. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of the slide. We didn't get the presentation in print. But I believe, and forgive me if I'm not saying it properly, you said absenteeism is a sign that positive learning experiences are missing. I believe that was the slide, and I so agree with that. And I also want to thank Chandra and Mr. Chaudhry for disaggregating that data by gender. So we saw that in Maryland, at the top of those chronic absentee rates are our boys, especially our black boys, but our boys in general. And so I'm just wondering if our guest has ever initiated strategies
so much, and that's I love the way you connected the two different presentations. And I think what's happening among even pre-pandemic, what we saw were chronic absence levels were relatively similar between boys and girls, but we often saw some differences in the reasons why they were chronically absent. Often girls, and I think it would be important to probe what's going on, but I do suspect that issue that you said about positive conditions for learning is one of the issues. I would cite Oakland, California as one example of a place. They did a lot of work on black male achievement and creating specialized supports with their African American young men to connect to their identity, to connect a whole set of work, which I'd be happy to connect you all to. But they really did some extensive work. That started pre-pandemic. I would suspect it would help during the pandemic. And part of that is, I think, also because Oakland Unified was one of the very earliest districts to start looking at chronic absence and seeing disproportionality among its African American students and really trying to initiate a whole different set of supports for key populations.
Yes, I would love to see that data. That would be very helpful to the work of our advisory council and our initiative to achieve academic equity and excellence for Black boys in Maryland. So, yes, if you could please send that information to Mr. Chaudhry or...
How about I just invite Oakland to come and present to you? How about I invite Oakland to come and present to you, Dr. Green?
I'm sorry?
How about I just invite Oakland to come and present to you at the task force?
Oh, that would be...
All right, done. We're doing that.
I will get you information about the key contact folks.
I know the superintendent there, so I can reach out to her
Okay.
as well. Thank you, Heidi. I want to thank Heidi for her time.
Yeah. Just want to check with Mr. Bartley. Did you have anything, Mr. Bartley?
Yes, I have something. Thanks for
Now, our guest may have to leave because she has another commitment, but still want to give you an opportunity to ask a question. So if you have to leave, please.
One of the things I think is important, and I didn't see in your presentation, is whether or not there's an effort to engage the parents. And if there's an effort to engage the parents, what is it? And also, is there any data with regards to absenteeism and the composition of the home?
That's a delay.
That's the delay. Yeah. If you get.
I may need you to reframe that question. I'll stay on for a minute or two to see if I can help answer.
You want to?
Please.
Yes, please.
I can rephrase the question. If you can hear me, Mr. Bartlett, let me know if I'm wrong. So the question, he was asking about family engagement strategies. And I would say in the toolkit, there are tons in there, the playbook. But he was asking if there's research that talks about whether or not the structure of the family contributes to chronic absenteeism in different ways and such. So that's one thing he was asking you about.
There's research done pre-pandemic that showed that there are I don't know if it's just family structure, but if you were living in poverty, if you were in a single parent home, if you had your parent had a health challenge, I can find this research and share. If it just was one factor, your chronic absence didn't increase. If you had three or more, that stress actually contributed to it. So there is something about how many challenges a family could be experiencing before it somewhat affects. But that is research that was done pre-pandemic that I can share with you. And this was on families with young kids, because I also think the response to that answer probably would be different depending on the age of the child in the family. Young kids are more dependent on their parents to get to school. All right, thank you so
Thank you
much
very
for
much.
having me here.
This was very good. Thank you very much. We appreciate it greatly.
Thank you, Heidi.
My pleasure.
Thank you. I suggest that we go ahead with tab F, and then we break after tab F, if that's agreeable to everyone. Okay.
Great.
Virtual.
All right, thank you.
Thank
So
you very much.
I'm going to bring up Erin and Deanne, Dr. Collins, to come and present our virtual programming experience update. And so you will see data, more refined data from the first term, the grades that came out. We showed you that data in our last board meeting. We got to further refine that data, and so we got to do that as well with the research team. And so you will see how students are doing. Again, this is not the students in the quarantine experience or the schools that, you know, closed virtual for temporarily that you heard Mary Gable discuss. This is the virtual programming that we had from the beginning of the year and how those students are doing. So they've been virtual from the beginning of the year.
All right. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. Good morning, President Crawford, Vice President Dashiell, and members of the board. It'll be interesting that you'll hear some things we've been talking about attendance, so you'll hear some themes as we present today. We're going to continue our presentation on the virtual programs and dive deeper into providing you some granular levels of data around virtual programs and where we stand at this point. So just to summarize what we're going to present to you today, as you see on the slide here, we're going to first focus on enrollment in virtual programs and begin to look at demographics and how students compare across the state. Then we're going to explore the relationship between a few key variables. Those include course failure rates, attendance, the amount of synchronous instructional time, and the staffing models that are used across the state and the impact on students' performance. Third, we're going to look at two important variables and compare them within the school system. So we're going to start big and look at across the state, and then we're going to look at data just within specific school systems and look at how students are doing. After that, we're going to examine some course failure rates and highlight the efforts of two local systems as they look to close the gap on how students are performing in the virtual programs. And then finally, we're going to conclude the presentation with a spotlight on one district, Anne Arundel County's Virtual Academy, so you can kind of get a sense of what they're doing that's making a difference for students and families. On this slide here is just another update we've been bringing to you at every single board meeting in terms of overall enrollments. And so at the time that we began these presentations, the virtual program was at 24,947 students. And so here we see that there has been an increase in students. The statewide enrollment is now 25,628 students, which is an increase of 681 students. And what we've also done for you is on the slide, you can see some arrows either going up or down or the equal sign. That's just to help you to see the differences in enrollments over time. There's also a packet that we provided for you that has a handout so that you can see the total enrollments by the elementary, middle, and the high school bands as well. At the October board meeting, we provided information on virtual enrollments aggregated by grade level, student groups, and race, ethnicity, and gender. So we wanted to also provide you with an update of that information as well. As you can see, the blue bar is showing you students that are in the virtual programs, and then the orange bar is showing you the all students groups. So for example, if you look at the elementary bar, you can see that there are 59.9% of students in the virtual program at the elementary level in comparison to 46.3%. And you can see from the visual that the largest share of students in the virtual program is at the elementary level when you compare and look at the orange and blue bars at the high school level that are there. And then we also disaggregated the data, again, with economically disadvantaged students, English learners, and students with disabilities. Again, you can see for our virtual programs with our economically disadvantaged students, we have a larger proportion of students at 32.7% of students compared to 26.4% of students. And then there's kind of an equal distribution between our English learners and our students with disabilities. We also wanted to provide you with an update, and the bar colors are the same. The virtual programs are blue, and the orange is the all students. But just so you can see by race, ethnicity, and gender, when you look at the race ethnicity, for example, in Maryland, 6.7% of all students are Asian. That's shown by the orange bar. And then 8% of students in the virtual program are Asian, shown by the other blue bar. So you can see the comparison again. You can see that by race ethnicity, our Black and African American students have a larger proportion of students that are in the virtual programs compared to other groups. And then the male and female ratio is, again, proportionately kind of even out. We've also wanted to provide the board with an update on students that are exiting the program. And so this slide here just shows you an update of students that are exiting the program. Again, the total statewide number of students who've exited is 2,192 students. And many of the reasons that we've talked to with the districts in terms of why students have exited have remained the same. But on the next slide here, we wanted to show you the first three reasons are some additional reasons districts have provided to us in terms of why students may be exiting. As you know, the vaccine is available for children 5 to 11 years old, and so that's the main reason why children are returning back to school. Families feel more comfortable, children feel more safer. Also, students may not be successful in the virtual classes, and so families want their children to return to school. And again, the virtual program doesn't seem to be meeting the needs of families, and so it's time for them to return. So the three bullets at the top are reasons that were brought to us kind of new, but the other reasons are reasons that we've presented to the board in the past. So now we're going to drill down into some very specific data on the virtual programs, and we're going to explore the relationship between 4 key variables. We're going to look at attendance, we're going to look at course failure rates, we're going to look at instructional time, and the staffing models. And so while this slide provides you a summary of the variables that we looked at, on the next few slides you'll see some specific data points, and I'll make sure I elevate what the data is saying, but this is just a summary for you to refer back to. So this first slide shows our first finding is that a higher school system attendance is associated with a lower course failure rate in middle school, English language arts, math, science, and social studies, and in high school science. And so you see here there's 2 scatter plots for middle school English language arts fail rates in attendance, as well as math failure rates. Each dot on the histogram represents, on the scatter plot, represents a school system. And so you can see virtual students is plotted on the x-axis across the bottom, where you see 86 to 100. And then the course failure rates are plotted against the y-axis. And you can see there's a downward slope of the line. The line is sloping down. And so the lower the attendance rate for virtual students, the higher the course failure rate for those students as well. And on the flip side, the higher attendance rate, the lower the course failure rate. Again, this is in line with the body of research around attendance and students' performance. Here again, this is another finding that demonstrates that more synchronous instructional time for virtual students is associated with a lower course failure rate in middle school English language arts, science, and social studies. Again, the number of synchronous hours per week is plotted on the x-axis, and then the failure rate of virtual students is on the y-axis. So in these plots, we're trying to show that students fall into 2 different groups. There are about 10 students who have around 30 hours of synchronous instructional time, and these systems have failure rates of around 10 or 20%. And that's the group of dots that you see at the lower right hand of the plot there. And then there are also 6 systems with around that are around the 5 hours of synchronous instructional time per week, and those are the dots on the left side of the plot. So the course failure rates for those systems is as low as about 10% compared to others. Again, you can see the more interaction with the synchronous time produces different results. And this is our third finding here. More synchronous instructional time for virtual students is associated with higher attendance rate for middle school students. The high synchronous time systems on the right of the graph have attendance rates at about 96%, as you can see here. And then the low synchronous time on the left side of the graph have attendance rates anywhere between 86 and 98%. The next two slides that we're going to show you will divide the systems into two groups. It's going to speak to the fourth and fifth finding that we referred to earlier. Those were 100% of teachers are provided, some school systems provided teachers through a vendor versus non-vendor teachers. So we wanted to know what the results look like for students that are receiving instruction by those two different types of teachers. Just to make sure you understand what the graph is showing, the dark red bars represent the systems who use vendor teachers, and then the orange bars are systems with no vendor teachers. The slide shows that the middle school course failure rate for vendor systems is significantly higher than the systems with no vendor teachers for virtual students. So just to kind of explain the example, on the left you see the comparison for middle school English. The dark red bar shows that in systems where all the teachers are provided by a vendor, the average course failure rate was at about 32%. And then the orange bar shows that in systems with no vendor teachers, the average course failure rate was about 11%. And finally, this slide shows that the number of hours of synchronous instructional time in vendor systems, again, those are students that are taught by teachers hired through a vendor, is significantly lower than in other school systems. So for in middle school, the average amount of synchronous instructional time per week in the vendor systems is about 7.4 hours, compared to the average amount of synchronous instructional time per week in systems with no vendor teachers was about 27.7% hours. So now we're going to transition and look at some data within the same school systems. And we wanted to compare this variable so that you can kind of have a difference when we drill down even further. We're going to show how the attendance of students enrolled in virtual programs, as I mentioned, compares with students in the same system. And then we also looked at the course failure rates for those students as well. So Erin, why don't you go ahead to the next slide, because I'm going to talk about this. This is a histogram, and the key takeaway here is that in nearly all school systems, the attendance rate for virtual students is higher than for all students at all grade levels. Okay, so this slide is again showing the attendance rates and the comparison between virtual students and all students in the same local school system. There's a histogram here for elementary, middle, and high school students. I'm going to kind of go through the histogram a little bit deeply so to make sure you understand what the bars are representing. The red bars are systems in which attendance rate for virtual students is higher than the attendance rate for all students. If we're focusing on the elementary graph that you see there, you can count and see that there are 14 systems on the red side of the graph, meaning that their virtual attendance is higher than the rate for all students there. And then if you start from the left side of the graph and move along the x-axis, there's one system where the attendance rate for virtual students is between 8 and 10 points higher. And then you see 3 systems where the attendance rate for virtual students is between 6 to 8 points. And then as you continue along the axis, you can see the difference changes. There are 14 total systems on the red side of the histogram, whereas there are only 3 total systems on the yellow side of the histogram. And there are only 17 systems, again, that have virtual programs at the elementary levels, and so that's why the numbers are adding up to 17. Again, the key takeaway that we noted is at the top of the slide is in nearly all systems, the attendance rate for virtual students is higher than for all students at all grade levels. We have another histogram here that shows the course failure rates are again higher for virtual students. On average, the failure rate was 9 points higher for virtual students, despite what we saw in the previous slide. If you also recall from the first set of analysis that we shared with you, we mentioned that a higher attendance rate for virtual students should be correlated with a lower failure rate. But when you compare virtual students to other students within the same system, you see the differences there. Again, overall, the performance of students in the virtual program is not faring as well. So now that we've had a chance to drill down and show you some specific data, we had a great opportunity to talk with some local school systems about what they're doing to support students and what guardrails are putting in place to help students address the course failure rates. And the first school system that we wanted to share with you is Cecil County. So the next few slides are going to share with you some of the feedback that we received. Cecil County has a virtual program for students in grades 3 through 12. They use their own curriculum. It is on their learning management system, and it's taught by Cecil County educators. The schedule of the virtual students mirrors that of students that are attending classes in person. And within each virtual schedule, they are required to attend daily synchronous instruction. Just for your reference, within your packet, we did provide for you 3 Cecil County virtual student schedules just for you to reference and look at. After the first marking period, Cecil County staff reviewed student schedules and realized that there was a need to improve the selection process for students that were admitted to the program. And so they're beginning to fine-tune the criteria for selecting students into the program. The virtual educators and administrators also conduct quarterly student reviews. So they're looking at data on a regular basis to try to make sure that the students that are in the virtual program are still a match. And if there's not a match, they can use that information to have conversations with families and with teachers and determine better supports for those students. Also, as we heard today, and we're all aware, is effective communication and building relationships is really, really important. And so that is another strategy that Cecil County has put into place that they have seen success in. A large portion of Cecil County's focus is providing multiple opportunities for virtual educators and administrators to provide updates to families. Not just looking at what isn't working, but also providing those success stories to families as well. Again, building those relationships and making sure that parents have the resources and supports is critical to the student's success. And so they spend a lot more time doing that with families. Some students may be required to attend mandatory sessions. Some students may be put on probation. And they may also receive extra help sessions built in with their schedules. Another school system that we had a chance to talk to is Worcester County. They run 2 different virtual programs. One of their programs is a kindergarten to 5th grade program that they run internally using their own curriculum and their own educators. And again, their schedule mirrors the other elementary student schedules, and they're required to attend synchronous instruction every single day. Worcester is also a part of the Eastern Shore Virtual Consortium, known as the ESMEC. And so for their program, that part of their program, their middle and high school students attend virtual classes through ESMEC. And those are teachers that are hired through an outside vendor. Within your packet as well, there's a handout of virtual schedules we provided you for Worcester County that you can reference as well. On the schedule for kindergarten, there is a 10 enrolled kindergarten through 2nd graders, and then the other schedule shows the required synchronous time that students are required to attend. And the remainder of the time at the high school schedule, you may see large blocks of open time. That's asynchronous time that students are required to participate in. They may be receiving extra help from a teacher, or other supports throughout the student day. Worcester explained that they've learned multiple lessons again over the first marking period. And like Cecil County, they realized that they are making some revisions to improve the performance of students that are admitted into the virtual program, along at looking again at the criteria for attendance, revisiting how they interact and engage with families to make sure that they're building those relationships, making sure that the support is like a tiered support, kind of how we just heard, and making sure those supports are not just at one point in time, but they're ongoing and that they're closely using data to monitor students' progress. And then finally, we wanted to end the presentation by spotlighting one local school system's virtual program that's demonstrated success throughout the marking period. Anne Arundel County's Virtual Academy, we selected on the basis of their first quarter data because for most grades and subjects, their virtual students were not failing at higher rates than the other students. And so we thought it was a good idea that we can kind of showcase Anne Arundel County's Virtual Academy. In talking with Anne Arundel County, the leadership shared that most of their success is contributed to their educators and administrators. They implemented a very rigorous hiring process for their virtual academy. The interview process was multi-tiered. It included a task for staff to complete, where staff had to do a lesson that demonstrated how they transformed teaching in the virtual setting. They also looked to teachers that were successful in the virtual setting in the prior year. Teachers created a portfolio, and teachers that presented a passion for learning. There were not teachers or administrators that were just transitioned or transferred into the virtual program. It was a very rigorous hiring process. So they felt that that was one of the biggest successes of their virtual program. They also celebrated by having like a digital innovative back to school launch in August for their virtual program. And so they had a rigorous onboarding program for all of their educators and administrators as well before the beginning of the program. And they continue to provide ongoing customized professional development for their educators as well, just to make sure that as they're looking at their data, they're looking at the program, the professional development is aligned in a customized way to meet the needs of the staff. And then finally, they also talked about the student supports in the virtual academy as well. There's a great collaboration and clear expectations between students and families and educators. There's academic coaching that's provided to students during the student day or after hours. Virtual educators are expected to have students attend required sessions where they're meeting with teachers. The administrators do pop-in visits to classrooms to see the learning in action. And there's flexible learning supports for students based on the needs. Two additional best practices that Anne Arundel County mentioned is they felt strongly that the size of the virtual classes was really important. So trying to keep them to kind of mirror what the in-person class sizes look like is really important. And then all students and families that were admitted into program had to sign off on a form that they would make sure that their students' cameras would remain on during instruction, and that the students would participate, otherwise they would have to return back to the in-person classroom. So in closing, I know we shared a lot of data, but we felt it was important for you to just see more specifically and respond to some of the questions that the board asked. We'll continue to collaborate with our local school systems on their virtual programs, continue to collect the quarterly matrix data, and continue to explore best practices throughout the remainder of the school year.
Just want to quickly thank Erin and the research office with Matt and Dara. This work is, I mean, people pay for this kind of research, and I have them on my team. And so just to be able to do this kind of rigorous study and not requiring an external group to come and look at it is is a huge plus for something that we want to try to get right, and the data. I mean, just the ways. I mean, those histograms are beautiful. So, I mean, even though the data, it's just how they're putting it together. And it takes a lot of hustle as well to get this data, because we don't always have standardized reporting platforms. So I just want to thank them as you now grill them on questions.
Very good. We'll start with online. Dr. Green, did you have a question?
No, but thank you for this presentation. Very enlightening. Thank you.
Mr. Bartley, question?
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay. Now we'll go here to the boardroom. Ms. McCusker and Ms. Howley.
Thank you very much. You are going to hate me by the end of it, because I always have a question. But I do have a question on slide 15 where we talked about attendance rate comparison. When we're looking at virtual attendance, do we have a uniform way to calculate that, or are we still calculating that different ways in different counties, so it's not exactly apples to apples yet? Is that still the case?
Unlike Connecticut, we did not come up with a statewide definition when we have guidance on quarantine, how to count attendance. We published that. But in terms of when school systems shifted to virtual during school year 2021, it was use your existing policies to count that. So part of the reason why in what you saw in Connecticut is during virtual, attendance wasn't as good because they were very rigorous in how they defined that, like a set number of synchronous hours, etc. The same thing was done in Texas as well. Maryland, we did not. We kind of got 24 flavors of it. And so you're going to see, when you have 24 versions of it, you're going to see, I mean, there are standards across it, but you are going to see a higher attendance rate in how to count it. So that's what you're seeing playing out here.
Okay, and again, when we're looking at the lower attendance rate for students who are in person, again, how much of that is due to quarantine? And would it look different if we didn't have the quarantines in place? Just to I assume we don't, of course, know the effect yet.
I would have to run a randomized controlled trial and pick a set of kids, and it would be very hard to do that.
I think I just want to throw it out there for, when you look at this and say, oh, kids aren't going to school, this may be pretty heavily skewed by quarantine.
I'll look at national. I mean, there might be a district that has volunteered for an RCT. I mean, that's our gold standard study to be able to look at that. Yeah.
Ms. Howley?
So thank you so much. This is highly interesting. Work with Erin. She knows I'm interested in all of this. I really appreciated the information that you included about Anne Arundel County, because we do know that the intake part is a very important part of setting expectations, and to have a good example is so powerful for the state. I do have a question about the vendor teacher versus the district teacher. So there's no control there for class size or for synchronous learning. So my question is, it seems to me that those are more indicative of a good or a bad experience, those two variables, more than if the teacher is vendor or not. But I don't know if you had data that allowed you to control for those elements.
We don't, because, but I will tell you, Jean, the research is pretty powerful on vendor teachers not being better than district teachers. It's been studied left and right in states before COVID. And so that in the aggregate is very clear, because you get to coach them, you get to hire them, you get to vet them, you get to have job expectations for them. Now, what you can do, now there are vendor pluses, like we have vendor providers in Texas that do well, but you are expecting some very strict things in that contract, right, in that agreement. Like, you will give 4 hours every day. You will, or else you're not getting our business. So I think ultimately, our biggest one we have in ESMEC, right? I mean, if they want to continue that next year, they should revisit how that's structured. I'll just put it bluntly there in terms of the data. So you're right in terms of the structure, but you have to expect something in that agreement of them.
And that's exactly, thank you, that's exactly the point, I think, is while we're in these scarce resource times and we're trying to figure out innovative ways to make sure that our teachers aren't overburdened, I think we have to really focus on those elements that we need to demand if we do have contracts. If we don't have contracts, they're not relevant, but if we do, we need to make sure that those are part of the discipline that we're looking for our districts to have. Thank you.
Mr. Bakul?
I would just like to extend on Ms. Howley's point on just looking at the whole entire contractual model. I think for, especially as we're seeing with virtual programs, having strict expectations for students in terms of cameras or students in terms of success, attendance, is what allows virtual programs to be successful. And virtual programs are here to stay, and they've shown benefits in terms of that. But continuing to have those expectations is key for success. And this is something we just really saw throughout the data, which just shows that school districts just put more time, more expectations, they result in better scores. And that's not a question. How are assessments being conducted in this virtual setting? Are assessments being tuned to virtual settings, or are students coming in to test?
We both played out, but we did offer the fall assessment in a virtual setting, and there were guidelines for how to make sure that it was reliable to the greatest extent possible. But some school systems told them to come in, but it varied. But we did offer a virtual option as well.
Can you just elaborate? What were those expectations for virtual testing to make sure students cannot access resources?
You have to be logged in at a certain time, right? You can't, can't just step away. Again, if you close the screen and come back later, I mean, it was just like taking a test at a Pearson Center over the weekend, the SAT, right? You're in a room, you can't just get up and walk away, and you can't open up another window. So those kinds of things to the greatest extent possible, and so those are some guardrails we put.
Thank you.
Yep. Just an observation. The importance of fidelity of execution. You see that with Anne Arundel County. They started with very clear expectations, very clear guidelines, very rigorous from the start, and it appears that they have followed through the execution in that fashion. So the lesson as we look at this and as we begin to think about implementing the blueprint and the strategic plan, if you don't have rigorous implementation, it all unravels. So as we think about as we go forward with the blueprint and the strategy, rigorous design and execution is critical. If we don't have it, at the end of the day, you're not going to have much to show for it. You'll have spent a lot of money, you'll have spent a lot of time, but you don't accomplish the other thing. The other observation is just, as humans, we are, we love and need connection. So to go back to the prior presentation about the positive relationships and connections and the like, you see the same thing in employment. If you want to know whether employees are going to stay with an employer, the only one question you have to ask is, does the employee feel a connection to his or her boss and his or her coworkers? If the answer to that question is strongly yes, they stay. If the answer to the question is no, they leave. I mean, it's just that simple. It doesn't matter about money, doesn't matter about all the other things. It's that connection. And I think as we design programs and as we implement programs, we have to remember we're doing this with people, and people require connection. So well-designed programs that allow people to develop connections and relationships significantly increase the likelihood that whatever it is that we're trying to do will be successful. Ms. Chang, you had a comment.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think what I tried to throw out there is by looking at some of the slides, the data presentation. Yeah, again, it's Black African American, since our enrollment is exceeding whatever the composition of the all students by 19%. That is pretty.
As a reminder, a school system that predominantly serves that population increased their numbers in Prince George's, if you remember, in the fall. So that number is going to adjust as we go into our next next grading terms meeting. But yeah, it's ultimately, you're going to see a reflection of our statewide demographics, but where you're seeing a disproportionately high number there is because Prince George's made the decision towards the fall to open up a concurrent virtual model with their schools that ran through December. So that's what you're seeing. And that school system predominantly serves a more Black population. Yep.
Yeah, and by looking at slide number 4, that this percentage for economically disadvantaged group of students, the gap is fairly big. It's 6.3%. I'm not sure if it's a denominator, smaller denominator, but I don't think it's that smaller. Maybe 10-15% of the all students.
Use that, Mike. You want to ask your question one more time so he...
The question is the gap by looking at comparison about those 3 groups that's here. Yeah, it seems the English learner and student with disability, very equivalent or comparable with the all student composition by comparing to economically disadvantaged group. There are 6.3% of higher enrollment in virtual learning.
And I would assume that, again, tracks with which school systems. I would push that back to Prince George's. I think that contributes to it because disproportionately that is a high poverty school system. And so those numbers, when they cleared their wait list, drove up that number as well. So again, let's see what happens when they return back to only their originally planned virtual programming. And I think that number would readjust. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to comment along the Anne Arundel County. I think their virtual schedule is really good and included and try to mimicking what is in person. They have announcement and something in the beginning of the virtual classes. I think that is great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Very nicely done. We're going to take a break now, but we're also going to break for lunch, but we're going to have a working lunch, and we're going to use part of that time to seek legal counsel concerning the Education Article 7-103, which concerns the 180-day school year requirement. So we're going to do it just a little bit differently. I'm going to read the statement, and then we'll open the floor for motion to adjourn, to go to lunch, and to get the legal advice on the 180-day requirement. Okay? Pursuant with Section 3-305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss Comar Education Article 7-103, the 180-day school year requirement. The floor is now open for a motion to adjourn to executive session. Senator Bates? Seconded. Seconded by General Sumter. Questions? Seeing no questions, we'll do a voice and hand. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand so Mr. Schoen can get aye.
Phone?
Okay.
On the phone?
On the phone. Dr. Green? Aye. Mr. Bartley? Aye. Good, good. Thank you. As you get older, you can't see quite as well. I couldn't quite see your hands there. probably wouldn't have seen it even when I was younger, but nevertheless. So we will adjourn, and we'll be back at is it about 1:15. Okay, we'll go upstairs. Okay. Want to resume our meeting? We come now to, again, continuing in the state board priorities. This is going to be a deep dive. The first one is going to be college and career readiness under tab G.
All right.
Superintendent.
Thank you, President Crawford. If you can grab this presentation, I believe Charlene put it in your this folder. So, but it's in your tab as well. But just I think we gave it to you twice. This is a massive undertaking. I mean, there's no other way to say it. This is restructuring the high school experience in the state of Maryland to ensure all of our kids graduate with the knowledge and skills to be able to pursue either a high demand career and jump into industry or pursue continuing education in the form of higher ed in community colleges or a four-year institution. It is no small measure, and you'll see the timeline as it was originally conceived. We are asking for changes to that, and we have begun engaging PZAM as well as the AIB on this matter. This is one of the many projects the new Office of Strategic Planning and Continuous Improvement is taking on under Mike. And as if you remember, the way that office is structured is I'm going to ultimately have 3 directors. Today we hired a second one. But the first hire is Phil Lasser. Phil Lasser was a director I hired in San Antonio to the Harvard Strategic Data Fellow. He's a Howard County grad, K-12 experience. I brought him back home. And so I think his parents are happy about that. And so he will be presenting. He's the director who's assigned to this project, working cross-functionally across all of our divisions. And this requires seriously a collaboration across all of our divisions in order to get this right. So with that, I'll have him start.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Chaudhry. Good afternoon, President Crawford, Vice President Daschle, members of the board. As Superintendent Chaudhry mentioned, my name is Phil Lasser. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning and Continuous Improvement with the department. So this presentation will take an initial deep dive into the department's work towards implementing our college and career readiness policy area of the blueprint for Maryland's future. And as we said, the work really has major implications for our students as we prepare them for their college and career success. So this presentation will review the blueprint's 5 main policy areas, one of which is college and career readiness. And then from there, we will cover the implementation timeline, the college and career readiness standard, research studies, as well as our post-CCR pathways and support pathways, the financial component, and of course the crucial role of engagement and collaboration in this process. So as we know, the blueprint for Maryland's future legislation has 5 main policy areas: early childhood education, high quality and diverse teachers and leaders, college and career readiness, more resources for all student success, and governance and accountability. And today, again, we are diving into our middle section here, college and career readiness. And as we know, the department has been providing these blueprint deep dives at each board meeting, and we will continue to do so as we move through the different policy areas as well. So in this slide, I'm going to focus on the statutory requirements, an overview of the statutory requirements of the blueprint within this college and career readiness policy area. The overarching goal here is that we set a new college and career readiness standard that defines the skills and knowledge a student needs to succeed in entry-level credit-bearing college courses after they graduate from high school. And the goal is that all students meet this standard by the end of their 10th grade year. And then from there, the next section here is that after the students meet this college and career readiness standard, they enter into a post-CCR pathway, which allows them to continue to advance their learning, develop a specialization, earn a meaningful credential as well. And so the blueprint lays out 3 different categories of pathways here. The AP or IB program, or a Cambridge AICE program. The second one is a dual enrollment or early college program in coordination with our community colleges. And the third pathway here is our CTE, career and technical education programs. And then for our students who do not meet that college and career readiness standard yet, we develop a support pathway to provide those individualized supports and assistance for those students to help them reach that college and career readiness standard as soon as possible. The blueprint also develops an improved CTE system that is much more aligned and coordinated with our industry needs across the state. It is really developed in consultation with a number of important stakeholders here, employers, trade associations, labor organizations, community colleges. And to bring this all together, the college career readiness policy area also ensures that all of our pre-K-12 full curriculum standards and assessments are all aligned towards supporting our students towards meeting this college and career readiness goal at 10th grade. So to look at the implementation timeline here of these components, we have right now the current statutory timeline of when these components come into play. So our first block here on the screen, the current 21-22 school year, has that our interim college and career readiness standard is in place right now, and that is defined by benchmarks on our standardized assessments, MCAT, PARCC, or SAT. And I will go over what those benchmarks are in just a minute. And then in our second square here, in calendar year 2022, we are conducting research studies into that college and career readiness standard. And then in the third square, in the upcoming school year, 22-23, our support pathway begins then. Again, this is for our 11th and 12th grade students who have not met the college and career readiness standard. Those support pathway courses would begin this coming fall. Going forward, spring 23, based on the research studies and other implementation discussions, the college career readiness standard may be revised or expanded. And then in 23-24, that is when the legislation lays out that the post-CCR pathways begin. And again, those are for our students who have met the college career readiness standard. And then in 24-25, based on research and all of these discussions, if new course sequences are needed, if that's where the discussion goes, those new course sequences would be put in place in the 24-25 school year. But looking at based on the challenges of the pandemic, MSDE believes that this timeline needs to be revised. And the department has also begun to engage school systems as well as the AIB, the Accountability and Implementation Board, to propose an alternative timeline. And that's what I have here. This is our MSDE proposed timeline for implementing all of these different components. And you'll see that the main change here is the orange square on the right, that the post-CCR pathways, the support pathways, and any new course sequences would all be implemented in the 24-25 school year. And what that does is allow for a much more thoughtful implementation of all of these different components, assuring that they align with each other, and that we have time to, and allowing for, again, more thoughtful planning and implementation discussions. We'll see that we have there 2 full years of planning and implementation work. The 22-23 school year is our main MSDE planning year with collaboration with all of our local school systems. And then the 23-24 school year is the main local school system planning and implementation year with support from MSDE. I'm not going to leave them on their own at that point as well. Again, we've had discussions with local school systems, and we've received strong support of this revision. We've also begun to engage the AIB, and we do firmly believe that this revision will happen. So the current interim college and career readiness standard, as detailed in the legislation, says that a student must meet or exceed expectations on both math and English 10th grade assessments. And those are defined by the scores that we have on the screen here. So the first one, looking at the English section, a student meets or exceeds 5, that is meeting that standard. If they took the early fall MCAP at the beginning of the school year, September 21, if they scored a 2 or 3, or if they took the assessment in the normal fall block, December, January this year, or going forward at the end of the year, spring, scoring a 3 or 4 would count as meeting that standard. And then for math, the same principle applies, that a student may take any one of Algebra 1, Algebra 2, or Geometry, and the same score cutoffs count. The student may also take the Math SAT and score a 520, and that would count as meeting the standard there. Again, it's important to note that this is the interim standard as laid out by the blueprint, that we are looking to, we will be conducting research studies, and these standards may change or expand as well. And also want to note that for our board members, MSDE will be bringing this item to the board in February to formally adopt this standard as laid out in the statute. So as MSDE continues to lead on defining and implementing our college career readiness standards, it's crucial that we root our work in this area in a couple of guiding principles. Again, we have shared these guiding principles with our partners at the local school systems as well, and they have been well received. So our first principle here is that we are not limiting ourselves, not limiting our students to just standardized test scores as that only measure of college and career readiness. But we want to move beyond this and find those alternative measures to really allow all of our students to demonstrate their readiness. Our second one here is equitable access to those post-CCR pathways. We want to make sure that we are not establishing any inequitable gateways or any unfair pathways there. And finally, we believe that our post-CCR pathways should enable our students to continue to explore elective enrichment academic opportunities and continue to allow students to explore their passions. So one of our first implementation activities that we're conducting here are the research studies. As mentioned, the blueprint asks MSDE to commission a research study to explore college career readiness and define what are those skills and knowledge that needed for a student to succeed in that entry-level credit-bearing college course. And then as well, how may a student demonstrate that they have that readiness? So we are commissioning 2 different studies. The first initial one is a quantitative alignment study that looks at metrics and cut scores from high school test scores and course completion, and that correlation and alignment to post-secondary success metrics, college GPA, or course completion, degree completion as well. Our second study, the longer-term study, is more of a deep content curriculum analysis, looking at those college content analysis of what the skills and knowledge needed are, and then align that as well to our high school curriculum and ensuring that we are preparing students and providing all of the instruction needed for them to succeed. And with all of this, going back to our guiding principles again, both studies will move beyond just standardized test scores, but we're studying alternative methods of proving readiness as well, looking at things like high school GPA or course completion, and exploring whether those can be strong predictors of success as well. Then, after a student meets the CCR standard, they enter into these post-CCR pathways. Again, our options here are the advanced placement, international baccalaureate programs, dual enrollment or early college, or CTE, career and technical education. And these, again, allow the student to develop that in-depth specialization, earn a recognized credential that will support them in their post-high school, post-secondary career. And as well, mention our guiding principles again, that we believe that students should continue to be able to enrich their educational career and be able to take elective classes of interest and still access any courses that they want as well. So for the next couple of slides, I want to take you through a few examples of what this would mean for specific students and to look at a couple of high school course schedules. So as I mentioned, that we are definitely still in discussions, working through what the specific requirements would be for all of these pathways. This is one potential option for a student high school course schedule. This is definitely not the only option that we have. But so for this student, you'll see that right in the middle that this student meets their college career readiness standard at the end of 10th grade, and then chooses to enter into the AP pathway for 11th and 12th grade. One of the questions that we still need to answer is how many courses must be completed to complete that pathway, earn that credential. Could be 4 AP courses, 5 courses, 3. We are still having those discussions. You'll see as well that, especially looking at the 12th grade year here, that while they have a full schedule of AP courses, they still have those spaces for those elective times as well, and are able to explore their passions in that way. I also want to call out in 10th grade here that the student is enrolled in that U.S. government AP course. And again, this is before they meet their college and career readiness standard, and they are able to enroll in those AP courses then. And again, that standard does not block access to any specific course, and we're really talking about the pathway program as a whole. But again, so this student, after taking all of these courses, they are well set up to succeed in a university. They have a number of college credits under their belt, and they're well positioned to succeed. Our next example of a student here, they are in the dual enrollment program pathway. And this student is able to earn up to 60 college credits, enough for a full associate's degree, all before high school graduation. And through agreements between our high schools and community colleges, the student is able to take some courses at the high school campus and some courses at the community college campus as well. And so we'll see that this student pursuing the full associate's degree does not have a lot of room for other electives in their high school course schedule, but especially if we look at this last semester, the 12th grade spring, they still have elective slots there. They would just be at the college level, those dual credit courses to get those credits. Another important distinction here is that In comparison to the AP pathway, where we still need to define what completion is, this is tightly regimented, that a student needs to earn those 60 credits to earn the associate's degree as well. So we see that this student, by the time they graduate high school, they earn the full associate's degree, and then from there they can transfer those credits to a full year, 4-year university, already be 2 years ahead, and again, saving time and money for that student's career. Our next example, our student is, again, within the dual enrollment pathway. This student is electing to not pursue a full 60 credits, but instead chooses to earn 30 college credits, 1 full year of college, before the end of high school graduation. This allows them to have more room in their high school schedule for more electives, but at the same time, the student can enter into a college or university after graduation with a full year of credits to their name, and they can continue to complete that next step sooner as well. Our last pathway example here today is our CTE, our Career and Technical Education pathway. So here, this student is enrolled in our Construction Professions Carpentry pathway. So the student, again, meets their college career readiness standard at the end of 10th grade, and then enrolls in the required courses for that carpentry course sequence. They take a construction core class, carpentry 1 and 2, as well as a work-based learning opportunity in the form of an apprenticeship. The student graduates from high school with a certification from NCCER, the National Center for Construction Education and Research, which really is the premier credential in the construction industry for any employee. The student also has a hands-on experience for relevant activities, all at no cost to the student, and this sets them up to be competitive and able to enter into that high-demand industry to earn a living wage immediately after graduation. You'll also notice again that as the student pursues that workforce pathway, they still have that opportunity to take electives in each year of their high school career, and continuing to align each of these examples with our design principles. So an equally important work stream here is for our students who have not yet met the college career readiness standard, that those students receive the guaranteed supports to ensure that they are able to reach that standard as soon as possible. So we are calling this the support pathway. And again, with the proposed revised timeline discussed earlier, the vision is to have both the post-CCR pathway and the support pathway go live at the same time. In this support pathway, students are able to access a wide variety of supports and opportunities to develop in those areas that they're struggling. We envision that these are highly individualized, and really students are able to provide or receive the supports that they need, and not necessarily what a different student needs. Some of the potential supports include different innovative classes, potentially being based on project-based learning, credit recovery courses, summer courses, of course our individualized plan, and tutoring opportunities as well. As we continue to talk through how to structure these paths, some of our outstanding implementation decision questions include how or when may students retest or again attempt to demonstrate their readiness, what are those alternative methods for demonstrating readiness, and then specific case studies of if a student only needs one more semester to prove readiness, they are able to meet that in December of their 11th grade year. Do we offer semester-length courses for courses that are traditionally year-long, starting in that January? So let's dive into a student example within the support pathway. Again, these are going to be highly individualized. So this is one example of one student, but of course this will definitely look different for every student. So to talk through this student's path, in ninth grade, student enrolls in Algebra 1, but at the end of the ninth grade year, the student does not meet the college career readiness standard on the Algebra 1 assessment. So in that summer, they enter into a math project-based learning immersion course over the summer. And you'll also notice that in that column, the student is still able to take electives over the summer as well. So as our learning is year-round here, so is our elective enrichment. In 10th grade, they are in the English 10 and geometry courses. But again, this student does not meet the standard on those assessments. So in that summer between 10th and 11th grade, again, they enter into English and math project-based learning immersion courses, again with an elective course as well. And then in 11th grade, the student, together with teacher, counselors, family, decide to provide tutoring services throughout the school year. And so the student is in tutoring, English and math tutoring opportunities here. And you'll also see that some of those are during the normal school day. And the math tutoring here on the slide is provided after school. So the student would stay after school a couple days a week for that tutoring support as well. And so what this does is allows the student at the end of 11th grade to meet the CCR standard, meet the CCR standard by those assessments. And then in 12th grade, they start down that AP pathway and enroll in a couple AP courses that more align with their interests and their strengths. And we see that at graduation, this student is back on track, having demonstrated that they are college career ready and already have a couple of college credits as well through those AP courses. And they are fully ready to continue in their post-secondary career. Our next example here is another potential student who is in the support pathway, but only for the math content. This student passes their English 10 assessment in 10th grade, but they do not meet the college career readiness standard for either Algebra 1 or geometry. The student decides to not enroll in those summer courses, but instead decides to enter into these tutoring opportunities for math in the 11th grade year. Again, they stay after school 2 or 3 days a week for the math tutoring, and that allows them to meet that college career readiness standard at the end of 11th grade. And you'll see as well that as the student excels in English, they enter into those AP English courses for 11th and 12th grade, and as well in 12th grade, they add the economics AP course as well. And you'll also see that, again, there's lots of room for electives, that this student could potentially also enroll into a CTE progression and have those courses or an apprenticeship to enter into that high demand field after graduation. So to move on to our financial component here, one of the incentives embedded into the blueprint is to allow school systems to earn additional per pupil allotments as a result of students meeting the college career readiness standard. So the blueprint details that each school system is allotted an additional $517 per student who meets that college career readiness standard, and that dollar amount is increased by inflation every year. I also want to note that this model of outcomes-based funding is in place across the country for a number of different applications and really has been successful to use this incentive to support our students. So we definitely appreciate this outcomes-based funding model. Forward, as MSDE continues to further clarify and implement all of these different components, I want to reemphasize that MSDE values the critical feedback and collaboration of all of our stakeholders. We have kicked off our initial engagement with local school system superintendents and district staff members as well, and received great feedback in those discussions. Some of the big questions that we worked through were what are the implications for higher education, career opportunities for the student, especially for completing those post-CCR pathways. What does that mean for that student? As well as looking at what should guide the decisions around completion requirements for those pathways, how many courses should be in each one, as well as looking at if a student wants to switch between pathways, what does that look like for the student? Of course, as we move forward, we're going to continue to coordinate with a number of stakeholders, especially our higher education institutions, both community colleges and universities. And the department is also establishing college and career ready assessment advisory groups with relevant stakeholders to provide ongoing feedback. And in that spirit, before I wrap up, I want to also encourage anyone to learn more information about college career readiness or the blueprint as a whole on our webpage, marylandpublicschools.org/blueprint, or feel free to connect with our blueprint implementation team as well, blueprint MSTE at maryland.gov. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll open up now for questions. We'll start with Dr. Wilcox, Ms. Howley, Dr. Millie McCarthy, and Ms. McCusker.
Thank you for the
One question for you is, why does it all start after 10th grade? Like, the pathways totally make sense to me, but I'm wondering if the upstream engagement in getting kids really actively involved over the whole course of the 4 years would be another way to structure it.
You're absolutely right. The statute says by 10th grade, and then there's a vision that once it reaches 20, 29, and after that, they, right now, the statute said their performance on the assessment cannot preclude them from accessing those pathways, but when we get to 2029, the vision is that won't be true anymore. They can only access it after 10th grade. We want to push back against that because the notion that a child can take an AP course starting in 9th or 10th or a CTE course, that's why we gave you that one example, that first AP example. They started taking an AP course in 10th grade. And, you know, there's really good research around, you know, engaging earlier. So I think there's room to push on that. You know, no law is perfect out of the gate, so refinement happens. That's what, but it did set a high expectations that there's healthy pressure to ensure that kids are college ready. And I think that pressure is right on, and the blueprint architects are right on with that. But the notion a child can't begin to start taking courses earlier is that I think we need to revisit that. So you're right on with that. We hinted at that in our examples, that one example, but we're aligned there. It's just we need to refine it in the law over time. Yeah.
I have 3 questions. So the first question is, I know that when we've talked about college and career readiness in the past, we've talked about being able to graduate with a cyber certificate or a healthcare certificate. Do we have any vision for some type of teaching credential?
Yeah, we can. I mean, that's our TAM program right now. We have students who are in a early college type model that allows them to graduate with an associate's and then pursue a bachelor's and then ultimately a certificate. I don't think you could graduate high school with a teaching certificate. Then you have to completely redefine the notion of degrees. But in terms of like grow your own models, which I'm a big proponent of, and I plan to push more on that, yes, they can, and do it sooner.
Would they be able to be a teacher's aide?
There are models as well too. There's something that I believe Iowa just put out with their ESSER funding, and I'm looking at that where it allows people to grow their own teacher aides and grow their own teacher aides into teachers, right? And so yes, you can definitely do that. So and I think we should be supporting that, and there's really good research emerging about those folks have already been in the classroom, they've worked with kids, they're interested in pursuing even further. So yes, it would be a great entry into the field. Yep.
And then My next question is about the finances. So each student is allowed $517, which doesn't pay for one college course. So how is it envisioned?
Those dollars are going to the school system for every kid that becomes college and career ready. But the notion is all the other funding that they're getting from an increase in base and you know, the concentration of poverty and those kinds of things they would use to ultimately build the programming. And the more kids that they get, you get additional bonuses as a result of it. And there is emerging states research around outcomes-based funding models, and so that's what that is, to encourage more kids to get there. And I think, you know, it's worth looking at that amount if it should be increased, right? That amount is higher in some other states, and some other states also do where every kid is you get an additional bonus, but if you take historically disadvantaged kids, you get even more of a bonus, and so those are some things to look at. Yep.
So coordinating, if you're disadvantaged, there's other funding available for post-secondary education?
Well, post-secondary education, that's a different, so the whole point of that funding is it's not going to the kid, it's just going to the school system to feed back into their K-12 experience.
So my question there is, when they're doing dual programs, who's paying them for that?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So that varies all over the place, right? When I was in Dallas, it was free. We had a great relationship with DCCCD, Dallas District Community College. And then when I came to San Antonio with the community college, they were charging us. Have I seen any state just go ahead and say, we'll just go ahead and cover dual credit costs, period? I have not. It does not mean we can't go ahead and push and look at what that looks like. We can only work on it. But it does cost money. Early colleges cost money to school systems, but it requires a funding source.
Yeah, so in that advisory board, especially if you're talking about a disadvantaged youth, there are other pots of money available that would apply towards dual credit. And you might also want to consider some of the online universities and screen obviously for quality, but their per credit costs are lower and easier to administer when they're in a classroom environment in high school to be able to have access.
The cost will ultimately be on the school system, not the kid. We don't charge the family for the dual credit. We don't charge the family for the associate. That is always free. It's just what kind of deal does the school system have with its local community colleges, or if it's a different type of provider, and that's where they would do cost sharing. So the money comes from somewhere, but it's not on the shoulders of the family.
Well, I will tell you, I mean, I'm old, right? But I did do community college course when I was in high school, but I did have to pay for it.
Yeah, well, those days don't exist right now.
So my concern would be, when we looked at different opportunities for online courses, for example, for just regular
yes,
kids,
you could.
they didn't have equal access because all systems didn't have equal dollars to put into it. So
Yeah.
I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that
There's probably models where they are collecting funding, but people have asked to move away from that. That's the whole idea. But the school system ultimately does have to pay and shoulder the cost, right, in some way. And you're right about that. But like I said, I have not seen a single state just say, we will cover all dual credit costs. And so I would welcome it, but again, the funding has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, and my only point, again, that I think that this committee needs to be considering is the equity. You know, that across our districts, children or students should have equal access, and not all of our districts are equally funded, so you have to figure out how you make sure there's equity.
Yeah, the one thing we talked about, these pathways have to be true regardless of what zip code and feeder you're in, and you shouldn't have all of the nice things in only one district. You should be able to access construction and other things, or whether it be that full AP pathway, the associate's degree pathway. Yes, absolutely, and that's why I think a longer runway is key there. Yeah.
I don't know that my question is going to be well articulated. I think it's more concerns. I'm very concerned, and I understand, I know that there's an explanation, but I'm very concerned at 10th grade. I think, and I don't know offhand, but I think around 9th or 10th grade, the biggest dropout rate occurs with students with disabilities, students in poverty, English learners. And so what's the catch net before 10th grade? Because at that point, they're all saying, "Oh, boys, I'm gone." So that's question one.
Yep.
And then and they're all kind of tied in. When you talk about support pathways, you know, many of these support pathways, it's your children in poverty, it's your English learners, and it's your students with disabilities who repeatedly, we have not shown a difference for. And now you take them at 10th grade and you're saying, I'm going to support you for a year, and after a year you're going to be ready for CCR. And I don't know. So how creative and how thoughtful, how analytical, and how diligent are we going to be to ensure that the children who are typically not achieving, especially by 10th grade, where then all the gateways happen, well, you're not ready for this and you're not ready for that, how is this going to prevent that from happening? So that's a big worry of mine.
That's a great question, and one of the pieces is having a really smart early warning indicator system, right? That ensures that there are certain benchmarks from the K-12 experience before they get to 10th grade that already says this kid is off track for CCR. You know, one of the things that I would say right off the bat is a child, if not reading by 3rd grade, you have to wrap your arms around them and make sure they are reading by 3rd grade. And so their 4th grade experience, their 5th grade experience, if they're older, then you have to, and there needs to be guaranteed supports, and it should be predictable what those are. You know, there should be things related to what are the transition between 8th and 9th, right? There are freshmen on track indicators and what that looks like, and what do you do if they're not, they failed a few courses? Well, now they're falling behind on courses. So an early warning indicator system, we do want to push one that is statewide that looks at, that ultimately builds up to CCR readiness. Right now we're studying what that looks like, but I'll give you one example, the reading by 3rd grade, right? That's a key piece. And there should be multiple opportunities to catch them up, but there will be students who arrive, you know, who are behind at the end of 9th grade. Yeah, what does that look like, and what do those supports look like? But I don't think that should preclude them from being able to access and experience CTE courses and other things. So that's the key thing we want to make sure that doesn't cut away from students with special needs, English language learners, and other students. Because otherwise, what are we doing? We're just handing out a piece of paper that means nothing, and that's we can't do that.
Thank you. And my concern is similar to what I'm hearing across the table, but from a slightly different angle. Ms. Wilcox, or Dr. Wilcox, talked about students having access, and you talked about them being able to take AP. I mean, you know, some kids take AP Gov in 9th grade, and that's available for them now. And I'm reading here, post-CCR pathways should enable students to explore elective enrichment and academic opportunities, but that's post. And you keep saying, well, there's some wiggle room for some elective stuff here and there. Well, there are an awful lot of students who thrive in and absolutely need fine arts programming, some of what you're calling electives, and I guess technically they're elective at some point, but they not only thrive in that, they need it because it's how their brains work. It's where they found their niche. It's where they find caring people. And it's also where many of them are finding their career pathways. They're going into things like graphic design. They're becoming music teachers and art teachers and PE teachers. And I'm looking at most of these, and most of these are, you know, you might get to have a fine arts class here in 9th grade or 10th grade, but then it's not there. Or here's some, well, look, you get to have fine arts in 11th grade, but by 11th grade, I haven't played my instrument for 2 years. Unless I'm lucky enough to be able to afford the marching band after school, which I might not be able to afford to do or have the transportation to attend. So now I haven't played my instrument for a couple of years, or I haven't had my art classes, so I'm not developing my portfolio to be able to get into a college to take graphic design, which would be a fantastic career. So I am concerned that we're pigeonholing kids. And even though we say that it's available and we're not going to lock kids out of classes, what happens in reality is, particularly when we're going to throw money at having kids ready by 10th grade, is that your guidance counselors and your administrators, because they're getting extra money for having kids there by 10th grade, are going to start pushing parents and pushing students to, oh, you can do it in 11th, you can do it in 11th, just wait, and they're going to arrange schedules in schools to be power heavy on these things that get kids ready by 11th grade, so they're gonna have all these things scheduled for these, and they're not gonna have the places and schedules for kids to take these other courses who may really need them. And there's gonna be a push, and so your kids who need fine arts and those types of courses aren't gonna be able to get them. They're gonna be trying to talk parents out of letting them have them. They do it now with AP courses, because when they look at a school's readiness and say, oh, this school is a high-performing school because 85% of the kids are taking AP and passing the AP exam with a 3, so they try to discourage kids from taking these other things, and they put them in AP courses so that they can get that rating. It's exactly what's going to happen again, and we're going to further weaken these programs that some children inherently need in their lives and can make really lucrative careers out of. And that is my big concern about this, and I understand where it's coming from, and I think some of these things are wonderful for some kids, but we are leaving out a really important component for a lot of our kids.
So I think we want to have a lot of these sample pathways built out, like literally hundreds of variation, if not 1,000, by the time we're ready to, because school systems would, has implications for course scheduling, course sequencing, teacher hiring. I'm with you on that. The question is, and it was a question that fell throughout towards the end, is how many courses count as you fulfilled the pathway, right? So like it's where you get it when you get the CTE courses. Those are very refined, right? You got to take 1, 2, 3 of this. You get the, you're eligible for this. And so if you are a child who has been, in dance, going back to middle school, and you're looking to become a professional dancer, right? You should have room in your courses while you're also pursuing the AP pathway. But what we need to decide is what gives you the stamp, the endorsement that says you fulfill the AP pathway. I think right now, if we say that it's 7 courses, then it's going to eat up their schedule. If we say it's 4 courses by the time you're done with high school, then that's a different conversation. So I think that's going to be key, right? And that leaves the room. That AP pathway we gave was heavy. It had elective slots, but again, if you're a student who's pursuing fine arts, music, whatever that is, ultimately what we decide to give you that endorsement, or what counts as you fulfilled that pathway, will define how much room they have. So I think it's really in the AP where we're going to have to think about that. Early college, that's very regimented, although I would argue you can still figure out music and dance, especially if the community college offers that.
And art too, because
exactly.
I mean, there's some really incredibly lucrative careers for kids who are artists.
Yeah. So that's what I would say. So our goal is, as we continue to build out examples, and we will bring out examples for students who are living, the artist life and what that looks like.
And I hope that in the meantime, while we're building, we aren't destroying these programs. In the meantime, that by the time we've built it, there's no longer the people left to teach them. Because
hopefully it's not a side effect where we are decimating the arts.
Because that's it's already happening.
Yep.
So I think we need to keep an eye to both things.
Noted. Thank you.
Ms. Cherry?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do tag along with Ms. MacArthur about this, program, and I know when my kids in high school, that school is so focusing on promoting kids for this higher achievement program, and therefore with some AP kids, students, they want to take some art or fine arts or music, world language. There are kind of schedule conflict. They're automatic not eligible. So we even have to kind of go around and see, they can take it after schools so they can practice on their orchestra or county-wide, orchestra, like or state, things like that. So it creates a lot of kind of conflicts. Yeah, that's one comment I want to tack on. But the other thing I want to check with this is, with this CCI and finance on slide 18, why they are all FY 23 and 24, they are all based upon spring of 2019's percentage of students meeting this criteria?
Because that's the interim measure. We have the interim measure now, and we're going to use that interim measure to identify those kids, and we use that as a proxy while we're implementing the new measure pending the studies. But in the meantime, we want to make sure the school systems using the interim measure, they are still getting the funding allotment if kids are CCR ready.
Okay. Yeah, the discrepancy I kind of can kind of picture is that the number of students might kind of might have a gap. I'm not sure it's going up or down. You know, the enrollment might get up, but you know, whatever the number or percentage of students back in spring of 2019 could be a lower percentage.
Well, it depends on so right now we have an interim measure. And so as long as we are giving that interim measure, which is MCAP and these tests that we have right now as designed, every time we give those, there's an opportunity to identify more kids. And so, you know, we have some coming up this spring, right? So there'll be more opportunities for kids who are taking the SAT, the math, as well as taking these spring assessments, also going back to spring 19. But in statute, right, they wanted to make sure we were able to kickstart, right, an interim definition to work with to begin activating this financial component to it.
Okay, thank you.
I also want to jump in there that these are based on the budget scheduling timeline here, that it's because we missed a couple of assessment cycles due to COVID, the spring 2020 assessments did not happen. That's why we're using this proxy from spring of 2019. So we just submitted the budget numbers for FY23 in this past December, using those assessment numbers from spring 2019 as that proxy. And again, we will not have the new assessment data back by the time we need to submit the budget for FY24. So we continue to use that proxy from 2019 there as well.
Mr. Baku?
I just want to really take a point to echo Ms. McCuster's concerns on fine arts. I know that, like, you talked about the whole entire fine arts and how you want to have multiple pathways, right? But I do feel like throughout all this is a general trend throughout high school. It's like people are pushing out fine arts in favor of other courses to fill up, which will give them higher in terms of funding, in terms of achieving success or career readiness. And I don't see really like a solution to, I know it's not this, but in general, just thinking about education as a whole landscape, there's not a real solution out there to get more kids into the arts. People are declining in participation from the arts. I know in my school personally, people are actively encouraged by guidance counselors to go away from the fine arts in favor of taking other core classes. So I don't know, is there a solution to getting arts more involved while still advancing math and reading and that?
Well, it's not just us, though. You have to also think about higher ed, and you have to also think about what they accept as a kid who is ready to come in and apply and enter. And you can't just think of the University of Maryland. You have to also think about the tier ones across the country that our kids are also competing in. So it's not a simple shift. We can always revisit what it means, what courses are required in the state of Maryland. I understand there were some updates recently before I arrived, such as the health requirement to, you know, to create what's required, what's mandated, what's not. But there's trade-offs. So what's coming off, what's coming on, right? California just is going to require ethnic studies by the time a kid graduates. There's trade-offs there, right? They have chosen, while also ensuring that it works with their UC system, what they call the A through G course sequence. So the solution is complex, but we can look at our course sequences. I think the most important thing right now is specifically in those AP pathways, those heavy academic pathways, what will count as the endorsement that they took, you know, they fulfilled the pathway, and it counts for something for credit-bearing classes in the community college system and the USM system. Because if it doesn't count anything for there, then we are sending kids to remedial hell, as I like to call it, because they're going to have them take, you know, non-credit non-credit bearing courses, or they're going to have them take an assessment again. They're not going to do well in it. And so we're going to have very strong articulation agreements with our higher ed system. But we can redesign what's required to graduate. But does that mean there's only 3 years of English? Does that mean there's only 3 years of math? But the Tier 1 college wants 4 years of math, and USM, let's take College Park, wants 4 years of math, 4 years of science. So it's not, like, we could do what we can in K-12, but the problem is this lack of articulation. So they have to bend too, right? So it's not as simple as just mandating the arts. Frankly, I think there should be guaranteed arts programming across a K-12 spectrum, right? Especially in the K-8 experience. But it's when you get to high school is when you start seeing variation, because at the end of the day, they're thinking about higher ed as well and what that looks like. So sorry I don't have an easy answer, but it is a complex answer that requires changing others as well with you. Yeah.
This is a conversation to move forward in the future to discuss on that.
This time, I'd like to check with Dr. Green. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do. I had two questions. First of all, in high schools, I don't know if it's widespread, but I remember seeing a presentation at a board meeting about the Bridge project. Is that going to continue to be an option for high school students for credit recovery?
That's a conversation right now to see what that looks like. So there's a slide where we said what kinds of offerings for students who are not college and career ready. So do they take, if they don't pass the math portion, can they take another course to prove readiness that way? Or do they take a series of prep courses combined with tutoring to be able to prepare to retake the tests, right? So that's up for discussion right now. There is some research that the bridge projects don't actually end up playing out, are not as rigorous as other options for students. And so you do move them forward, but at the end of the day, is that enough to count towards readiness that is also accepted by higher ed? I always come back to that. Our systems are still offer, you have to take this entry-level math exam and English exam, and they end up taking non-bearing courses. More and more colleges are shifting away with that, where they say, like, if you finish your high school with a C or above in all of your core English math classes, we will count that as rigorous enough to come take entry level courses. Right now, that's not universal. And so I would like to make that universal in our state, and to come to agreement with our higher ed partners around that. But I would say the bridge project concept probably won't have the buy-in of higher ed in terms of being able to count. If they failed a math class and they took a bridge project, I wonder if higher ed would count that as still completing the math class. So something to look at.
I understand, absolutely, because the bridge project to me always seemed that it was less than effective and even having children demonstrate that they had mastered some of the concepts. My other question concerns the courses, for lack of a better term, I guess it's kind of old-fashioned, the industrial arts. The example on the slides was carpentry, and I would imagine there are others as well. Is there any reason why they cannot be taken before 11th grade?
I don't think there should be. I think they should be able to take it. We were demonstrating what the statute said right now, which is the goal to have students college and career ready by 10th grade. And we want future examples to show that students are taking CTE courses, AP courses, arts courses, everything else sooner. And then, they finish out the endorsement with 11th and 12th grade, kind of similar to college, right? You take your foundational courses, and then you take your other courses to really hone in on your major towards the 11th and 12th grade or your senior year. But there is nothing other than making sure they have credits, right? Making sure they're not falling behind on the standard math and English and other requirements. And if their schedule has room for it, then absolutely they should be able to start taking those courses if they're also offered in the schedule and the sequence in which the high school that they attend in the district. So.
I think that would be important because many students are, some of our students are making decisions as early as 9th grade or 10th grade if they're going to even complete high school, if they're looking at perhaps an alternative way of graduation and just whether they're just going to drop out of school altogether even before they reach the age of 18. So it'd be great to kind of hook them into a trade or the CTA program before it gets too late, because I would like to see that some of our students for whom college is not an option, it's not going to be an option for them personally if they do have other alternatives even before they get to 11th grade. So I don't know if it's too late to look at that, how it could be woven into, say, early as 9th grade or 10th grade. I really encourage that you do that.
Yep, it's not too late.
Thank you. Mr. Bartley?
I have no comments at this time. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Very good presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Phil. So at this time, we're going to do another Blueprint deep dive, and this is the second one nationally, board certified teachers in low performing schools under tab H.
All right, I'll give you some time to pull that one out. Another massive undertaking and goals of the blueprint. So Chandra is here to give that presentation. As you know, one of the core goals of the blueprint is to build out a career ladder for our teachers so they can stay in the classroom but also develop professionally. And one of those key markers as envisioned in the blueprint is to achieve national board certification, which is a national program that enables teachers to basically show that they are operating at a very high level while going through this portfolio experience where they submit and then they have to renew every 5 years. National Board has been around for a long time. One of the goals of the blueprint is to, one, it's going to give National Board certified teachers a specific funding allotment, a bump for being National Board annually. And then the other goal is to try to move nationally board certified teachers to low performing schools by giving another incentives as well. So we want to take a deep dive on this, but all of this first starts with what is a low performing school and having a definition around that. So we'll start there first, and then we're going to give you examples on what it's looked like nationally to be able to transform low performing schools and what it takes. And is National Board alone enough, or do you need to do more? With that, Chandra, I'll let you take it over. I think it's on.
Good afternoon. So there was a new presentation provided in your packet. So you may want to pull it out of what I've been told is a very thick packet of additional things.
In this folder.
So, as Mr. Chaudhary already indicated, we're going to do the blueprint requirements. We're going to take a look at some of the engagement that we have been going through over the past several months. I'm going to present a high-level look at what our framework 1.0 is, because this is our first year of this initiative, and then some national perspective, research, and observations from other states. So I need to turn the slides. So just the blueprint requirements, I've pulled out two here. One is that using assessments, the department shall identify low-performing schools. In addition, a nationally board certified teacher teaching in a low-performing school as identified by the county board will receive $7,000. It is important to note that a teacher will receive the salary increase for teaching in a low-performing school. They will not lose that salary while they continue to teach at the school, even if that school ceases to be low-performing. Something to consider as we were rolling out the framework. So we have met with FASAM, Assistant Superintendents, Blueprint Coordinators, and Local Accountability Coordinators in a series of webinars and face-to-face meetings. quite a bit of back and forth in regards to us providing drafts and them providing feedback and us incorporating their feedback. It was a great collaborative effort with each of these groups, and so I just want to acknowledge that work here. Some of the high-level feedback that we received and how we incorporated it is that we presented a floor and a ceiling approach with required schools and then optional schools, and we are going to maintain that in the final framework. There is local flexibility so that all local school systems can participate, so there is a pathway for all 24 school districts to participate in this initiative. We were asked to provide flexibility for the locals to include elementary, middle, and high schools. We have split it so that we are looking at elementary, middle schools, and then a separate process for high schools. And then our stakeholders had concerns about the stability from year to year, so we are incorporating multiple years of data. We currently only have 2 years of accountability system data, so that's what we're relying on now. So Framework 1.0, this is the statewide definition, is basically provides that uniform definition across the state that we can continue to refer back to, and that local flexibility provides an option for LEAs to add additional schools if they choose. It provides a consistent, comparable definition. The floor provides that the state definition, and then there's a guided flexibility in scaling the strategic staffing initiative across all the districts. And it does, the intent is to provide variation based on local circumstances and alignment to local priorities. We wanted to make sure we recognize that not every local school system is the same. So what this looks like in regards to the state definition, so we have identified that the schools that were identified as a 1-star or a 2-star school in 2 of the 3 most recently available years of the accountability system as being those low-performing schools. So we ultimately would like to use 3 years, but we only have 2 years of data. So we are looking at the 2 available years. We have taken alternative schools that might meet that definition and provided the locals the flexibility to add those if they choose. What that looks like is that we currently have 92 schools statewide that meet this definition, and I've provided the local school systems with the count of schools. The local flexibility, what this is at a very high level is that any school the local school system identifies using any method appropriate for the system, so long as the school is in the bottom 10% of schools in either their elementary middle schools or their high schools. So we're still looking at the bottom 10% of schools within each of their local school systems. I want to just remind folks that the elementary middle schools are identified separately than the high schools. And each local school system will have the option of including at least 1 elementary and middle school or 1 high school. The ranking is based on the most recent 2 years of accountability data, and the intent is that the identified schools are not to exceed that 10% of schools in their system. However, there are a couple of systems in which the schools that meet the state definition exceeds 10%, and they still remain on the list. So just looking across the state, we have what this looks like is that we have identified with the state definition and the local flexibility 208 total schools across 24 local school systems. I provided a map with the count of their schools. The dark blue are the districts in which all their schools that would be identified meet that state definition. The medium blue is they have some schools that meet that state definition, but they also have the flexibility to add additional schools. And then the light blue, they have the option of identifying schools or not. So now let's talk about nationally board certified teachers. What it looks like today is that we have identified 1,708 nationally board certified teachers in the state. These are actively teaching teachers. Only 4.6% or 79 of those teachers are currently teaching in one of the schools that meet that state definition or is eligible through local flexibility. So I just also want to remind folks that what it means to be a nationally board certified teacher, every one of the teachers will receive a salary increase of $10,000. They get an additional bonus of $7,000 if they are teaching in a low-performing school, and that remains as long as they continue to actively teach in that school. All right, so so this is just a look at where the 1,708 nationally board certified teachers are currently located across the state. We have a high of 507 teachers in Montgomery County, and then lower numbers spread out across the state. We have about 60,000 teachers in the state currently, so that just kind of puts it in perspective in regards to, we have 1,708 nationally board certified teachers and 60,000 total teachers. Okay, so now we're going to turn to some research. This is a national perspective section of the presentation. This is research that was from Washington State, and this is, first actually I'm going to start with the Nationally Board. This top part is the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards was established in 1987 to offer this national teaching credential. The National Board is a voluntary system for assessing accomplished teaching, and the national program has grown substantially with 3% of the teaching force being a nationally board certified teacher in 2010. And this is where the nationally board certified teacher comes from. One of the reasons why Washington State is so important is that they are one of the states with the largest number of nationally board certified teachers currently. So just looking at some of the research they did, because this was the early 2000s, they've had this program for quite a while. They found that teachers with nationally board certified are generally more effective than non-nationally board certified teachers, and that also aligns with some prior studies that was done in North Carolina and Florida. The teacher effectiveness corresponds to approximately 1 to 2 weeks of additional learning in elementary classrooms and middle school reading classrooms, and nearly 1.5 months of additional learning in middle school math classrooms. And then nationally board certified teachers in high poverty schools who have received an additional bonus, since 2008, are at least as effective as teachers in other schools. I do also just want to point out their bonus structure. They have about 15% of their base salary, and they also are provided a bonus of $5,000 if they're teaching in the challenging schools. I did mention that they have the largest number of nationally board certified teachers. That the number increased between 2008 to 2012 from 2,703 to 6,739. So they did see an increase in their nationally board certified teachers with this incentive program. But I do want to point out this last bullet is that having nationally board certified teachers in high poverty schools in and of itself is not enough to transform low performing schools, is what they're finding in their research. So another perspective is observations from Alabama. This has been in, there's some data here on 3 years into their program. They enacted an incentive program to give bonuses to high quality teachers who work in academically or poverty challenged schools. All of their teachers are eligible for $5,000 from the state. Teachers receive the additional $5,000 bonus if they stay or move to high needs schools. And they were also looking for the bonus, encouraging teachers already in the school to pursue certification as well. So after 3 years of the program, 1,795 nationally board certified teachers earn the base $5,000, and 151 teachers earn the additional $5,000 bonus. So that was an increase from when they started, from 63 to 151 over that 3-year period. The bonuses were available for the NBCT teachers who were certified in certain subject areas in targeted schools. They included things like literacy, English as a new language, math, science, CTE, special education. It's not on the slide, but I just wanted to point out that they had identified their challenging schools based on being 75% farms on a list of failing schools in 3 of the last 5 years, or grad rate 10% lower than their state graduation rate. So they had a criteria for identifying their low-performing schools, or as they referred to it as challenging schools. They did have about 550 schools identified in 2021 out of about 1,350 schools total. So that gives you a little bit of perspective on the size and scope of their program. In regards to what we're seeing from just observing what's happening there, it does seem to be working. There has been an increase in the nationally board certified teachers, as noted before, above. The vast majority of the targeted schools, however, remain without an eligible nationally board certified teacher. They actually made a note that I picked up on that they have 15 local school systems that actually have no nationally board certified teachers still. Another thing that we have seen with their data is that diversity of the nationally board certified teachers continues to be a challenge. Most of the bonuses have gone to female teachers, and the incentives have not yet attracted many teachers of color. So a new initiative in California that we're going to be paying attention to is funding was allocated to attract and retain nationally board certified teachers in high priority schools for the 21 to 26 school years. The program awards incentive grants of up to $25,000, paid in 5,000 installments, to any teacher who has attained the nationally board certification and commits to teaching in a high priority school for 5 years. They also have a program which provides subsidies of $2,500 to teachers at high priority schools who initiate the process for getting nationally board certification. And they also have a criteria for identifying the high priority schools. It's just defined as a school with 55% or more of its students classified as an English learner, foster youth, or eligible for free or reduced price meals. So that was just some observations from the initiatives in other states. This is taking it a step further, where we're looking at strategic staffing initiatives beyond nationally board certified teaching. I think we all know that effective teachers are critical to the academic success of students, and all too often students who struggle the most do not have access to effective teachers. So we've pulled out 3 staffing initiatives, achievement zones in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, North Carolina, Accelerating Campus Excellence ACE in Dallas, Texas, and the Opportunity Culture Initiative, which is a nationwide initiative. Some of the common elements we found in these initiatives is that they really looked at accomplished principals and teacher leaders provided autonomy over the use of talent, time, and resources. So they looked for the accomplished principals and teachers, and they provided them the autonomy over talent, time, and resources. There's also strength in numbers through using cohorts of schools and teams of principals and teacher leaders. Resources were made available, including professional development, financial incentives provided to principals and teachers, and initiatives were sustained over time. It was not just one and done. There was a process for sustaining the initiatives. So taking a look at the last one first, the Opportunity Culture Initiative. So districts and schools were designed to extend the reach of teachers, principals, and their teams to more students for more pay within recurring school budgets. So for this initiative, they took a team of teachers and administrators, and that team determined how to reach the more students with teachers who had that demonstrated high growth student learning. They organized the teams with multi-classroom leaders, which led a teaching team. They provided guidance and frequent on-the-job coaching while continuing to teach, often by leading small group instruction. The multi-classroom leaders were accountable for the results of all students in the team, and they also were able to earn supplements averaging 20% and up to 50% of their teacher pay within the regular school budget. The schools were redesigned, had redesigned schedules to provide additional school day time for teacher planning, coaching, and collaboration. I do want to remind folks this is a national effort, and over to the right you see a little map with some of the red dots of where this is rolling out. Baltimore City Public Schools did begin implementing this model in 2019-2020 school year. Some of the results that have been seen is that on average teachers who joined Opportunity Culture multi-classroom leaders moved from producing 50th percentile student learning growth to 77th percentile student learning growth. So there's some high-level results seen from this initiative. So the next one is the Achievement Zone in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, North Carolina. So a high-level summary is that this initiative uses measurable standards of performance and financial incentives, and the district chose cohorts of schools. They implemented a strategic staffing initiative which included the following core principles. One is that a great leader is needed with a proven track record of success in increasing student achievement. Great teachers will not go to a troubled school without a great leader as a principal. A team goes to the school so a person is not alone in taking on the challenging assignment. There is strength and support in numbers. Principals must be given the time and authority to transform the school. Not all job assignments are equal in difficulty, and compensation should be varied to match. Teachers and principals were given a $10,000 recruitment bonus with the commitment of 3 years and additional $5,000 retention bonus annually. So some of the results that they saw from this achievement zone, and this was this is an older study with 2009, but it does reflect what they were seeing as they were rolling this out, is that 13 of the 14 schools in the first 2 cohorts that they had of 14 schools, even after the first year of the initiative, they saw improvement in their achievement. The achievement improvement ranged from 5 to 23-point increases in student proficiency. And most importantly, the results demonstrated that the student performance can improve even in a short period of time. So this is just like the first and second year when they were rolling this out. All right, so ACE, Accelerating Campus Excellent. This is at Dallas. The core strategy for this initiative is on recruiting and retaining the best possible educators for students attending the chronically underperforming schools. The essential elements from this initiative included strategic staffing of a core group of accomplished teachers and principals who are paid $20,000 to $30,000 more annually over 5 years to transform identified campuses. There was intentional focus on data-driven instruction and data analysis at the student, content, and grade levels. There was extending school day by 1 hour and offering daily after-school enrichments until 6 p.m., servicing breakfast, lunch, and dinner to students. And social and emotional learning support for students and training for educators was a key part of this initiative, as well as strong partnerships with parent and community organizations. Some of the results seen from this program over the first 4 years, from 2015 to 2019, looking at 28 of the 29 campuses, they met their state accountability standards in the first year, year 1, in most cases following multiple consecutive years of failure. They achieved increases in student growth, upwards of 67% in math, 40% in reading, and they significantly reduced the district gaps in achievement, discipline referrals, and suspensions. And the next slide provides a closer look at the data, because sometimes you can tell a lot by looking at data. On the left is elementary schools. On the right are middle schools after the 3rd year of the program. And you have 3 years of data. The dashed line is the district. And so what you can see is that when they started was the pink bar, and by the time they were in the 3rd year, the blue. They were definitely, most of them had significantly improved, and in many cases were over the district average. I do want to just note on the bottom that this initiative is now a statewide school transformation pathway, open to all districts in Texas, and the state provides a permanent per pupil bump, that sustainability, which is so important for the model. All right, so that's a lot of information, examples, observations that I provided. I wanted to end the slide with just looking at where we are with our nationally board certified teachers in our low performing schools. I know that as we are in the first year, I'm sure this is something that we're going to be paying close attention to. Currently, there are 79 nationally board certified teachers teaching in these low performing schools across 14 local education agencies. And as you can see here, it's spread out across the state. The dark blue has more, and the light blue has fewer of these NBC teachers. And just a reminder that every local school system has the option of participating in this initiative, so we'll want to pay attention to the change in numbers over time. And with that, I will conclude, turn it back over to Mr. Chaudhry if he has additional comments or
Ms. Howley?
Thank you. That's very encouraging, actually. I know that you've probably shared this before, but could you refresh my memory on the cost and time involved in becoming nationally board certified?
So I don't know if I have this off the top of my head.
It takes multiple. It can take multiple years, but 2 years. But you can do it on a longer timeline as well. But 2 years, if you're turning everything in and you're getting it done. But you can extend it out, and there have been folks who take longer, similar to like finishing a master's degree or a college degree. But if it's firing in all cylinders and you're getting everything in, 2 years, you can get it in. The research shows it's better doing it as a cohort, just like a study group, and make sure, did you turn in your artifact, or did you finish your reflection, and let's meet and let's get this done. And so the research is clear that that helps, especially, and I think it will also help in terms of getting more folks doing that. One of the goals of the blueprint is to have a state level person who would serve in a coordinator type role, and work with local points of contacts to run this kind of fellowship experience annually to bring more people to the national board certification teacher status. The costs are covered, but it does cost money if you wanted to pursue it. But the vision is that these costs would be covered during the blueprint as part of the implementation. Yeah, well, it's up there. I don't have it memorized. I think it's like something like $500, if not, or actually more, way more than $500. But it is up there. I think, I forget what it is. I don't have it measured. $2,000. $2,000. I'm hearing from the audience. I don't know who that is, but I'm gonna go ahead and assume they know. But the renewal is less. Yes, the renewal after 5-year mark costs money as well. But in general, yes, it's about $2,000. That's what I just heard. No. Well, say that again. So you're a national board certified teacher?
I am a candidate to become national board certified. So I'm going to say, put me in the cohort. I'll send it to you. Oh, it says, it says it's always one. Okay. I'll spend my 2 years getting my certification at your expense. Do you give me any other incentive while I'm working towards getting it?
No. California, you saw, that's why I wanted you to look at this across the country. Both in the sense of what strategic staffing initiatives look like, but also states that are providing national board certification incentives. So California is going significantly higher. So they're saying $25,000, right? And they're not limited into just low-performing schools. They're limited into, they're broadening the definition to schools with underserved students, 55% or more, similar to what Alabama did. And then also they created a bonus if you initiate the process of $2,500. That doesn't exist right now for the model that we have on paper at this time.
Ms. McCusker?
I looked it up. The total cost for certification is $1,900. It's 4 components, each one costing $475. And there's a $75 non-refundable registration fee for each year that a candidate is completing components. And if you need to retake a component, you have to pay the $475 fee, or for component 1 only, there's $125 per exercise.
So it's not
it can
cheap.
be very costly
Yes.
if you have to
Well,
retake
it is
and
costly.
if it takes
Yeah.
you a while. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty expensive.
But yes, there's no initiation bonus that we're giving to encourage it, as currently conceived.
Dr. Wilcox?
The models that you provided are really helpful, and I'm just curious if there's one you're leaning toward trying to adopt in the state.
Can't reveal what I'm thinking right now. So I don't think that you can turn around a school by moving singleton national board certified teachers. That has not worked. Even taking like your rock star teacher who's not national board in a different model, you have to bring a crew. You have to bring a cohort of teachers together with a strong principal, with flexibility to do things to their budget their ability to hire someone of who they want, no forced placements, the ability to extend out the day, do other things to transform. That's why I showed you those 3 other models that have nothing to do with national board. Those are, the Dallas one is near and dear for me. It's something we developed as part of our initiative there, and now it's statewide. Again, it took the community schools principles plus the effective teacher principles and merged them to make sure that we were doing everything possible to serve those kids. And that funding has to become permanent. You have to keep it there because that's what it takes to educate those children and to get it right. So I think if we want to transform low-performing schools in the state, it's gonna have to be more than just bringing great teachers who are national board certified there in like one-offs. Like it has to be a strategic staffing initiative similar to Charlotte, the opportunity culture, the Dallas. On the national board piece, I will go ahead on record and say I don't think the incentives are high enough. I think they need to be higher enough for people to work in disproportionately schools that disproportionately underserved students. Right now it's 10,000 if you're nationally board, and then we're going to give you another 7 if you move. So as you saw, there's less than 5% now sitting at these low-performing schools. Will they move? Or hopefully people at those schools will initiate the process, but we're not even giving them an initiation bonus. I think the California numbers are about right? They're pushing at the 25,000 paid in installments, so you feel a bonus on the front end, you feel it at the mid-year. We did that as well in Dallas. We first had started out by paying it at the end of the year. No, it doesn't help. You got to feel the motivation, right? The other piece is, so I think there's 2 things I will share for now. One, I think the incentives are not high enough. I mean, show me where your high poverty, low performing schools are in a district, and I'll show you where your least tenured teachers are. I will show you where your least tenured teachers are in Montgomery County and Howard. Baltimore City, there's less variation, but again, I'll show you where your highest tenured teachers are. So I think we need to increase the incentives. I think we also need to think about transforming low performing schools beyond just putting the weight on single teachers moving over there. It has to be a transformation model. So I'll just say that for today. Yeah.
I'm in full agreement. I was encouraged with the models and the focus on teams and leadership. I'm not aware of many situations where a leader of a failing organization can transform themselves in the organization. I haven't seen that happen very often. So as we tackle this, we're going to need new leaders, and great leaders will attract great teams. You can pull together. This is a team effort. And I agree with you. The incentives have to be higher. When you look at, and maybe we look at the cost of not doing anything. So we have poor performing schools that fail to prepare children for life. Okay, so what's the societal cost of that? I mean, more than likely they're going to be a cost to society. They're going to may end up in jail, or they may end up in some kind of welfare system, and they're in it for a lifetime. So spending another few $1,000s up front to avoid that is a good investment of money. And I think about that leadership. You've got to have the leader. In fact, when I was out one year with Dr. Salmon, this was nearing, I guess, in the early days of the pandemic, and we were talking to a local superintendent, and he was saying, he said, even in the pandemic, we're trying to get teachers and everybody to come back, and he said, the places where I have outstanding principals, I have full staffing of teachers on the ground. Where I don't have outstanding principals, I got all kinds of problems trying to get teachers to come back into the building. So we can't sell this short and making the wise kind of investments that it's going to cost us. But you have to do this if you're serious. There's just no if, ands about it. You got to have great people. You got to have great leadership. I agree with you, Superintendent. We've got to give them flexibility to be able to do that, hold them accountable for outcomes, but give them some flexibility as to how they organize and what they do. Then I think we've got a chance at beginning to crack this situation. Ms. McCusker, and then I'm going to go to Dr. Green and Mr. Bartley.
And I think in addition to having the great leader go there, they've got to stay there a while.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
These models that are, keeping them there for at least 5 years.
It's a commitment of 5 years if you want to get the
because
whole.
You can't bring a great leader there for a year or two, expect things to change and sustain.
Yeah.
It might make some great change right at the outset, but it won't sustain.
The first year alone is culture building, and you don't start seeing the gains that you saw until kick in more so in years 2 and 3 and beyond.
These are long-term commitments that you're asking teachers and administrators to make, and but it's what's needed.
Dr. Green, do you have any comments?
I think that this is way past due to insist that our teachers raise their level of expertise to other professionals. I'm also glad to see that they're finally being fairly compensated. Far from the days when I started teaching, my salary was $86.46, $8,646. So I'm glad to see our teachers will be compensated well. I do note that it's curious, though, is that the district that has the largest number of national certified board teachers is near the bottom of our test scores. So hopefully we'll be able to find out the magic formula to bring that all together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bartley?
Great presentation. I just want to say I support our teachers, and we should be mindful that when we're in need of teachers, we want to especially take care to promote the profession and their development and advancement. Thanks.
Mr. DeShiel?
Just one quick comment to sort of echo what you mentioned. I certainly think the state superintendent is right in increasing the incentive amount here. I just wonder if we can't somehow tie a part of that increase to outcomes, because measuring the outcomes is going to be extremely important, and it has been in these various examples that you've given, and there have been good and better outcomes, but rewarding people for better outcomes could be a part of the incentive program. And in that way, we can assure that still the standard continues to rise as the funds are made available to good teachers.
Ms. Chang?
I just have one comment by looking at the last, map, with every district. It seems it's just, single digit number of national board certified teachers exist. At least maybe our strategy is not just kind of focus on, once you got certified, you'll get this. Like Ms. Hallie just pointed out, along the way, we need to buffer up some incentive, give them some carrots, so that people can start working on that, and build that incentive and make it ongoing, and then build up, hopefully we can build up a bigger pool. So you can kind of team up and build some teams and to be able to implement it in certain counties or some selected one, and then become a model.
The cohort model will be important. So every year across all of our school systems, there should be a predictable calendar date, or you can run concurrent, because National Board has deadlines. So you got to have your timelines mapped out, but you got to build a fellowship experience where the teachers can say, I want to do it this year, I want to jump in and be part of it. and such. So that will be important. Just to remember again, we have about 1,700 teachers who are nationally board certified, and then the last slide is 79 of those 1,700 who are sitting in low-performing schools right now. Yeah, so you get so the last slide is 79 of that 1,700 who are currently in low-performing schools who would be eligible for that additional 7,000, the 10,000 plus the 7,000. The one last thing I'll add on this is, you know, right now as designed, the career ladder says, you know, you got to hit national board in order to hit the higher rungs. You know, for me, the national board's principles and the things that they have to do to be successful, the model teacher, for me, that should be on the front end, frankly. I feel like the rigorous induction experience should be modeled after that. We can have a conversation on what that looks at the higher end, career, you know, teacher, leader, mentor, etc. But right now it's later on in the career ladder, and the induction experience is something we need to look at. For me, all of the things that National Board has you do, reflect, differentiate, videotape yourself, study yourself like a sports metaphor, looking at your play that you ran. All of those things are great practices, but those to me should be on the front end rather than on the back end. National Board Certification Teacher is a way. Right now it's conceived as the way, and so that's something to look at and I think to push on. I may get in trouble with some folks, but I think the thinking is right. National Board should get you an automatic bump somewhere, absolutely. But moving them to low-performing schools, moving them to high majority minority schools, poverty schools, this is not enough. I will just leave it at that.
And not everyone is suited for transformation experience. And there's a different kind of person that's willing to step in there and deal with the ambiguity and all of the other issues associated with transformation. So I agree with you. Just the certification is great, but it's a different type of mindset that you go for when you look
I'm
at
looking
transformation.
forward to engaging the AIB around this to build off of it. Like the architects, the thinking is right, and building off of it, this is the critical years to do this and get it right. Yeah.
Absolutely. Any other questions or comments? Nicely done. Very nicely done.
Have a nice day.
All right, thank you, Chandra. All right, where we going next?
Okay. Looks like we're getting ready to talk about strategic planning.
Yes, we are. I think we got National Board, College and Career Readiness. All right, I'm going to call up Mike Hirschenfeld. An important milestone for this administration. We are about to kick off our strategic planning process to the public forum. As you know, the board has been working very closely with us to launch this strategic planning process, a plan that must be owned by Maryland ultimately. And I'm really looking forward to working closely with the board to put this out to our community and engage the heck out of them, as I like to say. You know, we will continue to have our retreats. We will continue to do a wide variety of stakeholder engagement. But one of the key kickoffs is going to be a survey that we want to run. And so Mike will talk more about that. And we also have some clips from some of the initial engagement that we've done with board member Bokum, Morrow, and McCusker that we want to share as well. And so with that, I'll introduce Mike Hirschenfeld. He's our Senior Executive Director over the new Office of Strategic Planning and Continuous Improvement that will stay focused on the blueprint and stay focused on the strategic plan and make sure we are all working smart with one another internally to get this right. And so with that.
One thing I wanted to just say, I agree with you 100%. I think this is the right thing to do. And Mr. DeShiel spoke to this topic a little bit earlier. I know that you and your team are working on this. The one thing that we cannot allow to happen is to allow COVID to suck the air out of the room. Can't happen. And increasingly, we need to obviously take care of our children, our staff, and things like that. But increasingly, we need to be asking a very simple question. How do we want to reemerge from this pandemic? And then with that, be willing to stake out an area and make a decision that says that I understand the pandemic, I understand the harm that it has caused, I understand the learning loss, I understand all of those things. But we come out of this saying that when this thing comes to an end, because it will, in some form or fashion, what we're experiencing today will come to an end, that we come out of this for the state of Maryland in a stronger, better position than we were when we started. And I think as we look at the planning process, and to me, as I've talked to the superintendent quite a bit on this, and he's in full agreement, success is that Maryland owns the plan. This is not the board's plan, this is not the department's plan, but Maryland owns it. Every place that, what I've been doing some research on educational reform, every place where they've been successful, they have been able to bring the elected officials, the key stakeholders, the parents, the business community, and all the key groups together around a set of organizing principles, and they were able to stay focused on executing a plan over an extended period of time. So when we kick off this strategic planning process and we talk about the engagement and the survey, this is the beginning. At the end of the day, Maryland needs to say this is what we want to do, because to do any of these major initiatives is probably going to require sizable changes in the way we've done business in the past. And we need to have everybody in on this and agreeing this is where we want to go. So I think as a board, as we go forward, we continue to talk about organizing ourselves and helping facilitate a change that makes a difference. So rather than focus on things that create division, encourage the superintendents, MABE, the teachers, the unions, to organize around a set of goals and objectives that, when they are achieved, makes a significant difference for our children. So I don't think there's hardly anything more important now that we have our superintendent on board that we can do than to support this initiative and engage and encourage Maryland, participate, buy in, and own the outcome. All righty, Mike. I guess
You
took
need,
all
you
of
need,
your
you need to
time
follow
here.
that now, so you better do a good job.
And the superintendent gave away all of the surprises that I had in the presentation, but they're going to be great to look at. And so, as the superintendent mentioned, my name is Mike Hirschenfeld. I'm the department's Senior Executive Director of Strategic Planning and Continuous Improvement. I'm excited to be here and talk to you all about how the department is planning for the future of Maryland's education system. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the board, Superintendent Chaudhry, as well as MSDE staff that I get to work with daily on presentations like this, and just all of the work that we do. There's an incredible number of people that actually plug into all of this work. I also want to send a preemptive thank you to what I hope will be the many thousands of Maryland residents that we expect to engage thoughtfully with, not just in the strategic planning process, but indefinitely throughout the term of this administration. I promise I'm not going to read every slide to you, but for this one, since it is a general overview, I would like to just read this one. And so, the Maryland State Board of Education and the Maryland State Department of Education are developing a multi-year strategic plan for the future of Maryland's education system. Public schools serve to prepare our future workforce and future community leaders, and it is critical that we hear from as many people as possible throughout the process. This work will be the basis for creating transformational change in Maryland's education system. The guiding objective is to build processes and create space for stakeholder input as we work to develop a strategic plan. The strategic plan will guide the department's organizational direction as we implement the blueprint for Maryland's future. And I do want to be clear with this overview that it is the people of Maryland that own this plan and the outcomes generated from it. While the department and the board will collaborate closely to develop and implement the plan, it is our joint expectation that this plan reflects the hopes and concerns of our diverse communities across the state. And so, in line with that previous slide, that the department and the board will work together and collaborate closely to develop this plan, the board has established a strategic planning committee, which includes the members that are on the screen in front of you. This includes the committee's chair, which is the board's vice president, Dashiell. Board President Crawford is also a member of the committee, along with board members Haley and McCluskey. Okay. Now we get to go into the process that we've designed to work through to get us to the end of the process, which is culminating with the actual publication of a strategic plan. And so we begin with phase one, which is the phase that we are currently in. And this is our information and data gathering phase. Phase one consists of concurrent internal and external facing work. And so internally, we're conducting an assessment of the many existing initiatives across the department to better understand how we've historically and are currently deploying what are a limited set of resources. And so while this internal review is taking place, we have been and will continue to prioritize our external engagement with stakeholders across the state. And one thing that I want to kind of clarify is when we or when I say stakeholders across the state, I do mean every resident of the state of Maryland, because I do believe it's important that we talk about everybody benefits from a quality set of public schools, and we all are affected by the outcomes of our public schools. And so while the most structured and intentional engagement will take place during phase one, it's important that we illustrate to you with this slide that is shown at that double arrow at the bottom that community stakeholder engagement is something that will take place throughout this entire process and beyond strategic planning. And that is something that we'll talk about a little bit later. The work that is done in phase one will ultimately drive us into phases 2 and 3. And so this represents the collaboration between the department and the board to begin identifying and ultimately finalizing a set of priorities, goals, and strategies. These priorities, goals, and strategies will reflect the critical needs of our state as learned through phase one and through continued engagement and feedback loops with our communities. This all leads to our goal of publishing a comprehensive strategic plan by the early fall of this year. Following the launch of the plan, you'll note phase 5 that's illustrated on here represents the implementation and continuous improvement of the plan. So it's not enough for us to just publish it. We need to ensure that over the course of this long-term plan, this multi-year plan, that we are able to continuously adjust and ensure that we are meeting the present and future needs of our students. And you'll also notice the dark blue double arrow at the bottom of the slide. We're using this to illustrate that while we are in the strategic planning phase, we are not putting off other important initiatives that need to be implemented and improved upon right now. And so we are currently implementing priority initiatives, specifically prioritizing our statewide response to the COVID pandemic and important work coming from the blueprint for Maryland's future legislation. And so in the previous slides, I referenced the critical need we see to thoughtfully engage with our communities across Maryland. And Superintendent Chaudhary continues to show us through his actions that the need to engage is a top priority for this department. This is clearly shown in how he has restructured and expanded the mission of the former Office of Communications into the newly branded Office of Communications and Community Engagement. This is an example of why I'm excited to be here. I've been a part of a number of processes around strategic planning. All of them have included some sort of short-lived listening and learning tour. This is the first time where I've seen that idea be permanently embedded in the structure of a department to be sure that the work that is done around engaging for strategic planning does not go away. It's something that is intended to be here permanently. And you can see that with 3 new positions that have been added to this office. And so within this office, a Deputy Director of Community Engagement will oversee 2 Community Engagement Coordinators. And this team is really to be seen as the external ambassadors for MSDE. As you'll see in a few slides, all of the engagement pieces that are currently being planned require a lot of logistics, they require a lot of communications, and so this team will be able to focus intently on that. And so it's exciting to be able to talk about some engagement that has actually already taken place. We kicked off our initial community engagement with 3 roundtables facilitated by our very own board members. And so these included a student roundtable facilitated by student member of the board, Kevin Bakum, and this was attended by 12 student board members from across the state. There was a teacher roundtable facilitated by board member and educator Rachel McCusker. This was attended by 22 district teachers of the year. And there was a family roundtable facilitated by board member and parent Lori Morrow, which was attended by 14 family members. And as you can see from this slide, the complete recordings of this can be found through the MSDE YouTube channel. And I'm excited to note that these videos have been viewed already in total of about 3,000 times. Okay, let's see if the technology will be on our side, because I'm also excited to show you a set of, or a video of clips from those 3 sessions.
Make sure the volume is up too.
Okay, volume is off.
Okay, do we have text support?
I hear it, it's
Okay.
just low.
It's low though. So hold up.
Sorry, just 1 second.
Up there.
So basically, we're going to have a well-rounded conversation, and we hope to get a lot of inputs, different ideas.
Possible to speak a louder? No?
I would just start it over.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll listen carefully.
Just play it.
So basically, we're going to have a well-rounded conversation, and we hope to get a lot of inputs, different ideas, into basically just what the future of education is going to look like.
Being in the classroom, getting to be able to learn has been amazing, and that's what I really love most about school.
Personally seen the stigma of mental health get lowered, and there are groups working to reduce the stigma of mental health, but now I think the education system needs to do its part and increase the ability to get those mental health services.
I had one teacher who reserved 10, 15 minutes of time to just debrief and allow students an opportunity to just express how they felt.
Welcome our families to our virtual roundtable tonight. We will discuss our student educational experiences as well as ideas for the future of education in Maryland.
Hello again, everyone. About mental health,
Hispanic families, we have a lot of problems finding support and finding services that we can understand or that we can access due to the language barrier. Sometimes we go to school to ask for help, and we know that sometimes school cannot provide with that type of resources or that type of help. So I would like to have at least one program or one session at least of guidance or counseling to make us aware about what mental health involves and what is mental health.
I think one of the biggest impacts in Kent County was the isolation. The other thing was just a lack of internet was such a huge problem. I don't think people before realized what needs we had, and when people realized what needs we had in our community, people stepped up to help us.
Our hope is that these conversations will help us lay the groundwork to tackle the challenges and move forward towards a vision of excellence and innovation for every child in every school.
So I think we really need to look at our teacher preparation, how we look at teacher preparation, and also being really intentional about how we are integrating culturally responsive, relevant, reactionary teaching.
They're going to leave my classroom with a positive self-image of who they are and what they're able to achieve.
It's very important for me to show up every day and motivate them with my story. Let them know that I come from the same struggle that they come from.
I'm hoping all of this will ultimately shape the direction of where the department will focus on. You are going to help us become better.
Great. I'd like to give a huge thank you to our Office of Communications and Community Engagement for putting this together, as well as just for the overall support on this presentation. Okay, so anyone who works in close proximity to the superintendent is used to hearing some phrases repeated frequently. And this is a good thing because it's critically important that we understand his priorities as well as the priorities of the department. One of those phrases happens to be, "We will expand the tent." I'm sure some of you have heard this. He's probably said it during one of the board meetings before. And so what's important to note is we have a lot of great, strong partners across this state who have the privilege of often getting audiences with state leaders. We still want to remain engaged with those organizations. We just want to find the folks and the citizens and the residents of the state who we have not been, who have not often had the opportunity to have a state audience or the audience of a state leader. And so we're enthused by the outpouring of requests to partner, and we look to the board and we look to the more established organizations across the state to help us reach either less established organizations or other community groups that don't often get that audience with state leaders. We'll partially be able to address this through a statewide survey that I'll mention, I believe, in a couple of slides. But we will need the support of every board member, all of the relationships and connections that you have. We want to really reach every corner of this state. And so in order to most authentically engage with individuals and be able to meet people where they are, it's important that we have multiple methods of engagement. And so too often government agencies offer engagement opportunities that serve more around publicity and not so much around actually pulling in data for the purpose of decision making. And that is the direction that we want to go. We want to go to the direction that the engagement that we do is intentional. It is done specifically to gather data that we want to use for actual decisions that we will make and to inform, most explicitly, the strategic planning process. MSDE intends to avoid the kind of noise that can take place around community events by really focusing on ourselves hosting as well as joining pre-existing events that take place across the state. And through this, we're prioritizing a roundtable discussion format. This really allows the superintendent to have the most thoughtful conversations with individuals. It allows regular residents to have a conversation directly with the superintendent, to speak to him directly, and it also allows the superintendent to drill down deeper into experiences that people are talking about. So we can really pull out ideas and lessons and understandings from people that are living in the state. It will be important that we also work to close feedback loops. When we do receive information from people, we want everybody that we meet with to know that we heard them, so we want to be able to explain back to them what we heard, and we also want to be able to explain what actions were taken as a result of us learning anything. And so that will be critically important to us as a department as we move forward. Okay, so this brings us to our final slide, and it's really exciting for me to be able to officially announce the launch of our Maryland Public Schools Strategic Planning Survey. This comprehensive survey is intended to allow everyone in the state to provide information that we will use as the basis for this transformative change. As of right now, the survey is posted in English and Spanish, and by next week, the survey will also be available in Mandarin, Korean, Urdu, Arabic, French, and Vietnamese. We will also be able to have the survey translated into any language within 3 days of a request. MSDE will plan to present regular updates to the board on survey engagement, as well as engagement resulting from any other events that are taking place. And following the closing of the survey, the department does plan to write, publish, and report out everything that was learned from the strategic planning engagement process. And so with that, I want to say that I have a personal goal that this survey will be responded to a minimum of 15,000 times across the state. For us to surpass that goal, we need everybody to share it out, talk about it. I know our plan is every single presentation will include a slide like this at the end of it. But again, to reach every corner of the state, we're going to need everybody to talk about it. And so we've put together a pretty simple URL, which is just marylandpublicschools.org/survey. And so with that, I want to thank you all again, and I'm happy to hear any thoughts or questions you might have.
Start with online. Dr. Green,
Great.
Dr. Green, do you have any comments?
Yes, great presentation. So excited that we are mapping it out, our course, in a strategic, organized way. Great work. Thank you, Mr. Childress.
I will break the data by gender as well, I promise.
What was that?
I said when you get survey data, I will have it broken down by gender. I promise you that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Bartley? We now come to the boardroom. Mr. Custer, Mr. McCoon. I'm sorry, Mr. Morrow, forgive me.
Just a quick question. What is the intended time to keep this open? How many months are we?
I'd like to keep it open for 3 months, but longer if need be. But I'd like to do interim reports and findings, and then a final report and findings, so we could do a 3-month and the final. Surveys like this from the State Education Agency normally don't hit the 15,000 goal, and we clearly do have 15,000 human beings walking around this state, so I'm really hoping that we can hit that number, exceed it, obviously. But yes, 3 months would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just have a comment. I appreciate all the work that's been done in this whole entire process. I can't explain how important the whole entire strategic planning process is in terms of relating to the community. President Crawford, Superintendent Chaudhary, you guys all talk constantly about implementation and owning plans, and one of the best ways to do that is through engaging the community, actual strong recurring engagements. I can speak how important it is that we really throughout the survey, really get concrete answers, and answers from a variety of lived experiences. Maryland's so diverse, and America in miniature is what it's called. But so we really want to make sure. I know I'll definitely be sharing this on social media and around all different avenues I have personally. I hope people can do the same, because it's so important, because we all need to own this as one Maryland for the future of for the future and for the present right now, education is so important, and we need to continue and hitting it hard. I really appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this.
Do we plan to share this with the locals so that they can share it with families, kind of, district blast out to all families, which really would disseminate it to a lot of people?
Absolutely. We have a weekly transmittal that's sent Friday, and I would hope they can push it out. I'm going to ask Pazam to push it out. Mary Pat shaking her head, so no takebacks. And everywhere else, once this is kicked off, every community presentation we do jointly or you do on your end, like, hey, have you taken the Maryland survey yet? Have you taken the survey yet? Like, we should be promoting it hard. Yes, absolutely.
I'd just like to add what's been said in terms of, as board members, if there are any opportunities that we're aware of where we could invite folks to participate in this survey, I hope we will do it, because the success of the survey, as we've said, depends on Maryland residents, people who live in this state, feeling investment and ownership in what is going to happen in the future of our school system. So if there are opportunities, I'm sure the state superintendent will appreciate connecting with him and letting him know whether we do it ourselves or whether we include members from the MSDE to be a part of that. I think getting the word out, and I know President Crawford and I have talked about the importance of business leadership being involved and having ownership in this, because they have a real stake in the future of education in Maryland. So if there are opportunities, I hope you will make arrangements so that the state superintendent can be a part of that and word gets out, and we don't find that folks have not had an opportunity to participate, because they clearly will have, and if we can help accomplish that, appreciate it.
Absolutely. I mean, I know there are many longtime stakeholder and advocates. They will be engaged, but I also want them to know that I'm going to expand the tent. When Lori and I did the parent engagement session, 40% of that was in Spanish. And you could tell the folks who don't speak Spanish, there's kind of awkward silence for them, because that's how they feel when they navigate schools. There was a parent of an adopted child of a 9th grader who uses the janitor to navigate the school for resources. She's a newcomer, and because the janitor speaks Spanish. And I've already said the phenomenon of how to educate English language learners is not a mystery. It is not. And so, I mean, and it shouldn't be hard to find a translator. I mean, you can hire parents to translate. You don't need a college degree or high school diploma to be able to translate basic Spanish and such. So we will engage existing stakeholders, but we will also, it's a phrase I like, just expanding the tent of those around you, and creating that forum. That's why I really like the roundtable format. It's a table that you're setting, but we will also, we would like to also join tables where we're invited to, where we're just listening and where we don't hold any kind of influence as well too. So looking forward to those as well.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sorry.
These are the reports to the State Board for discussion and action. So we've got several actions coming up. The first one is the calendar modification request. Superintendent?
Yes, so I am going to request a change to this action if you guys would consider it. So basically, some of our school systems have run out of their inclement weather days, and they would like to use some of the holidays for in-person days rather than add them towards the end of the day. Right now in Comar, that is restricted, right, such as Good Friday, as well as President's Day, as well as the Monday after Easter. And so to be able to, some of these holidays have already passed, some of them are coming up. So Queen Anne's and has requested, as well as Talbot, to be able to use President's Day. The amendment that I would like, rather than do a piecemeal approach to these, is can you do a motion or for consideration to allow me to use any of the upcoming holidays, if so a school system would like to use. They still have to formally request it and submit it with their board and everything else, but giving me the authority to be able to grant them the ability to do that versus I do 2 or 3 here and then I do another one in February just for these holidays. And so that is what I would like for you to consider as an amendment to this.
So, motion from Ms. Halley, seconded by General Sumter. Open for discussion. Seeing no discussion, we'll now vote. We'll do just a raise your hand and say aye, and we'll check back with the people on the phone. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Dr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Bartley? He may have had to drop off.
For the record, Elliot, we captured the full extent of
Yeah,
the motion.
the only thing that I would like to add is after the superintendent makes any decisions, it would then come back to the board for ratification of the superintendent's decisions. Because it's still the responsibility of the board to make these, but you're delegating to the superintendent to make the initial decision, and then it comes back to you for final decision.
Okay, great. So school
That amendment
systems.
is fine. Thank you.
Got it.
The second item is the 2022 legislative session, tab I. This is
Yes.
information.
This is a presentation on this administration's first legislative session. So Ari Amerikaner, our Chief of Staff, is here to take on this presentation. We were able to also bring Zach Hans back as a contractual pin to support this transition, and so he is. I'm grateful for his support as well. Very knowledgeable, and so we'll be giving a presentation, both reminding you about the legislative session and all it entails, and we'll also be giving you some bills that are on the table right now. And you also have handouts related to that. Unlike something unique this year, unlike previous sessions, this department will not be shy to take positions on bills, and in the same way in which you guys can take positions as well too. So that's a big change for us from previous years. With that, Ari?
Thank you, Superintendent. Good afternoon. I feel like I should ask everyone to get up and stretch and spin around. I know it's hot in here, so I will try to be quick. I don't want to stand in between you and your other important business, but today I am going to provide an overview of the legislative session, followed by a brief review of current legislation, as the superintendent said. Let's see if I can work this technology. All right, so the Maryland General Assembly, as many of you well know, is divided into the 47-member Senate, led by President Bill Ferguson, and the 141-member House of Delegates, led by Speaker Adrian Jones. The Assembly is divided into 10 standing committees, 6 in the House and 4 in the Senate, and we generally work closely with 4 of those, which I will review in just a moment. You are likely to hear a lot in this next few months about DLS, or the Department of Legislative Services, which provides nonpartisan services to the General Assembly, including bill writing, research, and analysis. They also staff the committees and subcommittees throughout the session. In your packet of materials, you have the education section of the annual DLS publication sharing likely hot topics for 2022. This year, among other things, the highlights they note include funding increases due to the blueprint, early stages of blueprint implementation generally, addressing impacts of COVID-19, school construction, and childcare and early childhood education. As you know, Every year, the General Assembly convenes for 3 months to pass public, statewide, and local laws, raises revenue, and appropriates funds. And during session at MSTE, we identify, analyze, review, and track all legislation related to education. So I want to just flag a few key dates for you. January 12th was opening day. Closing day, I suppose, if we're using that language, is April 11th when session ends. Bills that are going to have a shot to become law are passed out of one chamber and sent to the other by March 21st, a date known as crossover. And bills must be signed or vetoed by May 30th. One additional set of dates that is not on the slides. To avoid going through an extra procedural hurdle, bills must be introduced by February 4th and February 7th in the two chambers. So that means we have a few more weeks in which we can expect a lot of bills to be introduced. So COVID-19's continued impact on the legislative session, as you will not be surprised to know, all committee hearings and testimony in the House will be conducted virtually this year. In the Senate, the same is true at least through February 11th, and then beginning February 14th, I think they're still reviewing this, although technically right now it says that they're planning to return to in-person midway through the session. As with last year, testimony is due 48 hours before the hearing, which means that the development and review process for state board and departmental testimony is quite quick and quite fast as we do that turnaround. Of the 10 standing committees, these are the 4 that we interact with the most. Appropriations and Budget and Tax review our budgets. We have 8 MSDE-specific budget hearings. Ways and Means and Education, Health and Environmental Affairs generally hear all education-related legislation. And of the chairs listed here, Chair Atterbury is the only one who is new to the position this year. The rest have a few years under their belt. This is a quick review of the Maryland How a Bill Becomes a Law, and I will refrain from singing Schoolhouse Rock. As you are all probably well aware, if the bill is introduced in one house, read on the floor, sent to committee for hearings, subcommittee for hearings, and amendments, and then if passed out of committee, it is read back on the floor of the whole chamber twice for votes. If it is passed, it is sent over to the other house, and the whole process begins again. If they cannot pass the same bill in both houses, they will have a conference committee, and if everything goes as planned and they are able to pass a bill, it will be sent to the governor. The governor has 6 days to sign or veto, excluding Sundays, and if he does not act, it becomes law. Your role during that fun Schoolhouse Rock is you will meet 3 times during this one, including this one, during the 2022 legislative session. And at each meeting, you will receive an update on the pending legislation that has a direct impact on the state board. You may decide to provide written or oral testimony, or both, or just to monitor or to take no position on any particular bill. And as many of you know, the session does move faster than 3 monthly meetings allows for real engagement. So the state board leadership, President Crawford and Vice President Dashiell, will be notified of the implications of any fast-moving bill that needs to be addressed between meetings. If you do decide to take a position as a board, you can support with amendments, or oppose, and in those cases, MSDE staff will be glad to support you in drafting and submitting testimony. MSDE typically reviews more than 250 bills each year for both policy and fiscal impact, participates in hearings and briefings, and meets with legislators and their staff. And as the superintendent said, this year, I think the primary takeaway here is that for the first time in recent history, we are actually taking positions on bills. So we, in the past, as you may know, MSDE only issued letters of information. We will still, occasionally, in fact, issue letters of information where that seems the most appropriate course. But we are also supporting bills, offering amendments, and generally trying to work proactively to improve the quality of educational policy in our state. I would say we are generally getting very positive feedback on this new approach. Every hearing so far that we've listened to, someone has, with an educator-related bill, someone has cited our testimony or mentioned that it's really helpful to have this newfound partnership with MSDE. So with that, I will stop for a moment to see if there are process questions before I move to an overview of the current pending bills.
Dr. Green, do you have a question or anything?
Not necessarily a question dealing with bills or that MSDE are offering, but if I speak about a bill, if I want to offer testimony about a bill, do I have to get permission? This isn't something really that the MSD would be particularly interested in. I know there's a bill coming through having to do with families and shared parenting. Is that something that I need to get permission to speak as a board member or speak as an individual? I speak as a private individual, correct? I guess that's an Elliott question.
I'm sorry. It sounds like that might be you'd be testifying as a citizen in the state. What I would like to do is, if any of the board members has been requested to speak or wants to present, if you could just talk to us offline, and in that way we can just make sure, because sometimes even though they will tell us that I'm contacting you as an individual, in large measure they're probably contacting us because we're also on the board. So we just need to make sure that the messaging is clear. But so why don't we talk about that offline, Dr. Green, and definitely try to come to the right decision on that.
Will do. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you for the presentation.
Sure, absolutely. Mr. Bartley, did you have anything? He may have had to drop off. Anyone else have any questions about the process? Otherwise, we'll dive right into the substance of the bills.
Great. Okay, so if you can please turn to the list of the bills in your supplemental materials folder. Those were not in your pre-mailed binder. There are 10 bills to discuss today, and I'm going to talk through them in 3 categories to try to make this as least painful as possible. So the first is the largest category, and that is 7 bills related to curriculum. So most of these require a particular topic to be added to curricula, standards, or frameworks. And in nearly all, MSDE will or already has submit a letter of information explaining that the blueprint already requires MSDE and the state board to develop new curricular standards and resources for every grade level designed to meet college and career ready standards for students by the end of 10th grade. Given that substantial redesign of content that is currently underway, MSDE will register concerns that any unaligned processes and timelines for the completion of similar and simultaneous work would be counterproductive and confusing, both to MSD and to local school systems. So within that framework, quick rundown of those 7 bills in order of your sheet. House Bill 47, Expanded American History, would require the state board to develop content standards to reflect the contributions of traditionally marginalized groups. House Bill 165, Sexual Abuse and Assault Awareness and Prevention, would require the state board to develop and implement programming on sexual abuse and assault, including human and sex trafficking, for students in middle school. On this one, I just want to note that there's a slight deviation in the MSDE approach, not just to say we're already readjusting our standards under the blueprint, but to point out that we recently revised and updated our framework for comprehensive health education to include very similar content in the same grades in grades 6 through 8. House Bill 200, Financial Literacy, would require the state board to develop online curricular content for a 1-semester high school course in financial literacy. Senate Bill 116, Inclusive and Diverse English Language Arts, would require the state board to develop content standards for inclusive and diverse English language arts. Senate Bill 162, Cyber Safety Guide and Training Course, would require MSDE to work across state agencies to develop a cyber safety guide and training course, and the state board may adopt regulations in this bill. It is worth noting on this one that we have had some productive conversations with the sponsor about potential for shifting a bit to focus solely on the development of resources instead of on a required implementation of a course, which obviously would change the bill. Senate Bill 237, September 11th, 2001 terrorist attacks, would require all schools to include a unit of instruction on 9/11 and would require the state board to develop guidelines. And finally, Senate Bill 304, Asian American History Curriculum, would require the state board to develop curriculum for a unit on Asian American history to be implemented across the state. So I will stop there. Happy to answer questions, or President Crawford, pause for direction of discussion of any action the board would like to take on any of these.
I think at this point, we'll open it up now for any comments, questions, anything that you think that we would need to do. I think on most of these, we probably just monitor and just see what happens with the bills. So hearing, and that's what we will do, is we'll just continue to monitor. We'll keep you posted, and if anything changes, we'll definitely come back and let you know.
Great. So then moving on to our next category, which actually this time includes just one bill related to certification requirements. House Bill 37 would require the State Board and the Professional Standards and Teacher Education Board to develop regulations for the certification of educational interpreters. This one passed the House last year and died in the Senate. And I will pause here again before moving on to the last category.
Again, I would suggest that we monitor this one, and so monitor is what we'll do.
Okay. And then finally, two bills to consider related to school health, both of which also passed the House but not the Senate last year. House Bill 56, Commission on Student Behavioral Health and Mental Health Treatment, would establish an 11-member commission. MSD has already submitted a letter of information on this, calling attention to the similar commission established in the blueprint, the Maryland Consortium on Community Supports within the existing Maryland Community Health Resources Commission. This new proposal has similar purposes and overlapping membership and could be a duplicative effort. House Bill 118, excused absences for mental health needs, would allow absences for mental health needs to be considered lawful absences under certain circumstances and require a student absent for those reasons to meet with a school mental health specialist to discuss mental health needs that caused the absence. MSD is not taking a position on this bill.
Again, we would monitor. Okay.
Okay. Well, that's all I have for you, and we will, of course, be back to give updates on any bills that directly impact the state board.
And just to be clear, I know there's been conversation, well, isn't there a bill coming on this? And so we're waiting for it to come out, right? And so there is possibly a bill on virtual learning coming out from Senator Pinsky. So we are looking at that. There was a committee with Senator Pinsky and Senator Hester in which we were involved in, along with a superintendent from PZAM, in which we presented a wide variety of things. So, and I think we helped shape a lot of good thinking on it, but we'll see what the draft looks like. And I believe it's an issue that so that one I'm looking out for. And there's others that I've heard, that may be coming, but as of now, these are the ones that are actually come to fruition. So.
Okay. Very good. Alrighty, we can now turn to tab J, OMAR 13A 0714, child sexual abuse and misconduct. This is permission to adopt.
Yes. Yes, and I have Assistant Superintendent Kelly Meadows here to just give you the who, what, where, and why, and so you understand all the context behind this before you take your consideration for adopting.
Yes, good afternoon, President Crawford, Vice President Tashio, Superintendent, members of the board. As Mr. Chaudhary stated, I am here to ask your permission to adopt amendments to COMAR 13A 0814. These amendments were originally given to this board to review in August. You did grant permission to publish in the Maryland Register for a period of 30 days. During that time, we did not receive public comment on these regulations. As a reminder, this particular law was first established in 2019, and what it does is it enforces a process for local school boards, non-public schools, and contracting agencies that do business with those entities. They are required to conduct an employment history review, which is in addition to the normal fingerprinting review that all schools have to do, and it's particularly designed to close the loophole and identify if anyone that has worked in a school previously has engaged in any allegations of child sexual abuse or sexual misconduct. So during the 2021 legislative session, House Bill 373 passed, amending that law. And it did three major things. One, it built in what's called an emergent employee option. So a school may, contracting agencies cannot do this. Schools and non-public schools may hire someone while they're conducting the review as an emergent employee. Those individuals have to meet certain criteria, they have to sign certain verifications, and they cannot have direct contact with minors unsupervised. There's an exception to that. Bus drivers can if they wear a video camera. So that's number one. Number two, it also changed the parameters, the date parameters that schools, contracting agencies have to go back in time to look at previous employment. So all previous school employment still needs to be reviewed. It doesn't matter if it's 20, 30 years old. It has to be a part of the review. Other than school employment, if you just are talking about a job where you had direct contact with minors, it now sets a parameter that employers could choose to adopt, which says 10 years. You have to go back 10 years. The previous law said everything in your history. So that's the second one. The third allows non-publics and public schools to share the results of their employment history review with one another, and also allows contracting agencies to share the results of their employment reviews with each other, but they cannot share, contracting agencies and schools cannot share amongst each other. And that is not a shall, that's a process that they can choose to implement, and the applicant would need to give their permission to go through that process, as well as review the review. The review documents that the prospective employer receives have to be reviewed by the applicant in that instance, and they have to sign off that yes, all of this is complete. So those are the three major changes in the law. We took the opportunity when we amended the regulation to add some clarifying language in. What we found over the past 3 years is that there was a lot of questions around the state from entities that are required to implement this law, and so we wanted to just be as clear as possible in the regulatory language. So at this time, I am asking that you, excuse me, grant permission to adopt COMAR 13A 0814.
Senator Bates? Seconded by Ms. Howley. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Dr. Green? She may. Okay, she may have had to step off. And Mr. Bartley will join us in the executive session. He had to step away. Very good. Next item is COMAR 13A0607, Student Transportation, Permission to Adopt, Tab K.
Thank you. I have Gabriel Rose, who oversees our transportation work, as well as emergency management response. And, you know, this regs garnered quite a few comments, but I want him to give you the full context in which how it ultimately landed where it did. And also in your packet, you have the comments summary, you have the who they came from, and you have letters that we have gotten, as well as a letter of support from PZEM, a strong letter of support from the Superintendents Association in current form. I do want to share that as well. That's an important piece of this because ultimately our superintendents and their leadership teams have to go into these agreements to be able to adopt and bring in alternative providers into their school systems and implement them. So with that, Gabe, why don't you take it away?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chowdhury. Good afternoon, President Crawford, Vice President DeShiel, members of the board. The regulation before you today is for adoption. This is regarding the alternative school vehicles. This regulation was last before you at your August 24th meeting when it was voted for publishing. After the regulations were published, we received 12 comments during the time after November. Many of the comments that you'll see relate to the use of transportation network companies, or TNCs, and how they would relate to the new proposed regulation. It was always the intent that these regulations, while they were drafted, and with the help of our committee that was formed to draft these, was that safety remains paramount when we talk about the transportation of students, especially multiple students. However, the regulations that are before you today do not cover the transportation of one student being transported at a time. Currently under COMAR 13A060711C, one student can be transported without any regulation pertaining to the specifications of the vehicle or the driver standards. Transportation network companies that provide transportation for one student at a time would not have to meet the requirements under these proposed regulations, but would still have to meet the requirements of local school systems policies and other state law. In reviewing what other states have done regarding the use of alternative school vehicles, it was found that there are states that have more strict regulations and some that have less. One example in research, Colorado has extensive regulations, requires that all these alternative school vehicle drivers pass a physical exam every 2 years, have 6 hours of in-service training annually, pass written tests annually, driving performance tests annually, have CPR training, and have their vehicles inspected, which includes removal of all 4 tires to conduct a full brake inspection of the vehicle. On the other side, we have states that do not appear to have many regulations on this topic, one being Washington State. Their requirements are such that the vehicle needs to have a first aid kit, fire extinguisher, and highway warning light. Additionally, there's a requirement for 1 annual inspection. As Mr. Chowdhury stated, the regulations have the support of the Maryland Association of Boards of Education as well as the Public School Superintendents Association of Maryland, PASAM. There is one amendment to the regulations that was requested by MAVE and supported by PASAM and has been determined to be non-substantive. In preparing the regulations, the requirement that contracted owned vehicles need to meet the same insurance requirements of other contracted Class A and M vehicles was omitted, and it should have been included. After this research, the MSD recommends that this regulation to the board for adoption to satisfy the requirements under Education Article 7-801.
Thank you. We'll now open it up for questions of clarification. And then after we have done that, then we will entertain a motion. And with that, we can then have a discussion of the regulation. But first round right here is clarification. Mr. Bakum, Ms. Halley, and Ms. Morrow. And Ms.
No, I was just...
Okay. I'm sorry, clarification. Anyone have clarification? Okay, Ms. Halley?
So you said that this doesn't apply to one student, but it would apply to 2 students? At what point does it kick in?
So we're looking at the transportation of multiple students. So at any time there's 2 students in the vehicle, we would say that the vehicle and the drivers have to meet the requirements of these regulations. Because we're looking at vehicles up to 10 passengers, we're saying that if you're transporting anywhere from 2 up to 10, as long as it's not what we call a multifunctional school activity bus, they would have to meet the regulations. The 1 student being transported was already in the regulation, and that was put in there to deal with emergency situations, student being left at school, student falling ill on a field trip. But in reviewing the regulations that we prepared, it would meet the need of special education students, foster care, homeless students that need transportation that a school bus can't be provided for immediately. So it's still allowing that flexibility for the school systems to either contract services or send a vehicle with a driver out to go pick up that student.
Thank you. And so I have 2 more questions, actually. My other question is, we received multiple comments about, There were multiple comments about the backup, audible backup warnings. And we said that's not within the safety consideration. So my question there is, when you look at contemporary technology that has backup cameras and that has vehicles that don't move if there's something going behind them, why is that type of innovation not considered to be an acceptable safety situation?
Well, we haven't required that the vehicles have that additional safety feature of the backup cameras and that functionality. The backup alarm is a long-standing vehicle modification that's to alert the public around the vehicle that's backing up. States such as Iowa and Massachusetts adopt that same requirement. Iowa, because it's a more rural area, students running behind vehicles backing up. A lot of these vehicles will be going down into a driveway and may not have the ability to turn around and back out. Massachusetts and Baltimore, or in Boston, similar thing. Roads that are too narrow, vehicles can't turn around. The backup provides notification to the students and the general public that the vehicle's backing up.
I wasn't suggesting it in addition to, I was suggesting it as an option to.
What you're saying about the new technology, that's not guaranteed. They can have an older car. They could have
Yeah,
all
they could,
sorts
but I'm saying the requirement is either that they have an audible backup system, or they have a backup camera, or they have a car that is enabled with the, I don't know what they call it, but the motion detection where they automatically apply the brakes.
But the ability to see when you're backing out is different than the ability to make noise while you're backing out. So I think
the broader context there for me is we're really concerned about getting kids to school, and we're really concerned about getting kids who have uneven access to school. So I'm thinking about homeless children, foster children, children with disabilities. Maybe they have siblings, so maybe there's more than one child in the car. We see from some of the testimony that there are companies that operate in numerous states that don't have these requirements, that think it would be burdensome. And I think that in many of the programs that I'm familiar with for after school, et cetera, transportation is really an issue. And so making it more difficult seems to be directionally incorrect. I agree with making it more safe, but I think that as you look at innovations in transportation, there are multiple things that we could consider in that regard. And I understand the department has a different point of view, so I'll go to my next question if I can remember it. I might have to ask you to come back to me because I forgot it. I have one more point that I wanted to ask a question on.
Thank you. So I know transportation is a huge issue for parents, and I appreciate that we had the bill last year and now we have the regulation that hopefully will improve some of those situations in our districts. So one of the letters that we did receive in comment was from Delegate Atterbury. Can you just speak to have her concerns been resolved with the department?
I've engaged her. I met with her. I let her know that her superintendent is supportive of this as constructed, and we were fine. And I said I'm open to changing it if we wanted to do emergency reg. If it's that, I looked at this issue left and right. I looked at including the vendor that has been very heavy in opining on this and what they look like in other states, including lawsuits and other things. So you can go loose, you can go tight, you can be middle of the road. I think at the end of the day, the most important player in this was going up to PASAM and the superintendents who are the CEOs of their school system and saying, do you like it as constructed? Will it allow you to do what you need to do? And they overwhelmingly said yes, and they wrote a letter of support. That was ultimately the deciding factor for me, because they're the ones who are responsible and liable at the end of the day to go into these agreements. Now, if it is inhibiting them to not bring other providers in or adapt this one provider, I'm just going to say one because they're not the only one in the game, then we can have that conversation. I was ready to hold it and start over, but I got convinced that it's not, and ultimately I'm going to rely on my CEOs across the counties who are entrusted to run our school systems, and they were supportive of it.
So I appreciate that. And just for public record, so if there is a situation where the superintendent decides this doesn't 100% meet their needs, they can request a waiver like they do for any other.
I don't know if a waiver process, I would have to go to council for that. We didn't build in a waiver into the regs away from the requirements, but can we later embed something to do a waiver from what we originally adopted? I'm sure we can, but at council.
So the regulation, once it's in effect and you get a chance for it to work for a while and you determine there are issues and needs amendment, you can always go through the normal amendment process to fix, issues once it's in effect. But there is a general state board waiver provision in regulation. You don't pass a regulation thinking you're going to waive it, but there is a general waiver provision that the state board can waive a regulation up to 3 years.
So does that mean, just so I understand it, because I'm still kind of new, if I am X district and I want to partner with a provider and this provider is not going to meet X, Y, and Z of the regs or Y of the regs, but my board and my community and the agreement and everything that we are willing to be liable for on this model, they can submit a waiver from the regs requirements, and we can, in a singleton manner, waive them, and they can still pursue their agreement.
That's the process in existing rules for any state board regulation.
So kind of similar to the 180-day requirement. So they could, and the burden is theirs to shoulder at the end of the day.
I'm good with this and with the superintendent's support. Just for the public discussion, for people to understand that there is a possibility, we will adapt as we need to and move
And we
forward.
will bring those to you right away as we get them.
Yep, thank you.
Ms. Alley.
Thank you for the accommodation. So just one comment and then the question. The other thing was about the buses. Right now, we know that the bus capacity, bus drivers is all an issue as well. And so transportation there is a sensitive topic. But my other question was, you referenced other states that required an annual inspection. And I'd like to understand why you decided not to include that.
An annual inspection of these alternative
Of the vehicles, correct.
We did put in that they would be inspected twice annually, and that there's a time between the inspections that needs to happen. I think it's 120 days we proposed. So that the vehicles would be inspected typically prior to the start of the school year, and then again after the winter. This is just to look for normal wear and tear, make sure that the seat belts function, things of that sort. But we're not requiring that the wheels be taken off to do brake checks. We're assuming that the school system is knowledgeable in that. It's an additional cost that we weren't looking to incur on them, as these vehicles, are going to be operated by the school systems and can be inspected in their normal routines.
Seeing no other clarifying questions, the floor is now open for a motion. Mr. Bakum?
So moved.
Seconded by Senator Bates. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, we'll move right to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed.
We want an abstention too. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to come back to Dr. Green. So we just have one opposed, abstentions. Dr. Green?
Yes, sir. My vote is aye.
Thank you. Mr. Schoen? Motion carried. Okay. So we're now to state board member reports. So the floor is now open for state board members to make reports. Hearing no reports, we're going to, I'm going to make a motion that would allow us to go into adjourn to executive session. Pursuant to Section 3-305B 7 and 13 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss 4 appeals, 4 draft orders, legal advice, and a budget item. Floor is now for a motion.
So moved.
So we have Ms. Alley and then Mr. DeShiel, second. Seeing no discussion, we'll do a vote. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Dr. Green? Aye. Okay. So we will adjourn to executive session. Let's switch. goodness. We're way late. Let's set an outrageous goal that we'll be back here by in an hour.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We can do this. We can do impossible things.
Yeah.
So we'll be back. We'll come back in an hour. We are.
things, and it seems so insignificant, but I
I have 3 appeal decisions to report and 4 orders. The first is PB and MC versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was a student's admission to a special program. It is number 22-01. The State Board affirmed the decision of the superintendent's designee because there was not a board opinion in this matter. So you reviewed the superintendent designee's decision. And the matter of request to remove of local board member David Murray. This was a request to remove a member of the Prince George's County Board of Education. This is 22-02. The State Board voted not to issue charges. And XS versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was a student discipline case. It's 22-03. The State Board affirmed the decision of the local board. And one matter, Laura J. versus Michael N. versus Howard County Board of Education. The board decided to remand the matter to the local board for further proceedings based on additional evidence that was received. And we have 4 orders to report. And the matter of the request to remove of local board member Edward Burrows from the Prince George's County Board of Education. This is 22-01. This was dismissed for mootness because Mr. Burrows is no longer on the board. And the matter to request the removal of local board member Juanita Miller from the local board. This is of Prince George's County. This is order 22-04. I'm going out of order. 04. The board dismissed this matter because it lacked an affidavit in support of the request. And Trina Lee versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners, 22-02, the board dismissed for untimeliness. And Charlene Toombs versus Baltimore County Board of Education, this is order 22-03. There were no extraordinary circumstances to reopen the appeal, and in the present, this matter is dismissed as well. That is all that I have.
Thank you very much. We've had a very full day. At this time, the floor is now open for a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
So the motion was made by Ms. Halley and seconded by Mr. DeShiel. Seeing no discussion, all in favor, just say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you very much. A very good day.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.